In the realm of Zhongzhou, at the headquarters of the second assassin organization chiefing, night had descended, thunder and lightning tearing through the clouds that blended seamlessly with the darkness, the booming sounds threatening to shatter one's psychological defenses. As one gazed upon the scene, corpses lay strewn about, pools of blood reflecting an eerie glow under the moonlight, evoking a chilling sensation. Piles of severed limbs and grotesque remains reeked of a nauseating stench, permeating the desolate landscape and seemingly suffocating anyone who dared to inhale. Bullets danced with the shadows of blood in the wind, drowning out the heart-wrenching cries, leaving only an overwhelming sense of despair that blanketed the entire area. The battle was nearing its conclusion, and the sight gradually descended into an eerie silence. Leader, the members of the chiefing organization have been completely annihilated. Half of their own group remained alive, now gathered respectfully before a young girl, awaiting her command. Let us proceed inside and take a look. The girl, slender and graceful, donned a black combat outfit stained with blood, albeit subtly. Her mere presence exuded an aura of violent lethality and an unyielding oppressive force. The moonlight accentuated her delicate, pale features, further enhancing her cold and aloof demeanor. No one would suspect that the formidable leader of the notorious assassin organization, Jiang, was such an innocuous-looking young girl. Moreover, she was the legendary figure in the assassin world, known as the UN codename, boasting an unblemished record over 1,000 missions, reigning supreme on the leaderboard. Today, she had led 2/3 of Jiang's assassins to execute a massacre against their rival, Chiefing, with the intent of erasing all traces of their existence from this world. Henceforth, the supremacy of Jiang's assassin organization would remain unchallenged. Having vanquished their foes, she now sought to collect her spoils. Coins, treasures, firearms, cutting-edge technology, anything of value was to be seized. She ventured into the confidential chamber of the chiefing headquarters, retrieving a crucial document information regarding her lineage. Quickly skimming through, she extracted key details. Country Z, Lin City, Lady Lin family, Lin Qing. Subsequently, she incinerated the document, feeling a tremendous weight lift from her heart, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relief. Tonight's grand endeavor had concluded, and with the news set to spread, the underworld would soon be engulfed in trepidation, deterring anyone from crossing paths with Jiang. It was time for her to enjoy a period of tranquility, perhaps to return home and reconnect with her roots, savoring the simplicity of an ordinary life. A flicker of anticipation danced within her. Before departing, she ordered her subordinates to obliterate the location, leaving it utterly unrecognizable. A strange glimmer flickered in her eyes, and a wicked smile played on her lips as she slightly turned to a nearby subordinate, instructing, "Have this place cleaned up. It would be most suitable to construct a pig farm here." Understood. The subordinate's lips twitched, although the leader's smile was breathtaking. He could only sense an overwhelming aura of malicious amusement. What a splendid location. Yet she proposed a pig farm. Was this not pure humiliation? But they were already dead, so perhaps it was a humiliation for the departed. Lin Qing's operatives worked with remarkable efficiency, managing to compile all information concerning the Lin family and deliver it to her phone within a single day. They also discreetly conveyed some of her details to the Lin family. The information revealed that she had been adopted by an orphanage abroad and left at the age of 18, wandering in search of her family's whereabouts. Over the course of a year, with the assistance of benevolent individuals, she had pinpointed the Lin family. Now, the Lin couple was aware that their youngest daughter, who had been taken from them just a month after birth, was finally returning. It was a source of shame for them with their power. They had searched for 19 years without success, only for their daughter to find her way back on her own. Upon learning that she would soon arrive in Lin City, the Lin family set aside all their affairs, arriving early at the station to await her. After arranging all matters within the organization, Lin Qing prepared for her journey. Prior to returning, she intentionally purchased a modest light-colored dress and a pair of worn black shoes from a street vendor, deliberately making them appear shabby. With her hair casually cascading down, she embraced an utterly simple appearance. How would they react to her unadorned return? Would they express disdain or sympathy? Lin Qing hoped for the latter, yearning to experience the warmth of familial care and affection. Should it indeed be the latter, she would not mind playing the role of a dutiful daughter within the Lin household. However, if it were the former, "Leader, do you truly not require us to send you back in a private jet? That would be too ostentatious, unnecessary." Lin Qing aimed to craft the image of a lonely and fragile girl, testing the Lin family's response. Moreover, drawing too much attention could prove perilous. Once her true identity was exposed, it could invite endless calamity upon the Lin family. Though she possessed the power to protect them, what if she could not permit even the slightest risk? The Lin couple and their 3 sons arrived at the station half a day in advance, traveling in a luxury car. Their attire and demeanor were conspicuously out of place in this setting, drawing the curious glances and whispers of many passers-by. During this time, a mix of anxiety, guilt, and self-reproach weighed heavily on their hearts. After all, Lin Qing was arriving on a regular green train. She had undoubtedly endured hardships during her years in the orphanage. She was meant to be their cherished daughter, lavished with love, commanding respect in Lini City. Yet due to their oversight, she had suffered greatly. Fortunately, their precious daughter had been found, and they had a chance to make amends. The half-day wait felt interminably long. Lin's father, Lin Yuan, was consumed with worry, as there was no photograph of their daughter in the documents, leaving them uncertain of her appearance and whether they would recognize her. Yet, a glance at his sons reassured him with 3 sharply dressed figures standing beside him. Recognizing her should not be too difficult. Moreover, if their daughter had managed to find them, she must surely possess their photographs. Lin's mother, Li Wantong, was equally anxious, clutching her husband's hand. "Darling, what do you think our daughter will be like? Will she not like us?" She envisioned countless scenarios of their reunion and had prepared extensively, yet she remained fearful of her daughter harboring resentment. Lin Yuan comforted her with a gentle pat on her hand. "There is no need for concern after all. Blood is thicker than water. A mother and daughter share a bond, and since she has chosen to return, we have the opportunity to make amends for the love we have missed over these 19 years. Indeed, Li Wantong felt a slight sense of calm wash over her. As time ticked by, Lin Qing was soon to arrive. The train was crowded and noisy, but fortunately, no incidents occurred and the journey proceeded smoothly. Upon exiting, Lin Qing quickly spotted the Lin family amidst the throng, their anxious and hopeful expressions momentarily catching her off guard. She stood still, uncertain of how to approach them. Peculiarly, she felt a twinge of nervousness herself. Perhaps it was the bond of kinship, for the Lin family soon locked on her figure in the crowd. I Wantong murmured, "That must be our daughter, right?" Indeed, it must be Lin Qing. Having noticed that they had recognized her, swiftly approached them, her tone neither warm nor cold. "Hello, I am your daughter, Lin Qing." At that moment, she had already tempered her imposing aura, presenting herself as an ordinary girl. She did not abruptly address them as mom and dad, partly due to unfamiliarity, and partly because she was uncertain whether they would acknowledge her. Before them stood a petite young woman, simply attired, yet her exquisite features shone remarkably, embodying the finest attributes of her family. Unadorned, she radiated beauty. Her lustrous, glass-like eyes shimmered with light, and her delicate lips were pressed together, as if she were anticipating something. In essence, her first impression was one of utmost innocence and endearing charm. Upon laying eyes on her, Li Wantong could no longer contain her tears, her trembling lips unable to articulate the countless opening lines rehearsed in her heart, choked by emotion. She embraced Lin Qing tightly, overwhelmed with joy. "My daughter, my treasure, I have finally found you." It was the first time Lin Qing had ever been held in such a manner. This was a manifestation of maternal love. In an instant, her heart softened and melted. Lin Qing allowed Li Wantong to hold her for a long while before gently patting her back and softly saying, "Mom, don't cry, I'm back." Only then did Li Wantong reluctantly release her, yet she continued to grasp her hand, her excitement rendering her incoherent upon hearing her willingness to call her mom. Oh, it's wonderful you are back." Lin Qing scrutinized Li Wantong closely. Recognizing a resemblance between them, she appeared well-preserved, retaining her grace in her 40s. "Welcome home, darling." Even the usually stern Lin Yuan could not help but shed tears at this poignant scene, yearning for a moment of affection from his daughter. "Dad," Lin Qing politely addressed him, appearing somewhat reserved. However, inside, she felt remarkably at ease, having gained her family's acceptance so swiftly. Her family, it seemed, was truly wonderful. Oh, good. Lin Yuan was immensely satisfied with his obedient daughter, yet a twinge of sadness lingered. She need not be so understanding. Her maturity was heart-wrenching. Upon returning home, she could easily be spoiled and headstrong, wielding her power without fear, for she had 3 brothers to shield her. It was time for the Lin family's 3 brothers to make their presence known. First was the eldest son, Lin Qing, standing tall and dignified, exuding a sense of ceremony. Little sister, I am your elder brother, welcome home. Next was the second son, Lin Qing, who removed his mask to reveal a gentle smile. Little sister, I am your second brother, welcome home. Lastly, the youngest son, Lin Qing, displayed a more vivacious demeanor. Sister, I'm here too. I'm your third brother, welcome home. Chapter 3. Homecoming big brother, second brother, third brother. Lin Qing greeted each of them in turn. She silently recited their professions. The eldest was a CEO, the second was a celebrity, and the third was a student, currently unemployed, but a campus bully, academic achiever, and heartthrob. Each of them was extraordinary in their own right. Her voice was soft and melodious, instantly awakening the protective instincts of her 3 brothers. Anyone daring to harm even a single hair on her head would face their wrath. All right, stop dawdling. Let into amp. Oppose. Head home. Li Wantong, having completed her introductions, quickly suggested, concerned not to tire Lin Qing out after a lengthy journey on the train. Yes, let's hurry home. Lin Yuan chimed in, realizing they had gifts prepared for their daughter awaiting them at home. At that moment, Li Wantong noticed that Lin Qing had little luggage, merely a small bag that could hardly hold much. It seemed they needed to put in more effort to ensure she had everything she needed. She must not be made to feel lacking. The 3 Lin brothers, seeing this, prepared to open the car door for her, with Lin Qing being the quickest. Sister, please. Lin Qing and Lin Qing exchanged glances. You little rascal. I've never seen you move this fast when working. The vehicle that arrived was Lin Yuan and Amp. Oppo's S7-seater, ample for their needs. Thank you, third brother. Lin Qing smiled sweetly, her charm rendering Lin Qing momentarily dazed. Sister is truly too well-behaved. ISN and Oppos. Is she 1,000 times better than those arrogant heiresses from wealthy families? However, he did not forget to usher his mother into the car, ensuring she sat next to Lin Qing before promptly climbing in himself. He had honored the elderly and cared for the young, but as for respecting his elders, that was beyond his moral compass. That little rascal is getting too cheeky. Big brother, I suggest we cut off his allowance, Lin Qing remarked, observing Lin Qing and Oppo's antics, her lips twitching before she made her wicked suggestion. That sounds feasible. Lin Qing agreed, nodding in approval. They soon settled into the vehicle. With great fanfare, they returned to the Lin family estate, a villa sprawling over 10,000 square meters. A throng of servants awaited their arrival, signaling an impressive display. Although the Lin family had recently ascended to the status of the wealthiest in Lini City, their rise had been swift, and they were often viewed as upstarts compared to other established families in the city. Thus, the Lin family had maintained a relatively low profile. Especially, Lin Yuan and Li Wantong had instilled in their 3 sons the importance of making a name for themselves. Otherwise, even if they were to reunite with their sister, they would be unable to protect her with their own capabilities. They had also instilled a notion of their own poverty. The 3 brothers did not disappoint, particularly the eldest, who, alongside Lin Yuan, had built the family business from the ground up, elevating the Lin family to its current heights. Now that their daughter had returned home, they had no intention of remaining inconspicuous. They yearned to host a grand reunion banquet to proclaim to the world that their little princess had safely returned. They just needed to ascertain her willingness before proceeding with preparations. As they stepped out of the car, the servants, as if trained, collectively bowed and welcomed the young lady home. They did not first greet Lin Yuan and Li Wantong, but instead directed their reverence towards Lin Qing. She understood this was likely her parents' doing, yet she had not anticipated such significance being placed upon her. Her heart softened involuntarily. The feeling of being valued was indeed delightful. Displaying a hint of bashfulness and timidity, she cautiously clutched Li Wantong's sleeve, seemingly overwhelmed by the grandeur of the moment. Lin Qing thought to herself that this must be a normal reaction for a girl who had not seen much of the world. Noticing her daughter's small gesture, Li Wantong's eyes glistened with emotion, silently vowing to make it up to her in the future, showering her with endless affection. She gently patted Lin Qing and Appo's hand to reassure her. Do not be afraid. Mama is here. You and Appo's LL get used to this kind of scene. Lin Qing replied obediently. Li Wantong led her into the grand hall, with Lin Yuan and her 3 brothers following closely behind. Once their figures disappeared from sight, the servants could no longer contain their chatter. Is that truly the daughter the head and madam have sought for over a decade? She is so well-behaved and beautiful, effortlessly overshadowing many socialites. Indeed, it's evident she's a Lin by blood. Her looks are no less than those of the 3 young masters. Moreover, she seems very amiable. Unlike those arrogant and aloof daughters of the wealthy, the young lady must still be attending university. Perhaps she could share the same school as the 3rd young master. I've heard the young lady faced many hardships abroad, but now she has returned home, blessed with a supportive family and 3 protective brothers. It would not be an exaggeration to say she is destined to be the most esteemed woman in Lin City. Such a significant event is bound to stir commotion in Lin City. Perhaps many will keep a close eye on the young lady. We just need to fulfill our duties and refrain from excessive speculation. Chapter 4. Nini. Upon their return home, they arrived just in time for dinner. The servants had already prepared a sumptuous feast in accordance with Li Wantong and Appo's instructions. Lin Qing sat beside Lin Yuan and Li Wantong, her demeanor exceptionally docile, seemingly tinged with a hint of awkwardness and unease. Rather than expressing disdain, the Lin family felt a deeper empathy for her. This is your home. We have no rigid rules here. Feel free to relax and be yourself, they reassured her. However, Lin Qing silently mused that being herself might indeed frighten them. Nevertheless, she responded softly. The Lin family eagerly vied to serve her dishes, fearing that any oversight might offend her, and concerned that she might overthink things. They had never before been so meticulously accommodating to anyone. Dear daughter, when you were born, I gave you a nickname, Nini. May I continue to call you that? Lin Qing's name was bestowed by her grandfather, but Li Wantong felt that using a nickname would foster a closer bond. As long as it pleases you, mother. Lin Qing replied, indifferent to the appellation. Lin Yuan tentatively chimed in, Nini, we would like to host a grand family recognition banquet for you. What do you think? I have no objections, Lin Qing answered, still compliant. The couple exchanged glances, internally sighing. Their daughter seemed painfully understanding, not causing a fuss or demanding anything. They wished for her to voice her desires, believing this would expedite the deepening of their relationship. Her current reticence left them uncertain about how to align with her wishes. Enough chit-chat. Sister, eat up and sample the chef and Appo's culinary skills, Lin Qing suggested, eager to observe her preferences. Lin Yichuan, being more perceptive, had heard that their younger sister had endured a rather austere life abroad. Most of the dishes on the table were gourmet, and she might be unfamiliar with their preparation, possibly lacking even basic table manners. Had her earlier hesitation stemmed from fear of awkwardness? Just as Lin Yichuan was about to speak, he saw her gracefully pick up her chopsticks and eat, her every movement poised and dignified, a sight to behold. There lingered an innate elegance about her, as if she were born for such refinement. Noticing her eldest brother and Appo's astonished gaze, Lin Qing and Appo's heart skipped a beat, and her actions momentarily faltered, appearing rather unnatural. Oh no! She had almost forgotten her persona as a poor, struggling girl, narrowly avoiding exposure. Lin Yichuan, thinking his stare had made her uncomfortable, promptly shifted his gaze. Losing interest in further contemplation, Lin Qing steadied her composure, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in her eyes. She had not anticipated her brother's attentiveness to her feelings. Fortunately, the others remained oblivious to her discomfort. The family enjoyed the meal together, engaging in light conversation about Lin Qing's past, expressing concern without prying too deeply, mindful not to evoke painful memories, allowing her to share when she felt ready. Afterward, They escorted her to the thoughtfully prepared room on the third floor. Nini, I'm uncertain of your style preferences, so I've arranged it simply. If it does not meet your satisfaction, I can have it redone immediately, Li Wantong explained. The room was adorned in a delicate lotus pink hue, equipped with all the essentials, exuding a youthful charm. Li Wantong believed it would appeal to girls of her age. I like it, thank you, mother. While Lin Qing wasn't particularly fond of the decor, she felt it unnecessary to critique the heartfelt efforts of her family. Silly child. Why thank us? If anything, we owe you so much. Li Wantong's words trailed off, her emotions resurfacing. Lin Qing swiftly changed the subject, lifting a gift from the table, her face lighting up with delight. Wow, are these gifts for my brothers? They were all high-end items favored by affluent young ladies. Quite valuable. The façade or assistance lay beneath. Neatly arranged at the bottom were 5 bank cards, seemingly with no spending limits. Not knowing your specific tastes, we thought it best to provide you with funds. Feel free to shop and explore as you wish, they offered. Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected affluence. Were her family members truly this extravagant? Though she had no need for money, she could not express this, and thus accepted graciously. Moreover, the entire third floor had been reserved for her, featuring a study, a dance room, and even a dedicated game room. Nini, in 3 days, we will host a recognition banquet for you. Please prepare well. Li Wantong eagerly anticipated Lin Qing and Appo's return to the family fold. Oh, by the way, Nini, have you considered your schooling? If you are willing, I can arrange for you to attend the same school as your third brother, so he can look after you. Lin Yuan inquired tentatively, having learned that their daughter had not received higher education. Lin Qing and Appo's university was the finest in Lini, filled with both exceptional students and the scions of affluent families. It was mid-August, and with school commencing in a fortnight, the Lin family had ample means to ensure she could enroll if she desired. Chapter 5. Launching the term school was rather foreign to Lin Qing. She had more or less acquired a considerable amount of knowledge already, rendering further schooling unnecessary. However, it was customary for girls of her age to revel in their youthful years at university, and she did not wish to stand out as an oddity. The campus indeed served as an excellent venue for discreetly managing affairs while concealing one and Appo's identity, thereby sparing her family the impression of her being rebellious or unmanageable. Feigning surprise, she exclaimed, "Do I also have the chance to attend school with third brother? Whatever you desire, we shall surely make it happen." Lin Yuan expressed his delight upon noticing her openness to the idea of attending school. Nini could make more friends and attempt to integrate into their circles. And if it proved difficult, there was no need for her to force herself. Li Wantong and Appo's eyes sparkled with tenderness as she looked at Lin Qing. At that moment, Lin Xinyan interjected, "Our little sister holds a precious status as well. She is her own circle and does not need to fit into others." The second brother concurred. "You are right. I was mistaken earlier. Nini should never have to compromise herself to please others." Li Wantong gently ruffled Lin Qing and Appo's hair, acknowledging the hardships she had endured over the years. Now, upon her return, she deserved to enjoy life. Lin Yuan remained silent, yet his gaze shimmered with determination. It appeared that the matter of their children acknowledging their heritage was indeed due for discussion. After years of nurturing and guiding his sons, he was reluctant to see his daughter suffer. Li Wantong, understanding his thoughts through his expressions, silently squeezed his hand, signaling him to be patient and allow their daughter to enjoy a few days in Lini before making decisions. At that moment, Lin Qing seized the opportunity to engage Lin Qing, confidently assuring her, "Don't worry, little sister. Once you enter school, third brother will protect you. No one will dare to lay a finger on you." All right. A sudden thought occurred to Lin Qing as she recalled the introduction of third brother in her files. Not only was he an academic prodigy, but also a campus enforcer. As for eldest brother, he merely requested Lin Qing to save his number, assuring her that he would always be there to support her, regardless of how busy he was. In summary, her family held her in high regard. Having relayed the essential matters, it was now time for Lin Qing to enjoy her solitude. Upon closing her door, the atmosphere around her shifted dramatically. The clarity and innocence that she had displayed in front of her family were replaced by an abyss of depth and complexity in her eyes. Restlessness surged within her, accompanied by the suppressed hostility that erupted at that moment. Before her arrival, she had instructed her subordinates to refrain from bothering her with trivial matters. Yet, during dinner, the incessant sound of encrypted messages on her phone indicated that yet another troublesome task required her personal attention. Truly, one could not find a moment of peace. This development was, in fact, within her expectations. Although a portion of her influence lay within Country Z, it was limited, and the stringent laws imposed here were numerous. The entrenched power factions were formidable and could not be underestimated. Her subordinates were ultimately too cautious to act indiscriminately. Most importantly, Lin Qing had always been a person of cold temperament. She would not return merely to reconnect, doing nothing else. She had never held high hopes for familial affection. Her primary objective in Country Z was to solidify and expand her power, for nothing superseded authority. The acknowledgement of her lineage was merely incidental. However, she could not deny that she was touched by the family's attitude, which was the reason behind her anger upon receiving a task so soon after her return. She had yet to experience true relaxation and enjoyment. Thus, Lin Qing chose to read the messages but not respond. This time, she allowed herself a brief respite. It also served as a subtle test. The Min division had remained dormant in Country Z for far too long and was now due to be employed. She simply needed to observe from the shadows, providing subtle assistance at critical moments, allowing her subordinates to accomplish the tasks admirably while minimizing her exposure to the public eye. Just as she had initially envisioned, she would play the role of a demure and delicate young lady. Consequently, Lin Qing enjoyed a peaceful night's slumber. The following day, Lin Qing was awakened by Li Wantong herself. Together with the household servants, they selected a magnificent princess dress for her and adorned her with exquisite makeup, transforming her into a regal Barbie doll. Meanwhile, Lin Yichuan, Lin Xinyan, and Lin Yuan had initially intended to postpone their affairs to stay home with Lin Qing. However, they were swiftly sent away by Li Wantong, who claimed that they could not neglect their duties, though they all understood her true desire was to monopolize her daughter. What could the three men do but shake their heads in resigned affection, knowing that there was no rush to accompany Lin Qing? Only Lin Qing, with nothing to occupy his time, remained behind. When he beheld Lin Qing descending the stairs, surrounded by servants and clad in high heels, he was nearly rendered breathless by her angelic beauty. Indeed, his sister Napo's looks were stunning. Just her presence radiated an aura that belied her upbringing in an orphanage. At that moment, he had to concede that he was simply infatuated with beauty and undeniably a doting brother. Chapter 6. The black market. Lin Qing spotted Lin Qing standing downstairs and greeted him sweetly, her bright eyes sparkling like water, exuding a refreshing chill. The icy blue princess dress she wore accentuated her ethereal charm. "My sister looks truly beautiful today," Lin Qing praised sincerely, though he couldn't help but wonder which unworthy man would benefit from her beauty in the future. Lin Qing, feeling slightly bashful, lowered her head in silence. Yet her gaze remained clear. She was unaccustomed to such attire, but occasionally changing her style was quite acceptable. "What are you doing blocking the entrance?" "I'm taking Nini out shopping soon," Li Wantong announced as she descended the stairs. "Take me along." Lin Qing did not anticipate that his sister and Appo's return would diminish his standing so drastically. Previously, their mother would at least call him third, but now he was simply addressed as you. However, he bore no jealousy towards his sister and stubbornly insisted on accompanying them. Li Wantong shot him a disdainful glance and unapologetically dismissed his request. "When I asked you both to accompany me shopping before, you acted as if you were on the brink of death. Now you want to go? It an amp, Appo's, too late. I and amp, Appo's, am going out to bond with my precious daughter and cannot be burdened with such an obvious nuisance." "What? It an amp, Appo's, so boring at home alone." Hearing that their mother had no intention of taking him, his handsome face immediately fell. Just as they were about to set off, Li Wantong and Appo's phone rang unexpectedly. After the call, she approached Lin Qing with an apologetic expression. "Nini, There's a problem with the preparations for the recognition banquet. I must handle it and cannot accompany you. It's all right, Mama. The important matters take precedence. I can entertain myself, Lin Qing replied with understanding, touching her mother's heart. Nini is so sensible. Today, your third brother will keep you company. She then turned to Lin Qing with a stern expression. Take good care of your sister. If you let her suffer even the slightest grievance, you shall pay dearly. Understood, mother. What a ridiculous notion. He could never allow his sister to be wronged. Once Li Wantong departed, Lin Qing felt a sense of liberation. Revealing his true nature as he proposed to Lin Qing, Sister, since Mom will often take you shopping when she is free, why don't we do something else instead? Lin Qing perked up at his suggestion. She indeed lacked interest in shopping. What do you have in mind? She inquired. Lin Qing noticed the spark in her eyes and realized he had an opportunity. It's quite similar to shopping, but the place I have in mind allows for transactions beyond mere currency. It's quite intriguing. Do you wish to join me? Lin Qing immediately surmised he was referring to the black market. Although he was the young master of the Lin family, he was still just a student, and the family would not hastily introduce him to such matters. How had he managed to gain access to the black market? The black market offered freedom in transactions, yet it was fraught with restrictions, with numerous underworld figures pulling the strings behind the scenes. Entering without power could lead to peril, and the question of whether one could leave safely loomed large. Did Lin Qing truly dare to take her there? Nevertheless, seeing his enthusiastic expression, she decided to accompany him. After all, she would have his protection, and nothing untoward would happen. All right then, take me there, third brother, she agreed. With her consent, Lin Qing hastily retrieved his Ferrari, eager to impress his sister with the best. He courteously opened the car door for her. Seeing Lin Qing remain unfazed throughout, Lin Qing felt a twinge of confusion. How could his sister not be astonished by such a magnificent vehicle? It was as if she were entirely indifferent. Then, he recalled that she had grown up in an orphanage and likely did not recognize the car's worth, thus exhibiting no emotional response. Realizing his sister's reaction was somewhat amiss, Lin Qing recognized her façade was crumbling. She had no experience in pretending to be impoverished and naive. She resolved to be more cautious in the future. Thus, they set off, concealed from everyone. Along the way, Lin Qing anxiously asked, third brother, do we not need to inform Mom and Dad of our plans? Hush, we're going incognito, Lin Qing replied. Although he was the youngest male in the family, his driving skills were unparalleled, having spent considerable time mingling outside. He managed to maintain his studies while indulging in his escapades, so the family had not imposed strict restrictions on him. This time, he boldly took his sister out on a secret adventure. Don't worry, sister. I have some connections. Your safety is assured, he reassured her, concerned for her well-being. His knowledge of the black market was limited, but with his good friends vouching for him and the backing of the Lin family, he doubted anyone would dare to provoke them. He had visited once and found the commodities within utterly fascinating. He could hardly contain his excitement to share it with his sister. All right, Lin Qing conceded, choosing not to press further. After all, if they were caught, the consequences would fall on him, and she was curious to see what he was truly capable of. Chapter 7. Counterfeits. Lin Qing was not in a hurry to take Lin Qing to the black market. Instead, he drove slowly, finding ways to engage her in conversation while introducing the scenic views along the way. As long as she was interested, he was always available, for he was the most leisurely one in the family. Lin Qing listened attentively, resembling an adoring little sister. After much conversation, they finally approached their destination. The location of the black market in Lini City was somewhat unexpected for Lin Qing. It was situated beneath a rather dilapidated department store in the southern part of the city, rumored to have 3 basement levels, vastly exceeding the area of the department store itself, and it was divided into tiers. Even Lin Qing had only ventured to the first basement level. Outside the department store, everything appeared ordinary, bustling with the essence of the common folk, primarily comprised of lower to middle-class laborers who conveniently served as the greatest cover for black market transactions. Sister, we've arrived, Lin Qing exclaimed as he swiftly exited the vehicle, hurriedly opening the door for her while adding, do not be deceived by the shabby exterior. The underground of this department store is a different world entirely. Really? Then let us hurry inside. Lin Qing responded eagerly. Look, these are the 2 entry tickets I managed to acquire at a high price. Lin Qing produced 2 items resembling movie tickets, handing them to Lin Qing with an air of pride. He had initially been taken in by his brother and, driven by curiosity about the 2nd and 3rd basement levels, had procured 2 tickets from him, intending to explore alone. However, he now planned to share the experience with his sister. As soon as Lin Qing and Appo's fingers brushed the tickets, her brow furrowed, and a fleeting chill flickered in her eyes. She quickly suppressed the unusual glint, ensuring Lin Qing remained oblivious. Although she had never visited the black market in Lini City, the tickets were glaringly counterfeit, easily discernible as fakes, likely to deceive someone as naive as Lin Qing. The act of forging and utilizing entry tickets could lead to severe consequences, the severity of which depended on one and Appo's identity and background. Feigning casual interest, she inquired, "Did you obtain these from an acquaintance?" "Indeed, my good brother. I'll have the opportunity to introduce you to him," Lin Qing replied with a broad smile. "All right," Lin Qing said, a sly smile playing on her lips. A sinister glint danced in her eyes, and upon closer inspection, one could perceive her bloodthirsty and malevolent demeanor. It appeared she would soon have her chance to act. Surprisingly, after only a couple of leisurely days, she felt an itch to take action. She was uncertain whether the individual was targeting Lin Qing or plotting against the entire Lin family. Regardless, she would show no mercy. Eradicating threats was her unwavering principle. In the brief moment, she had already sent out several messages. "Let us go. I'll take you in," Lin Qing said. "Brother, I'm hungry. Can we grab something to eat first?" Lin Qing quickly called out to him as he prepared to enter the department store, pointing toward a nearby snack stall. However, had they not just finished breakfast? Though Lin Qing thought this, he voiced not a word of dissent, unconditionally yielding to his sister and Appo's request. "What do you want? I'll cover it." Thus, they arrived at a spicy hot pot stall. Eating something so oily and spicy in the morning isn't good for your stomach. Lin Qing frowned for the first time in front of Lin Qing. She pointed randomly, surprised to discover spicy hot pot being sold at this hour. But with little time to ponder, she coyly insisted, "No, brother, I really want this." Her voice was sweet and soft, utterly captivating Lin Qing. He felt as if his heart had been entirely melted. Though he was reluctant to acquiesce, how could he resist his sister and Appo's charming plea? "Oh, very well. I'll indulge her this once." Lin Qing ordered a serving of spicy hot pot, and they settled at the stall, waiting for their food. Once the hot pot arrived, she turned to Lin Qing, saying, "Brother, I think I saw someone selling candied hawthorn over there when we arrived. Could you get me some? I want to eat it." "All right, you stay here and wait for me." Don and Appo's wander off. Lin Qing agreed without hesitation and then turned to leave. The moment his figure disappeared from sight, Lin Qing's expression turned icy. She glanced at her phone before swiftly entering the alley next to the stall, where someone awaited her around the corner. Upon seeing her, the person appeared puzzled, questioning why such a delicate girl would be here. However, sensing her powerful yet familiar aura and the look in her eyes, he understood she belonged to their kind. He immediately lowered his head respectfully, presenting 2 entry tickets with both hands. "Madam, everything is in order." Well done," she replied. Although she had never actively managed the branch of Jimin in Z country, the efficiency was commendable. Of course, these were just obtained, still warm, the individual thought, concealing any signs of emotion. He was unaware of the young girl before him, only knowing she was a person of authority from above and must not be offended. Lin Qing handed him the 2 tickets she held, instructing him to verify their origins. Understood. Chapter 8. Into the pit for reasons unknown. Lin Qing felt an unsettling anxiety after leaving. Upon returning with candied hawthorn, he was relieved to find Lin Qing sitting obediently, a weight lifted from his heart. He thought to himself, how could anything possibly go wrong with such a well-behaved sister? With a radiant smile, he approached her, presenting the treat. "Thank you, third brother," she replied, a simple sentence that warmed Lin Qing and Appo's heart, though he barely noticed the untouched spicy hot pot in front of her. "I don't and Appo's. Do you want to eat anymore? Shall we head inside?" Of course, I will follow your lead. The two swiftly entered the department store, which was brimming with diverse goods, its exterior offering no hints of what lay beneath. Lin Qing guided her away from the crowd, arriving at a concealed entrance. As the scanner detected their presence, the door opened automatically, revealing a group of men clad in green uniforms, their intimidating demeanor suggesting they were not to be trifled with. Please present your entry ticket. The foremost man stated, his expression devoid of emotion, his tone neither obsequious nor dismissive, akin to a cold machine. Here, let me handle it. Lin Qing reassured Lin Qing, who had previously glanced at the black market access pass but was now too timid to present it herself, clearly frightened. Do not fear. I am here, he comforted, gently patting her head. As he examined the entry tickets in his hand, Lin Qing sensed something was amiss. They appeared different from the ones he had shown her earlier. However, there was no time for contemplation, as the guards were growing impatient. He quickly handed the tickets to the man, who inspected them before granting passage. They traversed a lengthy corridor, finally reaching the entrance to the black market in App's lower level. The decor and layout starkly contrasted with the upper floors, enveloped in a dark hue that rendered the daylight virtually non-existent, creating an oppressive atmosphere that was unnerving. Do not worry, this entrance is merely like this. It becomes more vibrant as we proceed. As Lin Qing had promised, moving further in revealed a bustling marketplace ablaze with lights, teeming with people like a lavish nightclub, exuding an understated elegance. Occasionally, they spotted individuals in green, armed and patrolling, ensuring order. Shops dedicated to sales lined the area, alongside vendors with their makeshift stalls. And in the center stood a vast auction stage, already crowded, suggesting the imminent auction of a rare item. Let's go take a look, Lin Qing said, visibly excited. He had not encountered an auction on his last visit and was curious about the treasures that might be available. Those who gained access to the black market were typically affluent, accustomed to spending lavishly, since the seating beneath the auction stage required prior reservations. Lin Qing and Lin Qing could only stand at the periphery. Initially, the crowd was engrossed in the auction, choosing to overlook unfamiliar faces. However, as they squeezed into the throng, they attracted several predatory gazes. This striking pair certainly caught the eye, but they appeared unfamiliar. Perhaps they were from a lesser-known family or had merely slipped in with someone else. The stares directed at Lin Qing were particularly brazen, as if they wished to undress her with their eyes. Many men, their interest piqued, felt a thrill at the prospect of her being a potential social climber, an opportunity to engage with her. After all, her innocent beauty was irresistible, stirring their desires. Who is this young master or lady? What brings them to this place? Perhaps a couple enjoying their honeymoon? None dared to act rashly, as they remained uncertain of the pair and App's identities, maintaining a facade of politeness despite the lack of respect evident in their eyes. Lin Qing and App's expression darkened, instinctively shielding Lin Qing behind him. I suggest you tend to your own affairs. His words were blunt and unyielding. On his previous visit, accompanied by his close friend, the atmosphere had been more cordial, and their presence had garnered a degree of respect from the black market denizens. He had witnessed the more pleasant side of this underworld. Had he known of its deeper, darker currents, he would never have brought his sister here. He did not recognize many of the people around him, and it was clear they were unfamiliar with him as well, likely dignitaries from other provinces, or worse, individuals from the criminal underbelly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Qing's expression grew more somber. He had previously pondered why this place was referred to as the black market. Now the implications were unmistakable. We must leave at once, or we may find ourselves in peril. Grasping Lin Qing and App's hand, he maneuvered through the crowd, retracing their steps toward the exit. Chapter 9. Zhou Hui, however. How could that group of individuals possibly allow them to depart so easily? Lin Qing displayed no semblance of goodwill towards them. The moment they entered, they were preparing to flee, likely out of fear and unwillingness to attract trouble. If their family backgrounds were indeed formidable, they would not be hiding in the shadows. Was this perhaps their inaugural venture into the black market? We would not mind imparting some lessons regarding the rules to them. The gazes of those surrounding them gradually turned scornful, as if they were observing some lowly plaything. With merely 10 minutes remaining until the auction commenced, they had ample time to seek amusement. Moreover, those standing around had no intention of participating in the auction. They were merely there to witness the spectacle, while the true elite remained seated within. Seeing their attitude, Lin Qing and Appo's eyes reddened with anger. As the young master of the Lin family, he had never endured such indignities. Yet, he was unable to disclose his identity, as he had come clandestinely. While he himself was indifferent to the affront, he could not allow his sister to suffer. He wished he could blind those insolent individuals, but alas, he was powerless to do so. However, being a diligent scholar blessed with an extraordinary memory, Lin Qing quickly engraved their faces in his mind. Upon his return, he would seek out his elder brother to report their misdeeds. Each and every one of them would pay for their actions. Lin Qing was tightly grasped by Lin Qing, sheltered behind him, and she could distinctly sense his anxiety. His grip on her hand trembled slightly. Nevertheless, Lin Qing refrained from uttering a word, choosing instead to focus on her phone with her other hand. Lin Qing had initially considered seeking assistance from the patrolling guards. Surely they could not turn a blind eye to such provocations? Yet, after waiting for what seemed an eternity, not a single figure appeared. What were they waiting for? Surely they did not expect someone to advocate for them? How naive. Those individuals served only the elite and were exceedingly snobbish. Why would they deign to acknowledge them? It was precisely because they knew no one would intervene that they felt emboldened in their unruliness. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. It would be wise not to set your sights upon us. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear, fearing that they might indeed resort to violence. Lin Qing could only resort to threats, hoping to instill some hesitation in them. However, the onlookers interpreted his demeanor as a manifestation of fear and cowardice, dismissing him as merely putting on a brave front. Consequences? I never contemplate the repercussions of my actions. He was too frightened to reveal his identity and yet dared to boast here. It was evident he had never faced the harsh realities of life. Among them were several individuals with dubious backgrounds, many of whom held considerable status. The loudest and most irritable of the bunch was Huang Qi, the second in command of a certain gang in Lin City, flanked by numerous underlings. Accustomed to wielding power, he sought to establish his dominance in the black market, for there were few here he could intimidate. The others merely wore expressions of amusement, thinking it a simple matter to teach this young man a lesson, provided the lovely young lady remained unharmed. Rest assured, I am quite chivalrous. Huang Qi leered at Lin Qing, his smile growing increasingly lascivious before addressing Lin Qing. Boy, let your girlfriend spend the night with me, and I shall let this matter slide. What do you say? Upon hearing these words, Lin Qing erupted with rage, charging forward to land a punch on Huang Qi and Appo's face. You seek death. Lin Qing, taken aback by his swift movement, failed to intervene in time. Her brother, small in stature, was at a distinct disadvantage against Huang Qi indeed. Huang Qi's fury ignited, and he seized Lin Qing by the collar, lifting him off the ground before violently throwing him to the floor. Just as he prepared to escalate the violence, Lin Qing leapt onto Lin Qing, shielding him. Do not harm my brother. The girl and Appo's voice rang clear and melodious, laden with a trembling plea that stirred the protective instincts of the men around her. Huang Qi halted his assault, his smile morphing into something more sinister. Oh, so you're his sister. Come here, and I shall spare your brother. Lin Qing struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes glistening with rage as he clenched his fists tightly, seemingly on the brink of explosion. He raised his voice, declaring, I am a brother of Zhou Hui. Dare to lay a finger on me, and you will regret it. He felt utterly useless for bringing his sister into such perilous circumstances, relying on her for protection, and ultimately invoking the name of his brother for rescue. Zhou Hui was the eldest son of the Zhou family, one of the 3 prominent families in Lin City, well-versed in the black market and holding considerable influence. Most attendees here would accord him a modicum of respect. Upon hearing his declaration, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Even the dignitaries seated within the auction hall emerged to investigate the commotion. What are you discussing? Who mentioned young Master Zhou? The previously boisterous group swiftly fell silent. For those capable of attending the auction held status and power greater than their own, and they could not afford to provoke such individuals. Yet Huang Qi remained undeterred. Backed by an entire gang, even the Zhou family would think twice before confronting him. He pointed Lin Qing out, eager to witness his humiliation. As they scrutinized Lin Qing, he too assessed them, recognizing several familiar faces. Indeed, there were members of Lini's affluent families, some of whom also recognized him. Chapter 10. Apology. It seems that I have encountered that young master before. Not long ago, he was personally brought here by young Master Zhou. Indeed, I thought he looked somewhat familiar. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group that had initially targeted Lin Qing turned pale. They had not anticipated his connection to young Master Zhou. Should Zhou take a stand for him, they would all find themselves in dire straits. What a bunch of fools. This young man is not merely a brother of Zhou, but also the third young master of the Lin family, the wealthiest clan in town. How audacious of them to provoke him. The words came from a lady of a prominent family in Lini City, her statement striking the crowd like thunder, leaving even Huang Qi shaken. No one dared to question her, for there was no reason for her to fabricate such a tale. Although the Lin family had risen to prominence only recently and did not belong to the three major families, they controlled a third of Lini City and Appo's economic lifeblood, making them untouchable. Moreover, they were fiercely protective of their own. This time, they had truly kicked a hard wall. Some individuals even began to sneak away. Observing their reactions, Lin Qing scoffed, "Keep shouting. Weren't you just being so arrogant?" With his identity revealed, the worst that could happen was a beating at home, but he was determined to vent his grievances today. Huang Qi immediately altered his demeanor, smiling smoothly. "Ah, so it's the third young Master Lin. I must have misunderstood. I failed to recognize your stature." While he spoke these words, his heart was filled with curses. If only he had mentioned he was from the Lin family sooner, there would have been no need for this confrontation. Indeed, third young Master Lin. After all, one must not fight without knowing each other. "Please, let us move past this incident," chimed in the second master by from one of Lini's three major families, whose status was the highest among those present. With so many people around, it was impossible to settle scores. Causing a ruckus in the black market could tarnish one's reputation, even if Huang Qi's status was insignificant. It was a veiled threat. "Apologize to my sister." Lin Qing maintained a stern expression. "Just an apology." Huang Qi quickly acquiesced, turning to Lin Qing and saying, "Miss Lin, I apologize. I spoke thoughtlessly and disturbed you. I hope you won an amp. Appo's, take it to heart." Though his words were delivered with feigned sincerity, there was no trace of remorse in his eyes, nor did he lower his head. Lin Qing frowned, wishing to say more, but was stopped by Lin Qing, who smiled gently at the crowd. "It's all right. Ignorance is no crime. We are all friends here. Let us not let this incident disrupt our harmony." Her words provided everyone an escape route. Immediately, many chimed in, "Ha, yes, just a little joke. Don't take it to heart. This must be the Lin family in Damp. Appo's long-lost daughter. She truly possesses great understanding and grace. We will certainly bring gifts and visit to apologize another day. Young Master Lin, please do not hold this against us." Having just heard that the Lin family's lost daughter had been found, they were surprised to encounter her in the black market. Upon closer inspection, she appeared gentle and demure. Lin Qing felt a pang of pain for her, thinking, "Sister, you need not compromise for my sake." Yet, he overlooked the icy resolve hidden in Lin Qing and Appo's gaze. "Brother, I am not compromising." At that moment, the lady who had previously spoken approached them, affectionately linking her arm with Lin Qing and Appo's. "Yes, young Master Lin, Miss Lin, come. I have a spare seat. If there are any auction items you fancy." "No, thank you. We are not interested." "Let us go," Lin Qing replied, pulling Lin Qing closer to him. He felt that there were few good things in this black market. Once they left, he would ensure they faced consequences. Seeing him deny her invitation, the lady in Appo's expression stiffened, but she quickly smiled. "Young Master Zhou is on the second underground floor. Do you not wish to pay him a visit?" Lin Qing paused, Zhou Hui was also in the black market, and on the second underground floor, he had questions for him. However, he decided to postpone seeking Zhou until after he escorted his sister out. She must be frightened. Brother, is your friend here? I would like to see the second underground floor as well. She was curious to see what kind of person Zhou Hui truly was. Lin Qing was astonished by his sister and Amp, Oppos, has audacity. Very well, we shall go as you wish. He led her through the crowd toward the entrance of the second underground floor, casting a fierce glare at Huang Qi as they departed. However, they were awkwardly halted at the entrance, as entry to the second underground floor required a more advanced ticket. The first underground floor belonged to Lini and Oppos' circle, the most crowded, while the second was reserved for the elite of the entire Z country, and the third for international figures. Lin Qing revealed his identity. I am from the Lin family. Please relay a message to Zhou Hui and ask him to come up. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper took note. Young master, please hold on. We will convey your message. Meanwhile, Lin Qing noticed Huang Qi's movements, her gaze darkening as a bloodthirsty smile crept onto her lips. Then, she feigned innocence and turned to Lin Qing, saying, Brother, I need to use the restroom. All right, I will wait for you here. The restroom was just around the corner, conveniently within his line of sight. Chapter 11. Murder. As Lin Qing stepped around the corner, she seized the opportunity to slip unnoticed through another corridor, following closely in Huang Qi's wake. In the black market, where surveillance was non-existent, he had unwittingly become a solitary target, an ideal moment to strike. At that moment, Huang Qi was engrossed in a phone call with his superior, oblivious to the impending danger. A wicked, bloodthirsty smile curved Lin Qing and Oppos' lips, and her eyes glowed with a dark crimson light, seemingly engulfed in the fires of hell, exuding a chilling ferocity. Huang Qi, brother, she called sweetly, her smile growing ever more pronounced, a beguiling charm mingled with an unsettling strangeness. Startled, Huang Qi turned sharply, only to find the pure, jade-like girl gazing at him from behind. Ensnared by her beauty, he failed to perceive that something was amiss. Huang Qi, brother, I and Amp, Oppos, am waiting for you in my room, she added, casually pushing open a nearby storage room. With a delicate flick of her slender fingers, she beckoned him inside, swaying her fragile form enticingly, every movement igniting his senses. At that moment, he was utterly entranced by her allure, his blood racing, leaving him oblivious to all else. Brother, I have something to attend to. I and Amp, Oppos. I'll call you back later, he blurted, hastily ending the call, his heart racing with anticipation. After all, this was the Lin family and Amp, Oppos' heiress. A rare gem presenting herself on a silver platter. What a fortune. Beautiful one, are you looking for me? Huang Qi and Oppos' expression grew increasingly lascivious, his voice dripping with desire as he deliberately locked the door behind him. Indeed, I seek a thrill, Lin Qing replied, her face still adorned with a playful smile, embodying an innocence that belied the predatory instincts lurking beneath. As Huang Qi approached, his heart racing uncontrollably, she had already unsheathed the dagger concealed against her thigh. The moment he drew near, she struck with ruthless precision. A glimmer of silver flashed through the air, and blood was immediately drawn. In his fervor, he had opened his mouth to shout, and without hesitation, Lin Qing severed his lip, even slicing through his tongue. Before he could utter a sound, she kicked him away with brutal force, sending him crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground. Huang Qi writhed in agony, yet his cries were barely audible, rendering any hope of drawing attention from outside futile. Chapter 12. The private room, on level -2, perfection achieved. Lin Qing cast aside the bloodied dagger, tearing off the ultra-thin synthetic skin gloves from her hands. She then retrieved a lighter and incinerated the gloves to ashes. Casting a disdainful glance at the corpse on the floor, she averted her gaze, as if even a moment longer would taint her vision. Lin Qing had waited for quite some time before finally spotting Lin Qing emerge from the restroom. Sister, why were you gone so long? Are you unwell? He had been on the verge of concern, fearing something had befallen her. Third brother, I and Oppos, am fine. I merely sought a brief revenge. Lin Qing replied, her tone casual. The thrill of the hunt was a bit overwhelming, causing me to take a tad longer. Lin Qing, however, sensed something amiss. Sister, why do you seem to carry the scent of blood? You didn't end Appo's inadvertently injure yourself, did you? Lin Qing and Appo's gaze dimmed. She had forgotten this detail. She resolved to carry a bottle of perfume for such occasions in the future. I'm currently on my period, she mumbled, lowering her head and speaking in a barely audible voice, feigning embarrassment. Though the excuse was flimsy, she hoped it would suffice. Indeed, Lin Qing and Appo's face flushed crimson upon hearing her words, his mind momentarily blank as he stammered, well, then you. No wonder she had been gone for so long. It and Appo's, all taken care of. Third brother, no need for concern. Lin Qing swiftly shifted the topic, realizing that prolonging the discussion would only lead to exposure. At that moment, the individual who had gone to report on level -2 returned. His demeanor markedly more respectful this time. Young Master Lin, young Master Zhou is currently unable to come up. Please allow me to escort you down. Lin Qing nodded. Lead the way. He had heard that level -2 was more expansive and intricate, and since he had never been there, he might struggle to locate Zhou Hui. Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, noting, wasn't it said that one requires an entry ticket to gain access? Yet a mere word could persuade the gatekeeper to grant us passage. It seems Zhou Hui's status in the black market is indeed significant. Sister, let us proceed, Lin Qing said. All right. Level -2 was decidedly more upscale and tranquil than level -1. They followed the guide through a series of corridors until they reached a private room. Young Master Zhou awaits you both inside, he stated before departing swiftly. Lin Qing hesitated before the closed door, uncertain whether to enter. He was unsure of the nature of the gathering within, whether Zhou Hui was engaged in transactions or hosting guests. He cared little for himself, but was wary of jeopardizing his sister's reputation. Lin Qing perceived his apprehension and gently encouraged, Brother, shall we not knock? After a brief pause, Lin Qing resolutely rapped on the door. Zhou Hui himself answered, appearing startled at the sight of the two. Zhou Hui, of similar age to Lin Qing, exuded a markedly different aura. He lacked the youthful exuberance typical of his peers, instead embodying the demeanor of a seasoned young gentleman, mature and composed, with a hint of gloom concealed in his striking features, along with an imperceptible cunning. Upon recognizing the two at the entrance, Zhou Hui and Appo's expression shifted, disbelief evident in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Lin Qing would be the visitor. After all, he had provided a counterfeit entry ticket. How could he have gained access? Surely, there must be a misunderstanding. Initially, when informed of the arrival of someone from the Lin family, he had assumed it was Lin Yuan or Lin Yichuan seeking an explanation, given their capabilities to infiltrate the black market. He had prepared a series of responses and had specifically invited them to level -2, never imagining it would be Lin Qing who appeared. This made matters much simpler. Zhou Hui quickly masked his surprise, donning a broad smile that made him appear exceedingly approachable. Yet, unbeknownst to him, while Lin Qing may not have noticed any irregularities, his reaction had not escaped Lin Qing and Appo's keen observation. She lowered her gaze, suppressing the chill in her eyes, striving to remain an inconspicuous background presence. Zhou Hui, as was his custom, stepped forward to clasp Lin Qing and Appo's shoulder. Qing, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming? My subordinates must have neglected you. Perhaps due to the earlier incident, Lin Qing felt an inexplicable resistance to Zhou Hui's familiar gesture. Indeed, they have neglected us. I primarily came to inquire about a few matters. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Zhou Hui's eyes, yet he maintained his smile. Oh, is that so? Yes, you. I shall answer all your questions candidly and thoroughly. Only then did Zhou Hui shift his gaze to Lin Qing, taking her in with astonishment. He immediately recognized her as Lin Qing's sister, having known that Lin family's long-lost daughter had been returned the previous day. He could not help but marvel at the strength of their lineage. Despite her years of wandering, she had not been diminished, standing there like a pampered young lady. She appeared innocent and, perhaps, could be of use. Though he had surmised Lin Qing and Appo's identity, Zhou Hui feigned jest, remarking to Lin Qing, well, it seems you and Appo's VE acquired a girlfriend in just a few days. This remark shattered Lin Qing and Appo's train of thought, and he responded with an annoyed punch, "Get lost. This is my sister. Are we not to be invited into the room?" Chapter 13. Self-introduction. It turns out you are Miss Lin. I apologize. I was so excited to see Qing that I momentarily forgot. Please come in. Zhou Hui, ever the gentleman, stepped aside with a gracious gesture. Lin Qing, unfazed, pulled Lin Qing, whispering conspiratorially, "Sister, he and Appo's, the good brother I mentioned earlier." Zhou Hui. "Oh, the one who gave you the entrance ticket?" "Precisely. Do not be deceived by his handsome appearance. He harbors a multitude of mischief within. Be wary of his façade," Lin Qing remarked with a smirk, though her jest was not rooted in genuine discontent, but rather playful banter. As a good brother, any disparagement would be delivered face to face. Lin Qing, internally exasperated by her naive brother and Appo's antics, merely blinked her glistening eyes and stifled a laugh, feigning shyness. "Is that so? I find him quite pleasant." Lin Qing thought. "Oh no, could it be that my sister has developed an interest?" He had intentionally refrained from formally introducing them, fearing the repercussions if their family discovered he had allowed her to harbor such sentiments on her first outing. The private room was enveloped in silence, and Zhou Hui, accustomed to the whispers of Lin Qing, merely shook his head in resignation. Upon hearing Lin Qing's words, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Without having made any significant effort, the fish had already taken the bait. The Lin family truly seemed to be remarkably gullible, or rather, foolish. Only after entering did they realize that, apart from Zhou Hui, 3 other men were seated in the luxurious leather sofas, scattered about the room. Each appeared to be in their 20s, exuding an air of refinement that hinted at formidable backgrounds. They were clearly of a different echelon than the likes of Lin Qing. The one seated in the center was particularly striking. With a chiseled visage reminiscent of a celestial being, every feature was impeccably sculpted. His demeanor was both ethereal and regal, adorned with a few strands of dark hair that framed his forehead, drawing one's gaze to his penetrating, cold eyes that hinted at an enigmatic allure, sending a shiver down the spine. As Lin Qing caught sight of him, her pupils dilated, stirring a tempest within her. She quickly averted her gaze, lowering her head to conceal her unease. She recognized him. Albeit they had never crossed paths, she possessed some information about him, a highly classified, dangerous individual, whom she had now encountered. Fortunately, he did not recognize her. It appeared prudent for her to exercise caution in this setting. Should their paths cross directly, it could spell trouble. "Ah, I see you have guests. Why was this not mentioned sooner?" Lin Qing felt the atmosphere grow awkward. Had he known, he would not have intruded, as it seemed rather presumptuous to disturb others. Furthermore, these 3 men did not appear easy to deal with, unlike those from the lower levels. Zhou Hui smiled and explained, "I only invited you after securing their consent. No need for concern. Please have a seat and take the opportunity to get acquainted." He spoke with intention, for this was their first encounter, and he was not entirely certain of the identities of the 3 men, only aware they hailed from the capital and held considerable status. Before they could delve into the matter at hand, Lin Qing interrupted. He had not intended to meet the Lin family, yet upon hearing their presence, these gentlemen had insisted on their inclusion. What could their motives be? Perhaps they were indeed here for the Lin family. Their initial introductions had been rather perfunctory, and he was keen to observe how they would present themselves in the presence of the Lin family. In response, Lin Qing greeted them warmly. "Hello. My apologies for the intrusion. I am Lin Qing, the 3rd in the Lin family, and this is my sister, Lin Qing." Lin Qing, somewhat timid, shrank back behind him, her bashfulness palpable as the others sensed her discomfort. "Hello. I am Gu Qian and Appo's, and visiting Lini City. I am naturally easygoing and hope to make friends with young Master Lin and Miss Lin," introduced a man on the left who, although not tall, shared a similar charm with Lin Qing. His smile radiated warmth, yet carried an undercurrent of irreverence. "I am Ji Yunjin, accompanying the other 2. It is my first time in Lin City. I look forward to your guidance, said the young man on the right, exuding an air of elegance and possessing a refined appearance that rivaled Gu Qian and amp, oppose, and amp, oppose, as his demeanor both gentle and aloof, a quintessential nobleman. Lin Qing was taken aback, for he recognized most individuals of significance in Lin City and suspected that these three were indeed of notable lineage from the capital. It was astonishing that individuals of their stature would engage him so politely. It felt surreal. Chapter 14. Jiang Youli, the man seated at the center, spoke in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Lin Qing politely nodded towards them, perceiving their demeanor as quite normal. Although he was aware of their possibly noble status, he had no intention of ingratiating himself, and now was not the moment to engage in conversation with Zhou Hui. It would be better to slip away. He then turned to Lin Qing and said, "Sister, I initially brought you here for shopping, yet you haven and oppose. T purchased anything. Shall we take a stroll outside?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Hui was taken aback. Having come all this way, were they leaving without even sitting down for a while? Why the sudden urgency to depart? Zhou Hui sensed that these three young masters from the capital were treating Lin Qing with great courtesy. Uncertain of their intentions, he thought it best to keep them around for the time being. Not only Zhou Hui, but Gu Qian and oppose, and Ji Yunjin also seemed quite perturbed, exhibiting signs of impatience. Even the usually aloof Jiang Youli raised his gaze, scrutinizing Lin Qing and Lin Qing with a hint of intrigue in his deep eyes. Indeed, since they were here, why not engage in conversation before leaving? It could serve as an opportunity to make a new acquaintance. Gu Qian flashed a radiant smile and gestured for Lin Qing to sit beside him. Seeing this, Zhou Hui's eyes flickered with discontent. As fellow nobles from Lin City, these three treated the Lin family with utmost warmth, yet they regarded him with cold indifference, as if he were of a lesser status. How truly disheartening. With Zhou Hui and Gu Qian and amp, oppose, and having spoken, Lin Qing felt it inappropriate to say more, so he took Lin Qing by the hand and seated her opposite them. The atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. Unbeknownst to whether it was intentional or coincidental, Zhou Hui was the last to take a seat, positioning himself right next to Lin Qing. Maintaining her poise, Lin Qing remained silent, occasionally stealing glances at Zhou Hui. When she noticed his gaze upon her, she instinctively averted her eyes, retreating slightly. Her delicate face, flushed with youthful innocence and shyness, exuded a sense of bashfulness that invited playful teasing. However, her inner thoughts were in stark contrast to her outward appearance. Was she not capable of avoiding Jiang Youli, whom she deemed formidable? She resolved to focus her attention on Zhou Hui, seeking ways to draw closer to him and discern his true nature. If he truly conspired against her third brother and the Lin family, she would not hesitate to employ similar tactics to send him off to reunite with Huang Qi undoubtedly. Zhou Hui appreciated her demeanor. Look at that. She had not even glanced at the three handsome young nobles from the capital, yet her attention was solely on him. A lack of intellect, perhaps, but her taste was commendable. "Miss Lin, do try the latest Longjing tea," Zhou Hui said gallantly, pouring her a cup, maintaining the perfect distance. "Thank you." Lin Qing replied softly, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Her reaction did not go unnoticed by Lin Qing and the other three gentlemen. Lin Qing felt as though the world had collapsed around him. He had rescued his sister, but failed to capture her heart. While he still held a favorable view of Zhou Hui, he feared what their parents and older brothers would say if they found out. They would surely be furious. Jiang Youli remained impassive, seemingly unaffected by anyone or anything that could stir his emotions. In contrast, Gu Qian and Ji Yunjin exchanged glances, their eyes betraying shock and a sense of schadenfreude. Before they could speak, Lin Qing could no longer sit still. "Sister, let us return home. Staying here too long will surely earn us a scolding." "All right," Lin Qing replied at a crucial moment, echoing the consensus. "But will I have a chance to see Zhou Xiao again?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, brimming with hope. This question left Lin Qing feeling momentarily disoriented. "Of course, Miss Lin is always welcome at the Zhou residence," Zhou Hui replied with a charming smile. "Enough. We shall discuss future matters later. Let us return home." Lin Qing thought to himself, finding his companion increasingly irksome. Yet Zhou Hui seemed to act deliberately, moving towards the door. "Allow me to escort you. There are procedures to follow when exiting." With a darkened expression, Lin Qing exited, trying to divert Lin Qing and Amp. Oppose. As attention. "Sister, if you see anything you like along the way, your third brother will buy it for you." After they departed, only 3 individuals remained in the private room. Gu Qianan leaped up and rushed to the door, ensuring no one was around before exclaiming loudly, "I can't believe that Lin family's young lady has some substance. We have such a handsome Jiangshao here. Yet she didn't even spare him a glance?" Ji Yunjin chimed in. "Not only that, she seems to have her sights set on that simpleton Zhou Hui. Poor taste indeed. Moreover, Jiang Ge, she appears quite intimidated by you. It seems she might cry at any moment. What is it with your perpetually stern expression?" Gu Qianan oppose and continued his tirade. "Are you utterly bored?" Jiang Youli shot him a withering glance, as if he could pierce him with his gaze alone. Gu Qianan oppose and seemed unaware of the gravity of the situation. "Well, I ascend and oppose, to that the case. Otherwise, why would I accompany you to seek out the Lin family?" Chapter 15. A beating before Jiang Youli could interject, Gu Qianan continued to chatter incessantly. "To be frank, Miss Lin and Amp, Oppo's beauty is truly striking. Were she to reside in the capital, she would undoubtedly be considered a paragon of elegance. Had she been raised within the Lin family from a young age, one can only imagine the throngs of suitors vying for her attention. I must say, Lin Qing is also quite commendable, being a descendant of 2 prominent families in the capital." Ji Yunjin, however, deftly steered the conversation away, fearing that Gu Qianan's incessant remarks might provoke Jiang Youli's wrath. While the Lin family in Lini may not command much respect, the Lin family in the capital boasts a legacy spanning centuries, deeply rooted among the 4 illustrious families of the region, alongside the Li, Jiang, and Ji families. Years ago, for reasons unknown, the designated heir of the Lin family abruptly severed ties with his lineage, embarking on a journey with his newlywed wife, remaining incommunicado for over 2 decades. Perhaps they maintained some internal correspondence, yet it has not been disclosed publicly. Jiang Youli recently learned that the newly ascendant head of the Lin family in Lini is, in fact, the heir of the Lin family in the capital, and his wife is none other than the former second miss of the Li family. Thus, the nobility of the 3 Lin brothers and Lin Qing is self-evident. However, they remain blissfully unaware of their true heritage. It would be advantageous to establish a rapport with them before they uncover the truth. Moreover, over 20 years ago, an agreement was forged between Old Master Lin and Old Master Jiang, stipulating that should both families bear suitable heirs, a marriage would ensue. This union fortuitously fell upon Jiang Youli and Lin Qing. With Lin Qing's return, Jiang Youli is naturally inclined to annul the engagement. It would be prudent to convince Lin Qing to broach the subject herself, thereby preserving the dignity of both the Lin and Li families while sparing her reputation from undue harm. At present, the focus should not be on Lin Qing, but rather on Lin Qing. Having been missing for 19 years, the engagement arranged by their ancestors ought to be rendered void, yet her unexpected reappearance complicates matters. After speaking, Gu Qianan playfully leaned closer to Jiang Youli, remarking that marrying Lin Qing would grant him the support of 2 powerful families, promising an illustrious future. "Have you truly considered this? Do you believe I require such assistance?" Jiang Youli raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. His confidence stemmed not from disdain for others, but from a knowledge that he embodies power itself, needing no external aid. "Very well, you may not need it, but you must eventually marry, lest you face inquiries from your family. I find Miss Lin and Amp, Oppo's fair complexion and gentle demeanor quite appealing." Gentle? Perhaps not. Reflecting on Lin Qing and Amp, Oppo's recent behavior, Jiang Youli and Amp, Oppo's expression darkened. His judgment may indeed be flawed. That Zhou Hui is certainly no paragon. "Oh, Yang Yi, are you perhaps feeling jealous? Fear not. With your qualities, a little initiative and subtle allure will surely render Miss Lin utterly devoted to you." Ji Yunjin closed his eyes in exasperation, swearing that should Gu Qianan meet a grim fate, he would not come to his rescue. Do you not feel a lingering attachment to this world? Faced with Jiang Youli's piercing glare, Gu Qianan recoiled, promptly silencing himself. After a considerable pause, he could not resist adding, in an oppose, "It's all your fault for scaring away the siblings so swiftly. We must find an opportunity to pay a visit to the Lin family." Ji Yunjin regarded him with incredulity. "Did we not inform you that the Lin family is hosting a reunion banquet in 2 days? There is no need for a formal visit." "Oh right, I nearly forgot," Gu Qianan exclaimed, suddenly alarmed as he turned to Jiang Youli. "Goodness, Jiang Ge, how malicious of you to annul the engagement on such a significant day for them." Jiang Youli took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain composed. Gu Qianan, interpreting his silence as acquiescence, continued, "Their precious princess has only just returned. If you do not wish to marry, they will surely hesitate to let her go. Be wary of being blacklisted by the Lin and Li families in the future." Ji Yunjin discreetly distanced himself, bemused by Gu Qianan and Amp. Oppo's obliviousness to the terror Jiang Youli once instilled in him. An incident at the city gates must not bring misfortune upon innocent bystanders. Ultimately, Jiang Youli could no longer tolerate Gu Qianan and Oppo's incessant prattling. Due to their understated arrival and lack of entourage, Jiang Youli personally dealt with Gu Qianan and Oppo's incessant chatter. Brother, ancestor, I was wrong. Please do not strike my face." Meanwhile, Lin Qing was occupied with Lin Qing, selecting items at the market. Having ventured into the black market, he was determined that his sister would not leave empty-handed. Surprisingly, Zhou Hui lingered, seemingly unfazed by their presence. Lin Qing found Zhou Hui increasingly irksome, yet he hesitated to dismiss him outright, as it appeared they would require his assistance to exit. "I like this," Lin Qing declared, approaching a private stall and picking up an exquisitely crafted hairpin, her face aglow with delight. Lin Qing regarded it as quite ordinary. Such jewelry was plentiful in the outside world, and he could arrange for a custom piece. "Why not choose something else?" "No, I want this one," Lin Qing countered, "and I wish for Zhou Xiao to purchase it for me." A predatory smile crept upon her lips as she envisioned the hairpin and Amp, Oppo's, as future use. Imagining the exquisite expression on Zhou Hui and Oppo's face when she brandished it before him, a thrilling thought indeed. Chapter 16. Punishment. The smile that graced her face. In Zhou Hui and Amp, Oppo's eyes was an expression of budding affection, a heart fluttering in the springtime of youth. "It is my honor to serve Miss Lin," Zhou Hui remarked, a subtle curve forming at the corners of his mouth as he approached the vendor. "We will take this hairpin. How much is it?" "Since it's young Master Zhou making the purchase, I shall offer it to you at a 70% discount. 70,000 will suffice." The vendor replied with a cheerful grin. Upon hearing the price, Lin Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. What appeared quite ordinary was priced at a mere 10,000 outside. Yet here it had multiplied several times. Is this what they call the black market? Zhou Hui, however, maintained a stoic expression, well aware from his time in the black market that the true nature of items rarely matched their outward appearances. Nevertheless, he was certain that Lin Qing was oblivious to its real purpose. She likely chose it at random as an excuse for him to present it to her. He promptly paid the sum. After all, a few tens of thousands to elicit a smile from a beauty was a worthy investment. Lin Qing and Amp, Oppo's smile deepened as she caught sight of Jiang Youli and his entourage approaching. Then she extended the hairpin towards Zhou Hui, deliberately saying, "Young Master Zhou, could you help me wear this?" The trio, just emerging from the private room, halted in their tracks upon hearing her words, instinctively turning towards her direction. Gu Qianan whispered, "Miss Lin seems quite taken with Zhou Hui. Jiang Ge, what about you?" "Let us go. We cannot afford to be distracted," Jiang Youli replied impassively, striding away. Their visit was intended to gauge Zhou Hui. They had no genuine interest in conducting business with him, and having assessed the situation, it was time for them to leave. Zhou Hui remained unaware of their departure, having assumed they approached him for a reason and felt no need to rush them. Upon returning to find them gone, regret washed over him. As for Lin Qing, he was entirely focused on Lin Qing and paid little heed to his surroundings. Just as Zhou Hui was about to acquiesce to Lin Qing and Amp, oppose, S request, Lin Qing intervened hastily. Ah, sister, your dress does not quite match this hairpin. Let us save it for another time. Zhou Hui has other guests. We mustn't oppose, delay him. He longed to whisk his sister away immediately. It appeared as though his sister's sole focus was on Zhou Hui, and jealousy gnawed at him. Lin Qing, hearing this, turned to Zhou Hui with a hint of apology. I'm sorry, young Master Zhou. I didn't mean to overlook that. Not at all. Allow me to escort you out. We can explore further next time, Miss Lin. Zhou Hui replied, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. After all, the bait had already been cast. He was in no rush. Once outside the black market, Lin Qing ushered Lin Qing into the car, deciding it best to return home despite the brevity of their visit. It would not do to be caught out late. En route, Lin Qing perused the detailed information about Zhou Hui sent by her subordinates on her phone, her gaze growing increasingly icy. Tentatively, she inquired, third brother, what are your thoughts on Zhou Hui? How deep is your friendship? She pondered whether, should she eliminate Zhou Hui, her brother would be disheartened by the loss of their camaraderie. Would he harbor resentment if he were to discover her actions in the future? Lin Qing, however, was on high alert, sensing his sister's interest in another man, undoubtedly indicating feelings toward Zhou Hui. He resolved to extinguish her budding affections. Zhou Hui is rather mediocre, to be honest. He is rather dull, and our parents and elder brother seem to have little regard for him. In truth, Lin Qing's words held a kernel of truth. The Lin family was indeed wary of any association between Lin Qing and Zhou Hui. However, given Zhou Hui's consistent support and kindness over time, Lin Qing had come to regard him as one of his own. Furthermore, the number of affluent young ladies pursuing Zhou Hui was ample enough to encircle Lini City. Anyone enamored with him would find themselves embroiled in an endless rivalry with suitors. Lin Qing nearly voiced his hopes aloud, wishing his sister would reconsider her interests. Oh, I see. Lin Qing sighed with quiet relief. Her brother's dismissal of Zhou Hui assuaged her concerns. Uncertain if she had absorbed his words, Lin Qing noticed her lack of further inquiry and continued driving in silence. Both siblings were lost in their thoughts, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken words. Upon returning home, Lin Qing's sharp eyes caught sight of both their father's and elder brother's vehicles in the garage. It was barely 1 in the afternoon. They should still be at the office. Had their secret excursion to the black market been discovered? Panic seized him, and he felt a cold sweat break out. He leaned toward Lin Qing. Sister, in the event that I am reprimanded, you must plead my case. What? Why would you be reprimanded? Lin Qing feigned ignorance. I hope I am merely overthinking, Lin Qing thought, a flicker of hope mingling with dread as he stepped into the foyer. However, before he could ascertain the situation in the living room, a thunderous voice from his mother shattered his composure. Lin Qing, get down on your knees. His heart sank, and without hesitation, he knelt at the entrance, his head bowed, appearing utterly pitiful. Chapter 17. Acknowledgement of mistakes. Even Lin Qing, who was walking behind, was startled. Mother certainly exhibited a fierce demeanor. Should she kneel alongside her? Kneeling before her own mother was not shameful. Thus, she lowered her head and approached Lin Qing, preparing to share in the punishment. Upon seeing her, Li Wantong and Oppo's expression instantly shifted, and she hurriedly ran to her side, her brows furrowed with concern. Nini, let mommy see. Are you hurt? Lin Qing gazed at his mother in disbelief. Could it be that she had undergone a transformation? She had never spoken to him with such tenderness before. It seemed he was merely the adopted one. However, since the object of affection was his precious sister, he felt no jealousy. Mom, I and Oppos, am fine. I and Oppos, am doing well. Thanks to third brother who has been protecting me. You must have been scared to death in that place, right? I'm sorry for causing you distress. Upon hearing this, Li Wantong and Oppos' heart melted. How could her obedient daughter be so understanding? Lin Qing innocently pouted. She had not been frightened at all. Then, she glanced at the kneeling scoundrel on the ground, and the anger she had just suppressed flared up once more. Look at your sister, and then look at yourself. You possess no ability, yet you dare to take her to such a place. What if something had happened to her? What would you have done? Lin Yuan and Lin Yichuan stood behind them, their faces dark as if they were two statues of wrath, on the verge of administering punishment. The two had just arrived home, having received news that they had nearly encountered trouble in the black market. They initially intended to rush over, but opted to wait at home upon learning that the children were already on their way back. Fortunately, nothing had gone awry. Father, mother, eldest brother, I was wrong, and I will never dare again. Lin Qing was genuinely remorseful, for this incident had indeed imparted a significant lesson. He was still too naive. His foolishness almost caused his sister distress. Next time? You still want next time? I warned you not to associate with that Zhou Xiao, yet you refuse to listen. If this happens again, I will skin you alive. Li Wantong, ultimately feeling pity for her son, observed his sincere attitude of repentance and refrained from striking him. You will kneel here today and reflect on what is permissible and what is not. Mother, third brother meant well. He got hurt trying to protect me. We need Chapter 18. Insufficient personnel in I. Is it true? Li Wantong and Amp, Oppos, S eyes brimmed with tears. For her, nothing could bring greater joy than her daughter and Amp, Oppos, S heartfelt confession. Moreover, they had owed her so much since childhood. Yes, you are my blood relatives. I cherish you in all your forms, Lin Qing said sincerely. Yet, this sentiment was somewhat disingenuous. Had the Lin family possessed mediocre values and character, she would not have engaged in such poignant displays of affection. It was their actions that had moved her first. Li Wantong stepped forward and took her hand. And I, you must be tired from playing today. How about I take you to the backyard for a stroll? Let your father and brothers handle the other matters. She simply yearned to spend time with her daughter. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, it was best to keep her daughter from venturing out for now, to promptly disclose her true identity and avert any unwelcome surprises. The atmosphere in the afternoon garden was exceptionally warm. The mother and daughter walked along the pebble path, enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility that swept away all fatigue. And I, school will commence soon. Please tell me, do you truly wish to attend? Li Wantong was concerned that Lin Qing might resist. If she truly did not want to go, it would suffice for her to remain home and keep her company. Yes, the young girl stood obediently, nodding gently. In her expressive eyes, warmth and vitality blossomed in an instant, soothing Li Wantong's heart. Would you like me to arrange for a couple of tutors to help you prepare? I fear the sudden transition may be overwhelming. Li Wantong and Lin Yuan had indeed dispatched individuals to investigate her past, but discovered that all her records were suspiciously pristine. It was evident that she had never attended a formal school. There were some uncertainties, yet they were not in a hurry. They could gradually learn about their daughter's past when she was ready to share. No, my brothers are all so clever. I am your daughter, so I must be competent too. How many positions does mother wish for me to achieve? Or which awards does she desire? I shall bring them to you. Huh? Li Wantong was momentarily taken aback. What was this sudden display of confidence from her daughter? Realizing she might have been overly self-assured, Lin Qing quickly corrected herself with a conventional response. I will study diligently and, like my brothers, become a source of pride for my parents. After saying this, Lin Qing could not help but blush. Li Wantong chuckled at her demeanor. It's quite all right. No matter how an I turns out, we will love her. Even if you cause trouble at school every day, I will gladly deal with the aftermath since I have nothing else to do. All right. I hope the Lin family truly loves me for who I am. Before she knew it, the day had already slipped away. Alone in her room, Lin Qing felt a bit out of sorts. After all, she had spent her days working on missions, often active at night. Now that she had some leisure time, an unexpected emptiness lingered within her. Unable to resist, she opened the exclusive communication app for the gymming organization. The messages she had muted a few days prior flooded her phone, overwhelming her with notifications. Initially, there weren't many messages, but since she had reached out to the division personnel today, the higher-ups grew emboldened to contact her. The chief rarely visited Lini City, and recently, there had been numerous challenging and lucrative tasks. They needed her guidance to navigate these tasks, as she had never faced defeat under her command. Upon reading the various messages, Lin Qing felt her brow furrow in concentration. The tasks reported to her were neither insignificant nor trivial. However, if completed, not only would the rewards be substantial, but they would also allow for expansion in Lini City, rendering the benefits beyond mere monetary gain. Fine, after all, I'm merely pretending to be a good girl at home, and I have ample time. As long as her actions remained discreet, she had no fear of being caught. After reviewing the tasks currently undertaken by the division, she had formulated a plan. The most pressing matter was her identity revelation banquet, as there were already those scheming behind the scenes, particularly that individual named Zhou Hui, who must not be allowed to remain. Other tasks could be postponed for now. To ensure her family's safety, Lin Qing promptly dispatched a team of 10 assassins from Jiming to conceal themselves near the Lin residence. Following this directive, her phone was soon bombarded with frantic messages. "Chief, please reconsider. Our Jiming operations in Z country are already limited, and the Lini division's overall strength is lacking. With so many tasks and limited manpower, we would not have approached you if it were not urgent. However, if you withdraw 10 personnel at once, our internal operations will become increasingly difficult, and we may not meet task completion rates." Several more lamenting messages followed. Lin Qing felt speechless. She vaguely recalled that the Lini division supervisor was quite the dramatic talker. Now she was witnessing it firsthand. Enough with the complaints. At the latest, I will personally lead you on tasks in 3 days. The response was instantaneous. Understood. Do you require any additional personnel? It would be our honor to serve you. No need. All right, I shall take my leave swiftly. Good night, Chief. Lin Qing. Did we not agree that there was insufficient manpower? Chapter 19. The meeting on the following day, Lin Yuan and Lin Yichuan went to work as usual, while Li Wanong busied herself with preparations for the upcoming banquet. Only Lin Qingyun found it difficult to remain idle. Others would rely on their father and elder brother to manage things, but for Zhou Hui, it seemed he would have to confront this matter himself. He hadn't had the chance to ask the question that had been on his mind. After all, he often sought out Zhou Hui in the past. Visiting him today would not raise any suspicions, would it? As for his sister, he absolutely could not allow her to encounter Zhou Hui again. He decided to probe the situation first. Thus, Lin Qingyun prepared to sneak out. Just as he stepped beyond the threshold of his room, he was called out by Lin Qing, who was leaning over the third-floor railing. "Third brother, where are you off to?" she inquired, propping her chin on one hand, tilting her head slightly with a hint of curiosity in her eyes, which reflected innocence and purity, as if she had merely stumbled upon him preparing to leave. Lin Qingyun felt a jolt in his heart and turned back stiffly, forcing a laugh. "Oh, I and Amp, Oppos, I'm just going to meet a friend. I'll be back shortly." How could he have been discovered? His luck was truly abysmal. "I want to go too. Will you take me along?" Lin Qing and Amp, Oppos' voice softened, imbued with a hint of pleading that made it impossible to refuse. However, taking her to meet Zhou Hui would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Moreover, he was reluctant to have her interact with Zhou Hui, despite the latter being his good friend. After all, his sister's safety was of paramount importance. Before he could utter a refusal, Lin Qing continued, "But it's so boring staying at home alone. Can you really leave me behind?" Lin Qingyun was struck by her words. Indeed, how could he leave his sister alone in the house? And this was merely a visit to his good friend. Unlike a trip to the black market, he still trusted Zhou Hui and Amp, Oppos' character. "Surely, nothing would go awry. I promise I'll be good and won't cause you any trouble. Please take me with you." Lin Qing had guessed that Lin Qingyun intended to meet Zhou Hui. How could she let him go alone? Knowing his character, he might even cheerfully hand over money if Zhou Hui were to betray him. Fine, Lin Qingyun finally relented, for he would feel a pang of guilt if he outright refused her. Since she wished to accompany him, he would just have to ensure her safety. "Then wait for me a moment. I'll be right back." Upon hearing his agreement, Lin Qing immediately turned to return to her room. In a moment, when Lin Qingyun could no longer see her, she swiftly reverted to her previous cold demeanor. Approaching her vanity, she picked up the hairpin Zhou Hui had gifted her, her red lips curving into an alluring smile, radiating beauty. Yet, her eyes were devoid of warmth, instead filled with a fierce intensity as well as a barely suppressed murderous intent. She casually pinned it into her hair. This time, Lin Qingyun had learned his lesson. For safety's sake, before heading out, he called upon a few bodyguards employed by the Lin family to discreetly follow him. He then waited downstairs for Lin Qing. When he spotted her descending the stairs with surprising speed, he felt a twinge of astonishment. He had expected her to take her time to dress up. "Third brother, I'm ready. Let us go." It was only when she stood before him that he noticed the hair accessory she wore, and his eyes widened in shock. "Sister, do you know who I'm going to meet?" He had thought, since she was unaware, he could simply bring her to meet some other friends instead. "Is it really that hard to guess?" Lin Qing countered. Lin Qing was taken aback. Was she truly so astute? Very well, he decided to indulge her just this once. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to take her along. On the way, he tried to dissuade her. "Sister, let me tell you, that Zhou Hui fellow only has a pretty face. He is actually quite flawed." He recounted all the disparaging remarks he could muster. But all he received in response was, "Oh, okay, I understand." With a sigh reminiscent of a weary father, Lin Qing lamented, "Ah, this is exhausting." If his sister truly harbored feelings for Zhou Hui, he could only hope that the latter would not be foolish enough to take advantage of her. Lin Qing had arranged to meet Zhou Hui at a high-end restaurant in the city center, initially intending to share a meal and exchange a few words before departing. However, it appeared that this was not to be a simple affair. They arrived at their destination swiftly. Lin Qing presented his membership card and was respectfully ushered inside, where a server guided them. "Zhou Hui is already waiting for us," Lin Qing gently informed Lin Qing, eager to gauge her reaction. However, she merely responded with indifference. "Oh, is that so? Let us hurry inside." Yet, as they approached the elevator, they unexpectedly encountered the three individuals they had seen at the black market the previous day: Jiang Youli, Gu Qianan, and Ji Yunjin. Their surprise mirrored Lin Qing and Appo's, as soon as the air momentarily thickened with tension. It was Gu Qianan who broke the silence first, waving cheerfully. "Lin Sanshao, Lin Xiaojia. What a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here." "Indeed, quite the coincidence. Are you also here for a meal?" Lin Qing replied politely to Gu Qianan's friendly demeanor. Chapter 20. Dining, haha, I suppose so. As Gu Qian spoke, his gaze flickered, for their outing was not merely for a meal. "Oh, I see." Faced with a stranger, particularly one of noble status, Lin Qing was at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Qian mustered the courage to speak. "Young Master Lin, Miss Lin, would you care to join us? Young Master Jiang is treating." His eyes lingered on Lin Qing, pondering how such a stunning beauty could escape Jiang Guandamp. Appo's notice, leaving him a plain matchmaker. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing cast a surprised glance at Jiang Youli. Lin Qing, too, abruptly met Jiang Youli's gaze, only to recoil as if struck by lightning. Gu Qian, observing the exchange, couldn't and Appo's, resist turning to Jiang Youli for a silent conversation. "Gu Qian, why frighten the young lady? She is, after all, your fiancée." "Jiang Youli, if she is timid, that is no concern of mine. Leave." Gu Qian sighed, exasperated. Soon after, Lin Qing politely declined. "Thank you for your kindness, but we have prior engagements." "Huh? Prior engagements? With whom?" Gu Qian and Appo's instincts were piqued, and despite knowing it was impolite, he couldn't and Appo's help but inquire. "With Zhou Hui," Lin Qing replied candidly, as they were indeed acquainted. Gu Qian and Appo's astonishment piqued. Even Ji Yunjin couldn't and Appo's help but cast a few curious glances at them. Only Jiang Youli remained stoic, like a wooden statue. "What's the matter?" Lin Qing pondered, concerned that Zhou Hui might have arranged to meet them as well. No, oh right, the elevator has arrived. You may go ahead. We are in no rush." "All right, thank you." Lin Qing, unpretentious, led Lin Qing into the elevator. Once the siblings had departed, Gu Qian resumed his animated chatter. "Jiang Gu, at least give some reaction. Your fiancé is off with someone else." Jiang Youli shot him a cold glare. "Have you forgotten why I am here? Fine, you're here to break off the engagement, but I still sense a tinge of envy." Before he could finish, Jiang Youli swiftly silenced him with a well-aimed slap to the head. "If you don't wish to partake in this meal, then leave." "I was wrong." Gu Qian quickly relented. Ji Yunjin remained silently amused throughout. The scene shifted back to Lin Qing and Lin Qing, who had located their reserved VIP room. Zhou Hui opened the door and was taken aback upon seeing Lin Qing. then half-jokingly reproached, Qingyun, why didn't you inform me that Miss Lin would be joining us? I could have made preparations. Before Lin Qingyun could respond, Lin Qing interjected, I insisted on coming myself. Sangu was unaware. Coincidentally, the room reserved by Jiang Youli and company was on the same floor, and as they exited the elevator, they overheard her eager words. Gu Qian shook his head in disbelief. See, this is preferential treatment. She wouldn't utter a word to us. Your concern for her is quite apparent. Would you like me to grant you some time to express your feelings? Gu Qian bristled. What a wicked suggestion. You know my feelings all too well. Besides, even if I had intentions, she wouldn't look my way. She doesn't even fancy Jiang Youli. Then why not hasten away? Are you planning to set up a chair here to watch the drama? Jiang Youli turned, leaving Gu Qian with a dismissive glance. All right, wait for me. Meanwhile, Zhou Hui, noticing Lin Qing and Amp, Oppose, as flustered attempts to explain, smiled gently. I hope Miss Lin wanted Amp, Oppose, to think poorly of my hospitality. Not at all. Lin Qing shyly lowered her head. Upon noticing the hairpin adorning her hair, Zhou Hui's smile deepened. Please do come in. He ushered them into the private room, where he had already arranged a lavish feast. I hope there are dishes to your liking. If not, we can order more. Not at all. I'm not picky. Lin Qing observed the exquisite array of dishes before her, her expression earnest. Are these all favorites of young Master Zhou and Sangu? Indeed, my tastes align closely with your brother and Amp. Oppose, S. Zhou Hui replied, sensing her attentiveness to the meal. A wave of pride surged within him. She must be trying to win his favor. While he had encountered numerous noble ladies vying for his attention, they often fell short in status or charm. A gem like Lin Qing was truly rare. Alas, having grown up impoverished abroad, he found himself reconsidering his options. Lin Qingyun stared at the ceiling in disbelief, wondering why these two were engrossed in their own conversation before him. Did he appear merely as a backdrop? No, he refused to swallow his pride. Chapter 21. I and Amp, Oppose, LL be waiting for you for reasons unknown. Lin Qingyun suddenly forgot his original intention for visiting Zhou Hui, his mind consumed with feelings of jealousy. Sister, try this, and Amp, Oppose, as my favorite. Thank you, third brother. Zhou Hui, however, was not in a hurry to ingratiate himself, but rather asked, somewhat intentionally, Qingyun, is there something you wanted to discuss with me? You're not trying to play matchmaker for yourself and Lin Qing, are you? Given his demeanor, that seemed unlikely. Perhaps it was a matter of suspicion directed at himself. Before Lin Qingyun could respond, Zhou Hui continued, by the way, how was your experience at the black market yesterday? Did you manage to enter smoothly? At this, Lin Qing and Oppose, S expression shifted sharply. Was Zhou Hui attempting to extract information from third brother? The entry had indeed gone well, but he had encountered some disdainful individuals on the basement level, which was rather unfortunate, though Lin Qingyun gave it little thought. Did you use the entry ticket I provided you? Zhu Yifoned, genuinely surprised that Lin Qingyun had managed to slip in so effortlessly. It shouldn't have been that easy. Yes, ever since you gave it to me. I hardly left its side, Lin Qingyun replied, oblivious to the reason behind Zhou Hui's inquiry. That's not the point. The crucial matter is, why didn't you inform me earlier about the black market's true nature? Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have brought my sister along. I intended to let you gradually experience it. I feared you might not handle it all at once, Zhou Hui said with a smile, though inwardly he was quite dismissive. Those from esteemed families typically had some understanding of the black market, yet here was Lin Qingyun, naively unaware of anything. Who else could he target if not him? Besides, remember how nothing happened the last time you accompanied me? I had previously instructed you to inform me upon your arrival, yet you snuck in and then blamed me. Lin Qingyun, realizing his fault, conceded, all right, I admit my wrongs. May I at least drink to my transgression? After a gulp of wine, Lin Qingyun abruptly sensed something amiss. Wait, this isn't how I envisioned things unfolding. What was I going to ask? He dismissed it, prioritizing his sister. They needed to leave for dinner soon. But where could they go next? Lin Qing observed his demeanor and sighed internally. She had yet to make a decision. Should she quietly deal with Zhou Hui, or subtly encourage third brother to see his true character? If she chose the former, she feared Lin Qing and Oppo's loyalty would lead him to seek revenge for his good friend, inadvertently allowing Zhou Hui to remain a cherished memory in his heart. No, 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 what a ludicrous thought. The latter option would necessitate caution on her part. Any overt action could easily lead to exposure. However, if their parents and eldest brother were to discover that Zhou Hui had been using Lin Qing against the Lin family, they would surely not let him off lightly. Zhou Hui had his own backing, and should the Lin family confront him, it might provoke new forces. It was all quite vexing. She possessed power but could not reveal it, which was immensely frustrating. Meanwhile, Zhou Hui remained silent, internally calculating. He deduced that Lin Qing must still be in the dark, as the latter only had a modicum of intellect regarding his studies. His emotional intelligence was lacking. He was also aware that the gatekeepers of the black market would not mistakenly allow Lin Qing entry. So where had the flaw occurred? Could it be that the Lin family discovered the ticket was counterfeit and, unbeknownst to Lin Qing, replaced it with a genuine one? Was it possible they had uncovered his involvement? Furthermore, the Lin family had never shown him any fondness. It seemed prudent to prepare in advance. As for Lin Qing, Zhou Hui made no connection between her and the unfolding events. The three of them sat at the table, each lost in their own thoughts. Yet, they managed to finish the meal in relative peace. Before parting, Lin Qing turned to Zhou Hui and asked, "Zhou Xiao, will you be attending my recognition banquet the night after tomorrow?" Her gaze was pure and clear, sparkling with a myriad of hopeful stars. "Certainly," Zhou Hui nodded slightly. "Then I shall await your arrival." With that ambiguous statement, Lin Qing briskly turned and departed. Zhou Hui maintained a gentle smile, though a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. Lin Qing hurried after his sister. "Sister, what did you mean by that? What do you intend to do with Zhou Hui? Surely, it couldn't be what he feared?" "It means exactly what it says. Third brother is quite astute. You should ponder it yourself," Lin Qing replied, evading his probing. She genuinely had no ulterior motives. After all, she wasn't foolish enough to act against Zhou Hui in her own home. The thoughts of girls are the hardest to decipher. "I might as well focus on my studies," Lin Qing muttered under his breath. He swiftly changed the subject. "Sister, we still have time. Where would you like to go next?" Without Zhou Hui's presence, Lin Qing felt he could finally breathe. However, before Lin Qing could respond, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was his mother calling. The playful mood he had just cultivated evaporated into despair. Carefully, he pressed the answer button. "Hello, Mother, what do you need? Where have you been gallivanting? You've taken your sister away." Heaven knows how anxiously Wanong was upon learning that Lin Qing had taken Lin Qing out again. "We just had a meal. We'll return immediately," he replied hastily. "You better do so," Li Wantong huffed, and then fell silent. Chapter 22. The Reunion Banquet Under Pressure. Lin Qing had no choice but to return home, with Lin Qing feeling a sense of defeat. "I and Oppos. I'm sorry, sister, I haven't and Oppos. Been able to make our outings enjoyable. It and Oppos. It's all right, I understand. You all care too much for my safety," Lin Qing replied, sensing the palpable concern from the Lin family. They had gone to great lengths to bring her back, unable to bear the thought of losing her again. In truth, she yearned to convey to them that she was not so fragile. Lin Qing felt moved, pondering where he could find such an understanding sister. "Shall we go? Mother is waiting at home." The night of the banquet to celebrate Lin Qing and Oppos' return soon arrived. The moonlight shimmered, bathing the stately Lin family mansion in a luminous glow, resembling a resplendent jewel nestled within the bustling city. Upon entering the grand hall, one was greeted by the sparkling ice crystal chandeliers, twinkling like stars and evoking a sense of being beneath the night sky. Antique decor and distinguished artworks adorned the surroundings, reflecting the host's exquisite taste and sophistication. This was not merely a banquet. It was an arena for various families to engage in schemes and rivalries. As the lights brightened and the music filled the air, guests began to gather, raising their glasses in camaraderie, though many were more focused on the newly favored Miss Lin. Their minds were filled with ambitious calculations. Undoubtedly, this event was the most anticipated gathering in Lini City, attended by prominent families, social elites, and numerous celebrities and directors connected to Lin Qing. Journalists from major news outlets were also present, eager not to miss this hot topic. The grandeur of the occasion signified Lin Qing amp, Oppo's esteemed status in Lini City. Meanwhile, Lin Qing remained in her room, under the careful attention of makeup artists and stylists, while her three brothers welcomed guests downstairs. Lin Yuan and Li Wantong discreetly conferred in a corner, strategizing. "What is going on, dear? Did you send invitations to those from Kyoto?" The unexpected appearance of Jiang Youli, Gu Qinan, and Ji Yunjin startled Lin Yuan. "No, how could I do something so foolish? If invitations were to be sent, it would have been to the Li and Lin families first." Li Wantong looked equally perplexed, not anticipating that those from Kyoto would arrive uninvited. This indicated that their situation had been exposed, and their days of ease were numbered. Yet, they were not prepared to return just yet. What is meant to come will come. Perhaps it's beneficial for the children to engage with people from Kyoto, Lin Yuan mused, considering it a possible opportunity. They might have come seeking something. All right, it and Oppo's. It's almost time. I wonder if an I is ready. Li Wantong felt a mix of nerves and excitement, wishing to pull Lin Qing close and proudly announce to the world, "This is my daughter." Her satisfaction with Lin Qing was immense. "Don't rush. Let's go see her." Lin Qing stood alongside Zhou Hui, observing his brother dressed flamboyantly for the occasion, which brought a mist to his eyes. "You actually came?" "Of course. As the eldest son of the Zhou family, and Oppo's, it's my duty to represent." Zhou Hui chuckled at his friend and Oppo's expression. He then surveyed the room. There are indeed many distinguished young men here today, likely eager to catch a glimpse of Miss Lin. Lin Qing smacked his forehead in realization. Yes, he should be watching over his sister, ensuring she wasn't an amp, Oppo's, deceived by any deceitful suitors. "Why am I standing here with you? I must attend to my sister." Zhou Hui smirked. "Go ahead." On Lin each one's side, the atmosphere was more relaxed, with guests comprising company presidents and business partners, engaging in discussions of commerce. Conversely, Lin Qing, one of the newly crowned emperors of the film industry, was surrounded by A-list celebrities, lending him considerable influence. These individuals readily offered him praise for Lin Qing, recognizing the advantages of associating with the Lin family. However, some elitists who prided themselves on their status and looked down upon mingling with others, or those of slightly lower status who had not received special attention from the Lin brothers, began to voice unsavory remarks. That Miss Lin was raised in an orphanage abroad, accustomed to poverty. I wonder if she can truly handle this honor. Besides, she hails from a rather chaotic and obscure country, far inferior to Z country, and I heard she even lived in a slum. What a surprise that someone like her has entered our circles. Isn't the Lin family merely a nouveau riche? They're hardly noble. If that Miss Lin were to embarrass herself tonight, I doubt they would mind. Oh yes, I've seen this Miss Lin in the black market. She's indeed beautiful. What? A girl venturing into the black market? Who would dare to pursue her afterward? Who wouldn't amp? Oppo's. Do you want her? Many would wish to ally with the Lin family. Surely your elders advised you on this before coming. Honestly, if she is truly as attractive as they say, it wouldn't be unacceptable. Chapter 23. The Reunion Banquet 2. It is questionable whether anyone truly values you, yet you are the one being critical. If you genuinely hold such disdain for her, why then do you eagerly attend a banquet? Indeed, let us refrain from this insincerity. How many present are not here for her? Setting aside the fact that the Lin family already reigns as the wealthiest in Lini, her three brothers promise to be of immense support in the future. The socialites present exhibit a degree of restraint, uttering little, but their expressions convey a deep-seated contempt for this Miss Lin, who has fallen from grace. A mere country bumpkin. And what does it matter if the Lin family offers protection? She remains unworthy of mingling within their circles. Jiang Youli, Gu Qinan, and Ji Yunjin sat quietly on the periphery, their presence markedly out of place. As most attendees were unfamiliar with them, they garnered little attention. Ui, who understood the situation, merely observed their movements without making an effort to engage them. Occasionally, a few young ladies, attracted by their striking looks, approached to strike up a conversation, only to retreat in disappointment after encountering indifference. Gu Qinan found the atmosphere exceedingly dull. Miss Lin had yet to arrive, and her brothers were preoccupied, unable to entertain them. Are we to simply sit here in silence? Jiang Youli and Appo's demeanor remained as aloof as ever. What else do you propose we do? Gu Qinan replied, it's just so tedious. Do you think the Lin couple is even aware of this engagement? They seem rather unperturbed upon seeing us. The second son of the Gu family found himself in a state of neglect. Ji Yunjin poured himself a cup of tea, suggesting, is it possible they do not recognize us at all? That seems unlikely. While we have not explicitly stated our identities, the mere mention of our surnames should elicit some reaction. Yet they appear entirely unfazed, relegating us to this corner. Such treatment is unprecedented. Jiang Youli, perceptive as always, remarked. They undoubtedly know. However, both are seasoned individuals. Do you truly believe they would allow a mere novice like you to discern any flaws? Gu Qinan bristled, retorting, am I a novice? You're hardly different. Jiang Youli scoffed lightly, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. I am not comparable to you. One of lower intellect is unworthy of comparison. Gu Qinan. Very well, consider yourself fortunate. Ji Yunjin observed the gathering with a hint of derision. Listen, these individuals are already disparaging Miss Lin without having met her, adopting an air of superiority. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is unbecoming of those of noble lineage, especially when Miss Lin is not as unsatisfactory as they claim. I am quite eager to witness their expressions when they discover that this Miss Lin, whom they disdain, hails from one of the 4 esteemed families in the capital. Compared to Lini, the capital is a realm of considerable distinction. In our nation, only the 4 prominent families can truly be regarded as the epitome of aristocracy. Gu Qinan, invigorated by the thought, remarked, indeed, Jiang, how can they so casually speak of your fiancé? Why do you not respond? To be frank, he was quite keen for Jiang Youli to acknowledge this union. After all, he had never witnessed any woman by Jiang and Appo's side. It will soon be irrelevant, Jiang Youli replied, pressing his eyelids down as though indifferent to the matter. Very well, maintain your aloofness. Let us see if you return home unscathed. The Jiang family was quite pleased with this match, since Jiang Youli and Appo's birth. They had hoped for Lin Yuan and Li Wantong to bear a daughter. When the Lin couple eloped shortly after their marriage, the Jiang family never considered cancellation. Rather, they continued to discreetly inquire about their whereabouts. Eventually, they learned of the birth of a daughter, a source of great joy, only for the news of the infant and Appo's disappearance to follow a month later, leaving the matter unresolved. Jiang Youli had once inquired of the elders why they were so insistent on this union. Surely, establishing ties with the 2 prominent families need not rely solely on marriage. The Jiang family was already formidable enough. Their answer was simply a fear that he might remain unwed for life. Additionally, Lin Yuan and Li Wantong were the most renowned couple of their generation in the capital, unmatched in talent and prestige. No one knew why they abruptly severed ties with their family. Regardless, their progeny would undoubtedly excel. Reflecting on this, Jiang Youli could not help but think of Lin Qing and Appo's gentle and submissive visage, which was indeed pleasing to the eye, though she appeared somewhat dim-witted. Perhaps this was a consequence of her lack of affection and education during childhood, or perhaps the Lin family and Appo's genes had weakened in her. Ultimately, such contemplation was not his concern. What truly mattered was determining the opportune moment to broach the subject of annulling the engagement with the Lin family. His uninvited presence today had likely left a negative impression on the Lin couple. Should they learn the reason for his arrival, he might find himself unceremoniously shown to the door, although others might hesitate to act against him due to his status. The Lin couple and Appo's temperament suggested they would not care about his family background. Such complications were indeed troublesome. Chapter 24. The Reunion Feast 3 Soon. The moment for the official commencement of the banquet arrived. The MC began with a formal opening address, followed by Lin Yuan, who took the microphone and delivered a series of gracious pleasantries. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon him. The 3 brothers of the Lin family finally managed to extricate themselves, retreating backstage to await their sister's entrance. Lin Qing was also prepared, Yet as she gazed at the much-anticipated stage from a distance, a flicker of trepidation coursed through her. This time, her visage would genuinely be thrust into the limelight, under the scrutiny of the media and the public. Surely, everything would be fine. She had already dealt with what needed addressing. Nini, are you feeling a bit nervous? Li Wantong noticed her expression and affectionately embraced her. Yes, mother, Lin Qing pondered, allowing her to misconstrue her feelings, as it would render her demeanor more typical. It's perfectly normal to feel anxious in such circumstances. I will remain by your side. You need only to walk through this moment with grace. All right, Lin Qing smiled sweetly. With such attentive family support, what more could she say? She linked arms with Li Wantong, proceeding backstage to meet her three brothers. Lin Qingyun then subtly moved to the side, parting the curtain and gesturing to Lin Yuan on stage. Then, Lin Qing heard a statement that elicited both laughter and exasperation. Now, please welcome my precious daughter, the little princess of the Lin family, making her dazzling entrance. To her surprise, her father, who usually appeared stern and solemn, occasionally revealed a rather playful side, likely the brainchild of her third brother and aunt, Oppos, as suggestion. Next, Li Wantong escorted Lin Qing onto the stage. They ascended the left staircase, moving at a measured pace, each step perfectly balanced, radiating elegance and charm. Li Wantong donned an exquisite dark blue evening gown, exuding regal opulence, her eyes bright and clear, embodying the gentle grace of serene times. Her calm and confident poise, along with the innate sophistication that emanated from her, rendered the gathered socialites feeling inadequate. The focus shifted to Lin Qing, who was adorned in a stunning ice blue, mid-length haute couture evening gown crafted from the finest silk, its texture as smooth as flowing water. Each inch exuding nobility and luxury, the overall palette ethereal and enchanting, imbued with mystery and allure. Her lithe figure, elongated by 10-centimeter heels, further enhanced her regal presence. Her complexion was as pale as snow, resembling delicate porcelain, her eyes shimmering with the depths of water, sparkling with a gentle, lively radiance. With every blink, it was as if the very strings of her heart resonated softly, enchanting those around her. Her exquisitely adorned visage resembled that of a celestial being, capturing the attention of all present, evoking awe, admiration, and envy. The three young masters of the Lin family followed closely behind, akin to three guardian deities. Even Lin Yuan stepped aside to stand by Lin Qing, bestowing ample respect and amplifying her aura. Each individual could feel the significance the Lin family placed upon her. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the venue. Only when Lin Yuan formally introduced her did the audience begin to regain their composure. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Lin Qing any longer. As Lin Yuan concluded his introduction, Lin Qing gracefully greeted the crowd. "Hello, I am Lin Qing. I hope to receive your kindness and support in the days to come." With her words, she set a cordial tone. Should anyone dare to provoke, they might find themselves in perilous straits. The young lady and Oppos' radiant smile captivated the room, and the surrounding brilliance seemed to fade into the background. It was as refreshing as a spring breeze, nourishing the hearts of all present. They were all enchanted by her seemingly innocent and charming façade, oblivious to the true ferocity concealed within her gaze. A wave of applause erupted from the audience, who were generally eager to show their respect. As the saying goes, 1 dozen teeth strike a smiling face. Moreover, Lin Qing's entrance was impeccably composed, leaving little room for criticism. Neither arrogant nor timid, her gentle and gracious demeanor radiated an innate allure. Many young men began to harbor thoughts of admiration, while the poised socialites regarded her with approving eyes. Sufficiently beautiful, she was a perfect ornament, ideal for enhancing one's stature. Furthermore, she stood firmly behind the illustrious Lin family. Chapter 25. The Reunion Banquet. For subsequently, Lin Qing composedly addressed some of the media and Oppos' probing inquiries, her adaptability leaving many in awe. No one could have anticipated that such articulate responses could emanate from someone without higher education. Following this, Lin Yuan and Li Wantong, fiercely protective, began to refuse further questioning from the journalists. Darling, there are several significant clients over there. I will accompany each one for a while. You should introduce yourself to a few people with NI. We can overlook the ordinary families in Lin, but we must meet the members of the three prominent families, as well as those from Kyoto. All right, the second and third, please ensure everything is orderly. Li Wantong instructed Lin Xinyan and Lin Qing before leading Lin Qing off the stage. As they walked, Lin Qing couldn't help but glance back at the spotlighted podium, her heart fluttering. She truly had a family now. Regrettably, she could not invite her friends to witness this moment. Their status was not appropriate. Earlier, her parents had inquired about her friends, and she had deceived them, claiming she had none. "When appos, that's wrong in I. Nothing, Mama," Lin Qing replied with a sweet smile. To her surprise, Li Wantong had noticed her slight distraction. Her mother was always concerned for her. "If you're afraid of meeting strangers, we need an appos. Go. There will be plenty of opportunities to get acquainted in the future. It an amp, appos, that's all right. I genuinely wish to meet new friends." This was an excellent opportunity for her to understand the internal dynamics of Lin and its social circles, which could greatly benefit her in fulfilling her tasks. Such a good girl. Come along with Mama. Goodness, is Miss Lin truly someone who has just returned from abroad after enduring hardships? With such beauty and poise, who among the gathered young ladies could compare? Indeed, she is exceptional. I feel she embodies the grace of someone raised with care, yet without arrogance, possessing remarkable refinement. Could it be that resources abroad are vastly superior, even in an orphanage? Perhaps she was adopted. Many aspects of her past remain shrouded in mystery. It is said her records are nearly blank. Her academic qualifications may be lacking, but that hardly matters. Her looks alone must attract numerous suitors. Unquestionably, she is poised to become one of the most sought-after young ladies in Lin, and she is of a similar age to us. She will likely attend university as well. With summer break approaching, we will have the chance to get to know her better. I heard the young masters from Kyoto have arrived. I wonder if that and appos, that's true. Are they also here for her? Even if it's just for amusement, that would suffice. The young ladies from distinguished families were discussing how to befriend her, as it pertained to their families and appos interests. Meanwhile, Gucci and appos and sat bored at his seat. "Hey, Jiang, look, your fiancée is now the center of attention. Can you truly let her go?" Gucci thought Lin Qing was quite commendable. She appeared very well behaved, unlike the young ladies from Kyoto who would rush towards Jiang Youli. "What do you think she would gain by marrying me?" Jiang Youli calmly inquired, not dismissing him this time. Gucci and appos, and hesitated, contemplating their apparent mismatch. "Indeed, if she were forced to marry you, she would gain neither your heart nor your presence, merely the empty title of Mrs. Jiang. Moreover, your identity is far more complex. Remaining by your side is perilous." "Wait, does that mean you might end up single?" Jiang Youli shot him a sharp glance. "Don and appos, glare at me. Jiang, I merely speak the truth. Do you wish to marry someone with a criminal background? Could you possibly manage that?" The Jiang family would never consent. Gucci and appos, and smirked, attempting to jest. Ji Yunjung chuckled softly. "Jiang, with your power, if you truly wish to protect her, how could anything happen to her? If you have feelings for her, wouldn't winning her heart be effortless? In other words, to be her man. As long as you are willing to cherish her, what could she possibly desire that she could not have? It all depends on your intentions." Jiang Youli rubbed his forehead. "You are right, but I genuinely have no interest in her, so this marriage is off." Furthermore, Lin Qing seemed to have her eyes set on someone else. Once he found a chance to negotiate privately with her, she would likely agree to the annulment. He could even lend her a hand in achieving her goals. Gucci and appos, and Ji Yunjung exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. "However, look at how the Lin family has left us waiting for so long. Whether you can find an opportunity to discuss this remains uncertain. Let us not mention it today. Perhaps we can visit again in a few days," Jiang Youli said after a moment of silence. All right, you call the shots. Shall we leave now?" "We cannot. The Lin family will arrive soon. They wouldn't truly leave us unattended the entire time," Ji Yunjing remarked, understanding the situation. Chapter 26. The reunion feast 5. Li Wantong approached a few esteemed ladies with Lin Qing by her side, smiling as she introduced them. Nini, these are close friends of your mother, Madame Wang, Madame Zhao, Madame Lan, and also Madame Yu, one of the prominent families of Lini City. Lin Qing glanced at the elegantly adorned women, mustering a courteous smile and greeting each one politely. Clearly, those who could associate with Li Wantong were of considerable merit. They greeted Lin Qing with warmth. Why all this formality? Wantong's daughter is our daughter too. She is always welcome to visit us. Indeed, it would be splendid if she took a liking to one of our sons. Wantong is truly fortunate. Not only are her 3 sons outstanding, but her daughter is equally well-behaved and considerate. We cannot help but envy her. Lin Qing listened attentively, refraining from interjecting. It seemed their children had been intentionally kept away, as they recognized Li Wantong and Appo's temperament. With too many younger ones present, she might not even consider attending. Especially in light of the incident where someone had bullied Lin Qing a couple of days prior. She was likely contemplating how to address that matter later. As anticipated, their conjecture was accurate. Among them, 3 families wielded moderate influence, but it was Li Wantong who first approached them. As for the younger generation and Appo's mingling, opportunities would arise, but it was prudent for them to first assess the talents present. Due to time constraints, Li Wantong exchanged a few pleasantries before taking her leave. I shall bring Nini for a visit another day. I have some matters to attend to now, so I must excuse myself. Understood, go ahead. We can manage on our own. Subsequently, Li Wantong led her to Zhou Hui. Upon seeing them approach, Zhou Hui rose to apologize. Madam Lin, my parents are delayed by matters outside and cannot return to Lini City in time. They have sent me to extend their congratulations on Miss Lin and Appo's return. I hope you will not take offense. It is no trouble at all. Your presence is a blessing for Nini. Although Li Wantong was not particularly fond of Zhou Hui, she understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. Nini, this is the eldest son of the Zhou family, Zhou Hui. Mother, I'm aware. I have met Zhou Xiao twice. Lin Qing replied with a smile. Oh, when was that? Li Wantong was ishabro furuba instantly. Puzzled as to how Nini had come to know Zhou Hui. Could it be related to the 3rd brother? In the black market, Lin Qing explained promptly. Zhou Hui and Appo's smile stiffened, for he knew the Lin couple disapproved of his association with Lin Qing largely due to his entanglements in the black market. Now that Lin Qing had mentioned it so openly, he feared he was in trouble. Indeed, Li Wantong and Appo's gaze turned unkind upon realizing the truth. It was quite unexpected. No. Once today and Appo's events conclude, the 3rd brother shall certainly face consequences. Lin Qing smirked at the thought, wishing for her mother to discipline the 3rd brother, ensuring he would not meet Zhou Hui for a while, thus allowing her to find an opportunity to act. Zhou Hui refrained from continuing the conversation, knowing that anything he said would only provoke Li Wantong's displeasure, so he wisely fell silent. After exchanging a few words, Li Wantong swiftly guided Lin Qing towards their next destination. Along the way, she ignored any advances from those who attempted to engage them, deftly shielding Lin Qing from unwanted attention. Throughout, she remained by Lin Qing and Appo's side, ensuring that any young men with ulterior motives would think twice before making a move. Their final stop was a rather inconspicuous corner where Jiang Youli and his companions lingered. Jiang Xiao, Gu Xiao, Ji Xiao, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Li Wantong approached with a hint of contrition, dropping any pretense of superiority. These 3 young men, despite her cold demeanor, managed to maintain their composure, suggesting they were no ordinary individuals. However, having been away from Kyoto for so long, she was unfamiliar with this new generation and unaware of their intentions for visiting today. Madam Lin, you are too kind. We came uninvited, so we must apologize for our abruptness. Jiang Youli rose, displaying proper etiquette. Gu Qian and Appo's and Ji Yunjin followed suit, their attitudes exceedingly respectful. They had heard tales of Lin Yuan and Li Wantong and Appo's illustrious youth, and now they were finally in the presence of the real deal. Li Wantong revealed a genuine smile. Indeed, the young men from Kyoto possessed a certain quality that was pleasing to the eye. No need for formalities, Please sit and converse. Nini, these three are. Mother, we have already met. Oh, when was that? Li Wantong's vigilance heightened. Her daughter had only ventured out twice. How could she have encountered individuals from Kyoto? Also in the black market. Li Wantong. It was all Lin Qing and Amp. Oppo's. Fault. He certainly deserved a beating. Well, that saves me the trouble of introductions. She sighed inwardly. So, what brings you gentlemen here today? She understood they must have uncovered the connection between their Lin family and the Lin family of Kyoto. Otherwise, they would not have visited without reason. Yet, she wondered if they had come of their own accord or at the behest of their families. It seemed neither scenario quite fit. Chapter 27. The reunion feast. 6. Gu Qian and Ji Yunjin simultaneously turned their gaze towards Jiang Youli, for he alone possessed the answer to their query. Neither of them held the authority to decide. Jiang Youli, with a serious demeanor, addressed Mrs. Lin, stating, "We indeed have other intentions. But our visit today is sincerely to congratulate Miss Lin on her return home. As for the other matters, I shall elaborate in a few days." He needed to first resolve issues with Lin Qing. Very well, Li Wanong nodded. If there are no further matters, then Nini and I shall take our leave for the moment. I will have each one and the others attend to you shortly. These three young gentlemen are of remarkable demeanor, and two hail from the four prominent families. It will be beneficial for our sons to become acquainted. There is nothing to lose. Perhaps their investigation into the Lin family was indeed aimed at this very purpose. After Li Wantong and Lin Qing departed, they found a secluded spot to sit. "Nini," Li Wantong inquired, "having met enough people, are you feeling tired?" "I'm not tired. It's quite enjoyable," Nini replied. "You are always so easygoing, it leaves me somewhat bewildered." Li Wantong chuckled gently, affectionately patting her head. "Mom, I want to go play by myself for a while." "All right, just be cautious." Though they were at home, the gathering was large, and unforeseen accidents could occur. Moreover, she had matters to attend to regarding certain indiscreet individuals. It was fine for her daughter to amuse herself. Not long after, the mother and daughter parted ways, with Lin Qing leisurely striding towards the back garden in her high heels. She had already noticed that Zhou Hui was headed in that direction. In such a grand banquet, he should be seizing the opportunity to socialize and enjoy drinks with his good friend Lin Qing. Yet he chose to venture out alone. Something felt amiss, especially considering the information she had previously uncovered regarding Zhou Hui and Amp, Oppo's actions that had harmed the Lin family and Amp, Oppo's interests. His intentions today were undoubtedly not pure. From a distance, Jiang Youli keenly observed Lin Qing alone and felt a stirring of ambition. This was an opportune moment. He hoped to speak with her privately regarding their engagement. He swiftly rose and made his way outside. "Hey, Jiang, where are you going?" Gu Qian questioned, puzzled by his sudden movement. "Didn't you say the Lin brothers were coming to see us soon?" "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to leave now?" Feeling slightly stifled, "I'm just going out for some fresh air. You all can manage without me for a bit." "Fine," Gu Qian shrugged. "I'm bored out of my mind, and haven't tea left yet." "Ah, the plight of the unfortunate." Ji Yunjin observed Jiang Youli's retreating figure, lost in thought. At that moment, Zhou Hui was pacing anxiously beneath an osmanthus tree in the back garden. He glanced at his watch repeatedly, finally unable to contain his frustration. Muttering under his breath, "Damn it, where's the person I and Oppo's he'd been waiting for?" He was entirely oblivious to the fact that a young maiden was stealthily approaching him. "Zhou Xiao, what brings you here?" Lin Qing and Oppo's voice startled him. Though her outward expression feigned confusion, her inner self was mocking. "Ah, are you waiting for someone?" She taunted inwardly, knowing he would be disappointed. She had recently established a defensive perimeter. Anyone harboring ill intentions who dared to infiltrate the Lin family would be intercepted and eliminated. Zhou Hui was jolted into a cold sweat by her ethereal voice. His alertness heightened. He spun around, instinctively placing his hands behind his back. Upon recognizing her face, he felt a measure of relief, as if greeting her while simultaneously reassuring himself. "Ah, it's merely Miss Lin." "Yes, it is I. You still haven't tea," answered me. "What are you doing here?" Lin Qing's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile, illuminated by the moonlight, presenting her as both gentle and innocuous. I merely stepped out for some fresh air. Zhou Hui quickly composed himself, concealing any sign of unease. Do you not wish to remain at the banquet? Have I, the Lin family, failed to host you adequately? Not at all. I simply desire a moment of solitude. Zhou Hui fixed his gaze upon her eyes, shifting the conversation. And what brings Miss Lin here? Me? Naturally. I came for you, Zhou Xiao. This declaration was delivered with utmost sincerity. Zhou Hui was momentarily taken aback, his eyes shimmering with a glint of satisfaction. He leaned slightly forward, studying Lin Qing's face closely, his heart racing, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. Oh, you came for me? What does Miss Lin seek? Such a beauty approaching him was certainly a stroke of fortune. Should the Lin family truly face ruin in the future, he could offer her a meager sanctuary, for she was blameless. Lin Qing's smile deepened. I merely wish to obtain your contact information, Zhou Xiao. If I were to invite you out next time, you mustn't decline. Ha ha, it would be my honor. I could never refuse. Zhou Hui quickly provided her with his phone number. Just as Jiang Youli approached, he was met with an irksome sight. The two were standing uncomfortably close, exuding an unmistakable air of intimacy. Indeed, he had arrived in an opportune moment. Lin Qing, catching a glimpse of Jiang Youli from the corner of her eye, swiftly lowered her gaze, a flicker of malice flashing in her eyes. What was he doing here? She stealthily concealed one hand behind her back, subtly signaling. The osmanthus tree swayed in the evening breeze, its leaves rustling softly before settling into silence. Indeed, the Lin family had stationed assassins in every corner. Should they discover anyone attempting to cause harm, they would act decisively. Had Lin Qing not followed Zhou Hui tonight and thwarted his next move, he might have met his demise. Fortunately, he could not perish within the Lin family, and her operatives must not reveal their true nature before Jiang Youli. Chapter 28. The Reunion Feast 7. Sensing a subtle movement in the trees, Jiang Youli instinctively turned his gaze in that direction. Before he could delve deeper, Lin Qing called out to him, Jiang Xiao, are you out for a breath of fresh air as well? Jiang Youli's eyes fell upon her, noting that Zhou Hui was still by her side. He refrained from expressing his original intentions, responding with a nonchalant, Zhou Hui was currently troubled. With everyone flocking here, it seemed his plans for the day might be thwarted. A shift in his agenda necessitated an urgent notification to the other side. Lin Qing observed his demeanor, likely surmising his anxiety. With a slight smile, she did not further impede him. After all, patience is key when fishing for bigger catches. Zhou Xiao, do you have matters to attend to? Or someone seeking you? You should go quickly, lest they grow impatient. Zhou Hui interpreted Lin Qing and Appo's words as mere polite conversation, completely oblivious to the underlying implications. All right then, Miss Lin, until we meet again. Goodbye, Lin Qing replied, her smile unwavering, though her heart was frigid. She silently wished he would pray never to encounter her again. Jiang Youli remained silent beside her, his gaze as profound as the night sky, seemingly capable of discerning the souls of others, exuding a faint chill. Upon Zhou Hui and Appo's departure, a flicker of emotion crossed his face. After all, he needed something from her. It would be unwise to maintain an entirely cold demeanor and frighten her away as he had done previously. Lin Qing cast her eyes downward, contemplating Jiang Youli and Appo's unusual behavior today, as if he were deliberately drawing closer to her. But what could a young lady of her station possibly offer him? Was there something she had inadvertently revealed? No, she must devise a way to keep her distance. Avoiding encounters was paramount, lest her secrets be exposed. Unbeknownst to Jiang Youli, Lin Qing subtly withdrew her hand into her sleeve, tightening her grip on the concealed blades nestled at her fingertips. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, she would act swiftly. When she looked up at him again, her gaze was tinged with trepidation, her expression marked by caution. Miss Lin, Jiang Youli began, intending to convey his purpose, but to his surprise, Lin Qing lifted her skirt, fleeing as if from a great flood. Jiang Xiao, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Jiang Youli furrowed his brow, astonished by her exaggerated reaction. Yet, he was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. In a moment of desperation, he grasped her wrist, hoping to halt her departure. Lin Qing, with her back to him, felt a chill run through her. A surge of malice flickered in her eyes as she suppressed the instinctive urge to retaliate, concealing the blade at her fingertip to avoid detection. Her other hand stealthily moved to the hidden dagger at her thigh, ready to strike should Jiang Youli dare to make another move. Concealed in the shadows, Gu Qian and Ji Yunzheng observed the unfolding drama, their eyes wide with astonishment. If circumstances permitted, Gu Qian would have shouted out loud. Fortunately, Ji Yunzheng, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly pulled him away to witness the spectacle, which was indeed riveting. He whipped out his phone and began recording, knowing that Jiang Youli and Appo's misstep would soon be in his grasp. A chance for him to turn the tables at last. Good heavens, Jiang usually presents himself as the epitome of a refined gentleman. Yet here he is, speaking one way and acting another. Just moments ago, he claimed he had no interest in Miss Lin. Yet here he is, holding her hand. Gu Qian exclaimed, incredulous. Realizing the gravity of his actions, Jiang Youli felt a flicker of regret and embarrassment cross his typically composed features. How had he lost his composure so thoroughly? He quickly released her hand, his tone softer than ever, sincerely apologizing. I am sorry, Miss Lin. It was an indiscretion on my part. In my haste, I merely wished for you to stay and listen to me speak a few words. Lin Qing tucked her hand behind her back, feigning fright, even avoiding his gaze. Jiang Shao, what could we possibly have to discuss? Jiang Youli frowned again, perplexed. He did not consider himself fearsome. So why did she react with such dread towards him while remaining composed in front of Zhou Hui? Doubt began to creep into his mind for the first time. Never mind, he thought there was no point in overthinking. Resolving the matter at hand was the priority. Just as Jiang Youli prepared to speak, their phones rang simultaneously, the sound jarring in the tranquil atmosphere. They both instinctively pulled out their phones, their expressions grave. This call seemed imperative. Miss Lin, since it appears we both have urgent matters, let's attend to our calls first and converse later, Jiang Youli suggested. All right, Lin Qing replied softly. Gu Qian and Ji Yunzheng exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the scene. Gu Qian lowered his voice. What are they discussing? We can't hear anything from this distance. But why did they both pull out their phones at the same time? Idiot, it must be that they coincidentally receive calls at the same moment, Ji Yunzheng whispered, wishing to silence him, fearful that Jiang Youli might overhear their conversation. Feeling wronged, Gu Qian glared at him. So what if Jiang scolds me? Why are you joining in? You're the foolish one. Your entire family is foolish. Ji Yunzheng. Chapter 29. The reunion banquet. 8. Jiang Youli and Lin Qing had distanced themselves from one another, ensuring that their voices would not reach the other before pressing the call button. It was Lin Qing who spoke first. Hello, have you found anything? Her voice was cool and low, imbued with an undeniable sense of authority, her demeanor astonishingly composed for someone of her age and beauty. We found something. The results will be conveyed to you immediately. Zhou Hui has already exited the Lin family residence. Should we send someone? Just follow from a distance. Do not alert them. Lin Qing paused before continuing. Proceed according to the original plan. I cannot leave just yet. Understood. As for Jiang Youli, his expression was marked by a hint of exasperation. Hello, old man. You insolent brat. Where are you right now? Have you grown so bold as to venture out without informing me? Jiang Youli's lips twitched. When had he ever informed him? Nevertheless, he could not retort, as he needed to show respect to his elder. In Lini City, at the Lin family, the old man likely knew of the Lin family and Lin Qing's existence, and he had surely surmised that Jiang Youli and Appo's sudden disappearance for 2 to 3 days was an indication of his intentions to call off the engagement. This call was indeed timely. You wretched child, are you attempting to secretly annul the engagement behind my back? Have you even broached the subject with the Lin family? Let me be clear. If you dare to dissolve this union, I will cast you out of the family. The elder was evidently furious. The Lin family's reunion banquet was highly publicized, broadcast live, and many from the capital were watching. Had he not been idly watching the stream, recognizing Lin Yuan and Li Wantong, and seeing Lin Qing, he would have remained in the dark. That girl was both charming and exceptionally well behaved, backed by the powerful Lin and Li families. How could Jiang Youli even consider terminating such a favorable match? Had he lost his mind? He had once fretted endlessly to secure this union. If he let it slip away, where would he find another granddaughter-in-law of such exceptional quality? Jiang Youli was destined to remain a bachelor. If it weren't for the fact that the Jiang family had only this one viable heir, he would have ignored the matter entirely. Jiang Youli replied, "Cast me out of the family? I can't believe you'd say such a thing. Have you gone mute? Speak up. If you truly annul this engagement, I will fly over immediately to break your legs." "Not yet, old man. Your foresight is truly remarkable. You managed to interrupt me. Ha, good. Now that's enough of your nonsense. Hurry back and do not appear before any of the Lin family members for the time being." Before Jiang Youli could respond, the elder abruptly ended the call. Jiang Youli was left bewildered. In truth, the reason for the hurried disconnection was the arrival of two unexpected guests. The elder, who had just been ranting, suddenly turned meek. For standing before him were none other than the current patriarch of the Lin family, old Master Lin, and old Madam Li of the Li family, Lin Qing and Amp, Appo's grandfather and grandmother. "Ah, how surprising. You didn't announce your arrival. I am utterly unprepared. How could I possibly neglect you? Please have a seat and enjoy some tea." The elder feigned joviality while internally sweating bullets, uncertain when the two had arrived. Had they overheard his conversation with his grandson? Where were the servants to alert him? At this moment, the elder had completely forgotten that it was his own intention to assert authority, and his anxiety about the conversation being overheard had led him to dismiss all the staff. "We are old friends. Why the formality?" Old Madam Li discerned his thoughts immediately, a smirk playing on her lips. "And as for your recent discussion, we heard every word. Indeed, I did not anticipate your grandson and Appo's strong objections to our dear Qing. It seems he is in quite the hurry to annul the engagement." They had also learned the news through the live stream that their long-lost granddaughter had been found, an immense joy. Originally, they planned to rush to Lini City, but a phone call from Lin Yuan and Li Wantong had warned them to remain discreet. The couple rarely contacted them throughout the year, and receiving a warning call was disheartening. However, they had to accept that the missteps of their past had led to this predicament. Unable to head to Lini, they thought it wise to confer with the elder, only to overhear this conversation. They had not even had the chance to see their granddaughter before Jiang Youli rushed to call off the engagement, leaving them in a precarious position. How could they endure such indignity? Furthermore, Jiang Youli and Amp, Appo's disdain for Lin Qing was unacceptable. They were not willing to let their precious granddaughter marry so early. That boy did not strike them as someone who would cherish her. She could not suffer in such a union. There were plenty of talented young men in the capital. Why settle for just one? Besides, Lin Qing was of noble birth. What was wrong with her having a few suitors? Old Master Jiang was now drenched in sweat. "My old friends, please allow me to explain. This is all a misunderstanding." He was at a loss for words, utterly clueless as to how to defend his grandson. "Very well. We shall remain here and listen to your excuses." Chapter 30. The reunion banquet before outsiders. The formidable elder Jiang had transformed into a timid quail. He pursed his lips for a long while, but could not articulate a coherent explanation. "Well, the truth is, Youli does not harbor any disdain for your precious daughter. It's simply that he has no desire to marry. He does not wish to hinder her. I discerned this during our recent phone conversation. Upon seeing the young lady in person, he now regrets his previous stance and is contemplating this match." He spoke these words without a hint of embarrassment, completely disregarding Jiang Youli and Appo's feelings. "Oh, is that so?" The two individuals clearly expressed skepticism. "Indeed, just observe how long he has been away. He still has not uttered a word. Hence, I hastily urged him to return." Elder Jiang slammed the table with fervor. "But there are no buts. Furthermore, my grandson is quite remarkable. Perhaps Miss Lin has taken a liking to him? We ought to refrain from meddling in the affairs of the young." The elder Lin and his wife fell silent. Jiang Youli was indeed exceptional. Any girl wishing to wed him could circle around Kyoto twice. And what if their granddaughter truly harbored feelings for him? Wouldn't they be courting resentment by hastily severing their bond? Moreover, if they cared so much, why not visit Lini City themselves? Coincidentally, I wish to go as well. Let us go together. Elder Jiang declared, preparing to rise. Elder Lin firmly restrained him. Will you go just because you wish to? Sit down and behave. Surely not, surely not. Have you come here because your own daughter and son-in-law have blacklisted you? Not only that, but we have only just learned this news, and we were warned over the phone, Elder Lin bitterly confessed. Haha, Elder Jiang laughed heartily, inciting the two to nearly rush forward to silence him. Sensing their hostile glares, Elder Jiang quickly sobered my apologies. I couldn't help but laugh too loudly just now with the contrast provided by these two. He no longer found it necessary to lament Jiang Youli's perpetually sullen expression daily. Indeed, life becomes beautiful through comparison. Madame Li scrutinized him. Quick, call your grandson and urge him to seize the opportunity to take more candid photos of Miss Lin. Elder Jiang hesitated. Well, while I too wish to see. Wouldn't this lead others to think my grandson is a peeping Tom? What of it? They are already betrothed. Should he fear the opinions of others? Indeed, if your grandson is truly capable, let him swiftly bring her to Kyoto. Elder Jiang pondered this notion and, under the watchful gaze of the others, retrieved his phone. After Elder Jiang hung up, Jiang Youli and Lin Qing returned to their respective places. It was Lin Qing who spoke first. What did young Master Jiang wish to convey to me? Jiang Youli, recalling the elder's words, ultimately chose not to mention them. He fell silent for a moment before sincerely stating, Zhou Hui is not a worthy companion. I hope Miss Lin remains vigilant and does not fall prey to deception. Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, disbelief flickering in her beautiful eyes. Jiang Youli did not appear to be an idle observer. Why was he concerning himself with her affairs? While she knew he spoke the truth, she was currently a love-struck maiden. It was only natural to defend Zhou Hui, was it not? Yet, it seemed he was genuinely concerned, and she felt it inappropriate to respond too harshly. After a brief hesitation, Lin Qing finally posed a question, and what of you? Young Master Jiang? Would you be considered a worthy companion? Jiang Youli didn't anticipate her sudden inquiry, surprise evident in his deep-set eyes as he replied honestly. I too am not a worthy companion. Lin Qing's lips curved into a subtle smile. Momentarily uncertain whether his sincerity stemmed from genuine care or if he believed she harbored feelings for him, thus issuing a veiled rejection. Regardless, it was irrelevant to her. It was time to find an excuse to depart. Young Master Jiang, it is quite chilly this evening, and I feel somewhat cold. I shall take my leave now. Jiang Youli responded softly, his expression inscrutable. From his hidden vantage point, Gu Qianan seemed to have overheard her words. Truly hypocritical. Claiming it's cold at night is merely an excuse. Did you catch that? Of course. She knows Zhou Hui is outside. She came here eagerly, and after a brief moment with Brother Jiang, she is quick to leave. Is that not preferential treatment? Gu Qianan believed there was some merit to his reasoning. Seeing him silent, Gu Qianan continued, right? Perhaps Miss Lin truly lacks discernment. How could she remain unaffected by such an exceptional figure as Brother Jiang? Poor Brother Jiang. After mustering the courage to be proactive, only to be suddenly, Ji Yunjin kicked him, signaling him to be quiet. What was that for? Gu Qianan was taken aback, only to be startled into sobriety by a cold voice laced with menace. Are you enjoying the show? Gu Qianan's heart dropped as he stiffly turned around to find the very subject of their conversation, Jiang Youli, standing behind him. Ha ha ha, I said nothing, did I? Gu Qianan shot a pleading glance at Ji Yunjin. Honestly, why does Brother Jiang move like a vengeful spirit? He walks without a sound. He nearly lost his soul from fright. Chapter 31. The reunion banquet. Ji Yunjin silently gazed at the sky, entirely disregarding Gu Qianan. After all, a dead friend is preferable to a dead priest. Hand over your phone. Jiang Youli was not to be trifled with. He reached out to destroy the evidence. Huh? How did you know? No way, not a chance. I would rather die than surrender. Gu Qianan fiercely defended his secret, having finally caught Jiang Youli off guard. He could not possibly relinquish it so easily. Oh, are you certain you want an amp? Oppo's. T handed over? Under Jiang Youli and amp. Oppo's menacing glare, Gu Qianan swallowed hard but defiantly replied. I am certain. Jiang Youli elegantly retrieved his own phone, a wicked smirk gracing his lips. If that's the case, I shall have a little chat with the head of the Gu family regarding how you botched your blind date with Miss Mu. No, no, no. I was wrong. Brother Jiang, please, I'll give you the phone right away. Gu Qianan was utterly defeated. Throughout his life, he had always been at Jiang Youli and Amp. Oppose. S. Mercy. When would he ever have a chance to stand tall? He had initially hoped to cling to the future Mrs. Jiang and Amp. Oppose. S. Coattails. But it seemed that this union was destined to fail. After acquiring the phone, Jiang Youli promptly deleted the incriminating photos and coldly tossed it back to Gu Qianan. Just as he was about to say something further, his phone rang again. Glancing down, he saw it was the old man. He had no choice but to answer patiently. Hello, what is it now? On the other end, old Master Jiang chuckled and recounted his recent conversation with old Master Lin and old Madam Li in detail. He concluded with a curt, "The signal is poor. I'll hang up now," followed by the sound of the line disconnecting. Old Master Jiang. Meanwhile, old Master Lin and old Madam Li, who had been eavesdropping, erupted into laughter. "In an oppose, it's all your fault. What kind of terrible idea was that? And you're still laughing." As for Gu Qianan and Ji Yunzheng, they seized the opportunity to slip away while Jiang Youli was on the phone. "Why do I get the feeling you're in a good mood? Did I threaten you? And that makes you so happy?" Gu Qianan scrutinized Ji Yunzheng with suspicion. "What do you think this is?" Ji Yunzheng thrust his phone screen into Gu Qianan's face, revealing the very photo Jiang Youli had just deleted. "What the hell? How did you manage that?" Gu Qianan's eyes widened in disbelief, his emotions oscillating wildly. "Black technology, it's just a matter of a few taps. You wouldn't and oppose. Do you understand if I explained?" "True. I almost forgot your expertise." Gu Qianan grinned wickedly. "That dastardly brother Jiang. One day I shall have my revenge." After basking in his moment of triumph, he suddenly realized a troubling thought. If you could so effortlessly steal the photo from my phone, then what else might you have? A feeling of being robbed surged within him. When the world is in that head of yours, do you really think there's anything in my pathetic phone that's worth my effort? Ji Yunzheng retorted. "That photo is the only thing with any value." Gu Qianan's self-esteem took a hit. "You could have just cleared your name without resorting to personal attacks. Keep talking, and Brother Jiang will be here soon." "Oh, right. We should make a hasty exit." As Gu Qianan took a step forward, he noticed Ji Yunzheng seated calmly in a nearby lounge area. "What are you doing? Hurry and run." Ji Yunzheng shot him a look of disdain. "Where do you think you can run to? If we get caught, the punishment will be far worse. We might as well wait here." "That actually makes sense," Gu Qianan conceded. Leaving the banquet early would indeed be inappropriate. Before long, Jiang Youli found them. But he merely sat quietly, seemingly deep in thought, not dwelling on the earlier incident. Meanwhile, Lin Qing returned to the banquet hall, discovering her family bustling about. Although she longed to follow Zhou Hui and uncover his schemes, as the guest of honor, it was improper for her to leave abruptly. She decided to wait and observe. From the moment she entered, the attention of most attendees was fixed upon her. Now surrounded by peers her age, the older generation and more distinguished guests occupied a separate area. If Lin Qing looked closely, she would recognize a few familiar faces among the crowd, those who had provoked her in the black market and oppos, as lower levels. One young man, with red-dyed hair and tattoos of black vines adorning his neck, appeared slightly inebriated. While others pondered how to ingratiate themselves with Lin Qing, he boldly approached her. "Miss Lin, we met before. Do you remember me?" His audacity astonished the onlookers. Should they scold him for his foolishness or commend him for his bravery? Everyone awaited Lin Qing's response. She cast him a frosty glance, her expression unyielding. "Oh, I don't remember." In truth, Lin Qing did recall. The red-haired youth had been quite vocal in the black market, particularly with the disdainful glances he had cast her way, which had left a lasting impression. However, she needed to maintain her composure and not engage with him. Let these matters be dealt with by her father and elder brother. Chapter 32. The reunion feast just 2 days ago at the black market. Think carefully. Red-haired shouted loudly, eager for all to hear. The room fell silent in astonishment. In truth, most were unaware that Lin Qing had also ventured into the black market. His proclamation made it common knowledge. Who would have thought that this seemingly demure Miss Lin would dabble in such illicit affairs? While the men remained largely unfazed, The women regarded her with disdain, as her reputation was sullied. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lin Qing and Appo's eyes, swiftly masked by her composure. Restrain yourself. Violence is not an option. Under normal circumstances, he would have already been a corpse before her. In red-haired and Appo's eyes, Lin Qing's silence was tantamount to an admission of guilt. Ah, Miss Lin, you certainly have a tendency to forget, he taunted. What is it that you seek from me? Lin Qing's tone had grown icy, a palpable coldness enveloping her words. Yet, red-haired, inebriated and oblivious, moved closer, as though they were old acquaintances. I merely wish to apologize, Miss Lin. I was unaware of your status at the time. He stammered, encroaching upon her space. Apologies are unnecessary. I cannot accept them. Lin Qing retreated a couple of steps, her eyes betraying her disdain. Hey, you weren't this dismissive at the black market. Why so quick to turn your back? Though intoxicated, he sensed a shift in her demeanor. Perhaps spurred by the alcohol, he bristled with indignation. Weren't you so amiable and gentle then? Now, you won't even spare a courteous word? Do you think that just because you have the Lin family backing you, you can look down on others? He scoffed, though his lineage, while respectable, paled in comparison to the Lin family. He felt an innate contempt for this sudden country girl who had dared to rise above her station. Initially drawn to her beauty, he now felt slighted by her apparent indifference. Moreover, his family had long harbored animosity towards the Lin family. Logically, he should not have received an invitation. Yet, with the Lin family unexpectedly extending an invitation to his, perhaps she had taken a liking to him and had made a special request. What do you want? Lin Qing, exasperated, decided to play along for a moment longer. Once the act is over, I shall see you on your way. Red-haired, perceiving her softening disposition, smiled broadly. I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to befriend Miss Lin. He casually grabbed a wine glass from the nearby table, pouring a drink and presenting it to her. If you drink this, we shall bury the hatchet. What do you say? The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, disapproving of this young man's audacity. They speculated that Lin Qing would surely refuse the drink. After all, this was her domain, and she had no reason to acquiesce. A mere display of displeasure would summon her family and Appo's as support. Meanwhile, Jiang Youli and his companions observed intently. Ji Yunjin, seated conveniently close to Lin Qing, was in a prime position to witness the unfolding drama. Hey, Jiang, Aran and Appo's, are you going to seize this opportunity to be a gallant hero? Gu Qian teased, nudging Jiang Youli. This golden chance is yours for the taking. Jiang Youli remained impassive, his gaze fixed ahead. Perhaps not. I wouldn't dare. To everyone's surprise, Lin Qing neither refused nor reacted with anger. Instead, she offered a polite smile, her demeanor warm. Very well, she said, stepping forward to accept the glass. Red-haired, brimming with pride, felt his heart flutter as her beauty drew near. In that moment, Lin Qing seized the opportunity to discreetly launch a specially crafted silver needle towards his wrist, while her other hand discreetly aimed a second needle at his knee. Her movements were masterfully concealed, eluding the notice of all, including red-haired himself. The needles embedded themselves in his flesh, impairing his mobility. Startled, he jerked his hand, spilling wine all over Lin Qing, who feigned shock as the liquid splashed onto her elegant gown. With a gasp, she stumbled backward, inadvertently avoiding red-haired's lunge. Ultimately, both fell to the ground. Red-haired, with a somewhat lewd expression, appeared unharmed. In stark contrast, Lin Qing was left in a state of disarray. The exquisite fabric of her gown was marred by wine stains, detracting from its original splendor, and its sheer design accentuated her alluring figure. Her delicate face, pale from fright, bore a trembling gaze that evoked sympathy. Meanwhile, the unrepentant red-haired continued to stare at Lin Qing, oblivious to the chaos he had unleashed. Chapter 33. The reunion banquet. Lin Qing's heart was remarkably tranquil. Regarding the previous incident in the black market, her parents might be in need of an excuse to formally confront that group. Initially, she had no intention of getting involved. But since the red-haired man presented himself so conveniently, how could she refrain from taking advantage of the situation? It was an opportune moment to escalate matters and provide the Lin family with a chance to thoroughly address the issue. A lesson to be learned. To the onlookers, it seemed as though the red-haired man's ill intentions had been thwarted, resulting in this chaotic scene. Everyone appeared somewhat flustered. The unexpected mishap involving the banquet and Appo's main character could lead to dire consequences, especially given the Lin family and Appo's high regard for her. This matter was far from over. For a moment, no one dared to intervene. Although this was a prime opportunity for a hero to save the damsel, there was a risk that the Lin family, in their protective instincts, might include anyone stepping forward as a troublemaker, which would not be worth the trouble. The red-haired man's family was not one to be trifled with. Moreover, most of the bystanders were merely spectators, eager for entertainment. Quickly, as Lin Qing fell, Gu Qi and Appo's, and forcefully shoved Jiang Youli, urging him to act before Lin Miss and Appo's. As predicament became even more embarrassing, Jiang Youli, who had initially adopted a passive stance, found himself compelled to step in due to the proximity and Gu Qi and Appo's, Appo's push. Observing her sprawled on the ground, looking vulnerable and helpless, softened his heart. After all, she was in name his fiancée. Without hesitation, he removed his suit jacket and stepped forward, draping it over her, concealing the dampened areas of her attire. Upon realizing it was him, Lin Qing felt a pang of anxiety. Why was he so intent on meddling? This was unexpected. To avoid arousing Jiang Youli's suspicions, she pretended to be frightened, instinctively curling up and discreetly concealing her weapons. Her body trembled, caught in a state of fright, as if still recovering from shock. Jiang Youli gently helped her to her feet, his tone unusually tender. "Miss Lin, do not be afraid." At that moment, the red-haired man was also struggling to rise from the ground. Seeing his movement, Jiang Youli's expression turned cold, without a second thought. He lifted his leg and stepped onto the man's shoulder, pressing down with considerable force. With a sickening crack, the red-haired man let out a harrowing scream. Jiang Youli regarded him with disdain, as though he were nothing more than refuse. Such audacity at a young age, he scoffed. Lin Qing gazed at the tall, elegant figure before her, astonished. Why was he helping her? Could it be that he had developed an infatuation? It seemed more plausible that he was merely acting out of a sense of obligation. The spectators collectively gasped, taken aback by Jiang Youli's boldness, murmuring amongst themselves. Who is this person? Does he think he can play the hero without consequence? He just went straight for him. Fear of retaliation loomed, as the red-haired man and Appo's parents, the Liu family, were known for their protectiveness. Such actions would undoubtedly tarnish their family's reputation. Has anyone seen him before? He seems extraordinary, perhaps from a distinguished background. I know most of the elite in Lin City, but I have never encountered this individual. Some speculated that he was unaware of the red-haired man's standing and had foolishly assumed the Lin family would protect him, acting on impulse. Yet, his previous actions were undeniably impressive, exuding an intense charisma that was hard to ignore. Indeed, I have long found that red-haired man displeasing. A scoundrel, indeed well-deserved, Gu Qian exclaimed enthusiastically. At that moment, the Liu family patriarch and matriarch arrived, witnessing the scene that ignited their fury. "My son, who dares to treat my child this way?" Liu madam cried, rushing forward to embrace her son. All he did was accidentally spill wine on Miss Lin. He did not harm her, so why such brutality? That insolent boy. Does he think my Liu family is beneath him? The patriarch glared at Jiang Youli with a menacing intensity. The couple had initially assumed the commotion was trivial and had not paid it much attention. They had expected to apologize to Miss Lin, but this man, emerging from nowhere, had attacked their son without hesitation. How could they tolerate such disrespect? "And what if I do?" Jiang Youli retorted with a cold laugh, his demeanor indifferent, showing no regard for the Liu family. His words sparked a wave of murmurs among the crowd, astonished by his audacity. Meanwhile, the Lin family had arrived. Lin Yuan and his three brothers wearing expressions of barely contained rage. They had been alerted to the situation as it unfolded, and the delay in their arrival had only intensified their anger. Upon learning that Lin Qing had been wronged, their fury was palpable. Le Wantong Rushed forward, carefully embracing Lin Qing. Nini, it is all my fault for not being by your side. I am so sorry you had to endure this. Her face was filled with regret. Let me see. Are you hurt anywhere? It and amp. Oppose. S nothing. I merely stumbled a little. I and amp. Oppose. Am perfectly fine. Lin Qing felt a twinge of guilt for causing her family unnecessary worry. Once it was confirmed that she was indeed unharmed, Lu Wantang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 34. The Reunion Banquet. Nini, let someone take you back to change into another dress. Leave this to your parents. Lin Qing cast a worried glance at Jiang Youli, then obediently nodded. All right, Mom. Changing clothes would not take long, and she could return to continue watching the performance. Once Lin Qing departed, all eyes turned to the Lu family, particularly the Lin family, whose previously gentle and amiable demeanor vanished, replaced by a stern and fierce countenance, as if their mere gaze could inflict mortal harm upon the three Lu members. The red-haired boy still clung to Madame Lu, wailing loudly. The head of the Lu family felt a twinge of fear under the Lin family's ferocious stares. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. However, he had no inclination to apologize to the Lin family just yet. He needed to deal with the one who had assaulted his son first. Furthermore, it was prudent to tackle the softer targets first and regain some face. Brother Lin, today's incident is our fault concerning your esteemed daughter. But this man nearly incapacitated my precious son. Allow me to settle this debt first, and afterward I will offer my apologies to you. Lin Yuan and Oppose. S expression darkened further. This man, if he had prioritized sending his son to the hospital for treatment, he would not have said much. Yet, disregarding his son's injuries, he sought to confront Jiang Youli over his misplaced sense of pride. Just as Lin Yuan was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Li Wantong intervened. She wore an enigmatic smile that sent chills down the spines of those present. No worries, I understand. Our family's matters can be dealt with later. Your sister-in-law is quite reasonable. The head of the Lu family feigned admiration for Li Wantong, then strode arrogantly towards Jiang Youli. Which family do you belong to? Call your guardian here. If the young man came from a respectable background, he would extort a considerable sum. If not, the suffering his son had endured would be repaid tenfold. Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin stood off to the side, arms crossed, detached spectators of the unfolding drama. I wonder how that Lu family head will meet his end, horizontally or vertically. Yi Yunzhen replied dismissively. Humph! Gu Qianan turned back to observe the spectacle. Before Jiang Youli could respond, Li Wantong feigned surprise and distress, stepping in first. Oh, you wish to summon his family? I amp, Oppose. I'm afraid it would take too long for old Master Jiang to fly over from Kyoto. At her words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Some even dropped their glasses, shattering them without registering the noise. The mere mention of Kyoto was enough to intimidate them, as it represented an insurmountable barrier. Moreover, if they heard correctly, she had just referred to old Master Jiang and the Jiang family, the most formidable among the four prominent families. Madame Lu halted her cries and reprimands, momentarily forgetting her son, staring incredulously at Li Wantong as if she had just shared a jest. The head of the Lu family stood frozen, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He could only reassure himself that it was a fabrication. What did it matter if someone came from Kyoto? As long as it wasn't an amp, Oppose, the Jiang family, there was still room for redemption. How could the heir of one of the four great families appear here? Yet, gazing at the poised and refined man before him, he found it hard to dismiss the possibility. After all, how could a mere family not cultivate such impeccable grace and bearing? Seeing the atmosphere reach a boiling point, Gu Qianan approached Jiang Youli with a grin. Lo and behold, our illustrious young Master Jiang encounters a setback in Lini City. I must share this with my circle for a good laugh. Ji Yunjin seamlessly joined in, suggesting that this historic moment deserved to be documented. Their presence added to the mounting pressure. Li Wanan seemed to be in high spirits, teasing them. Gu Xiao and Ji Xiao are quite humorous. Her words struck like thunder, shattering the previous silence, plunging the room into a new wave of quietude. The Lu family head, unwilling to concede, inquired, "Are you referring to the esteemed young Master Jiang and young Master Ji of the four great families?" One only needed to consider Gu Qianan alone to feel trepidation. After all, The Gu family ranked among the most formidable families outside the four great ones. How many Jiang and Ji families exist in Kyoto? Li Wantong smirked with a hint of mockery, continuing, where were we? Oh yes, we need to summon young Master Jiang's family. The Liu family head fell to his knees before her. Oh, dear sister-in-law, please say no more. Unexpectedly, Li Wantong's demeanor shifted abruptly, her face turning icy. A chill emanating from her very presence. Who is your sister-in-law? Do not presume familiarity. I have yet to settle the score for the grievances against my daughter. Meanwhile, the impulsive Lin Qing had long been glaring at the red-haired boy, ready to charge at him, but was held back by his elder brothers. As for Lin Yuan, during the initial chaos, he had instructed his men to control all media reporters and seal off the Lin family residence. No one was permitted to leave until the matter was resolved. Chapter 35. The Family Recognition Banquet 14. The atmosphere now is chilling and oppressive. Regardless of their lofty or humble status, everyone is striving to diminish their presence. After all, these are individuals from the capital, and who would dare to interject? The only ones truly enjoying the spectacle are the few celebrity friends whom Lin Xinyan invited. I am the one who dealt the blow, so tell me, how shall I compensate? Jiang Youli and Oppose. S tone was nonchalant, yet it exuded an invisible pressure. The head of the Liu family immediately plastered a smile on his face, completely abandoning his earlier arrogance. This is merely a minor scuffle between juniors, of no consequence. How could we possibly demand an apology from young Master Jiang? How could I dare to provoke the Jiang family? If I accept young Master Jiang and Oppose as compensation, whether it even ends up in my pocket is another matter entirely. Moreover, it is highly likely that in a couple of days, our entire Liu family will be compelled to pay up to the Jiang family. Jiang Youli curled his lip in disdain, unwilling to spare the head of the Liu family another glance, and shifted his focus to Li Wantong. It was best to leave the subsequent matters to Madame Li. It would be inappropriate for him to overstep. Then let us thank young Master Jiang, Li Wantong responded, a flicker of concern crossing her mind about whether Jiang Youli would easily let Hong Mao off the hook. Now that he had handed over the initiative to her, it suited her intentions perfectly. She exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yuan and their sons, silently agreeing that it was time to settle both old and new scores. Upon hearing this, the Liu couple felt a wave of relief wash over them. Fortunately, young Master Jiang was not seeking retribution, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Before they could fully recover from their shock, they witnessed Li Wantong springing into action. She swiftly approached Madame Liu, assisting her to her feet. Oh dear Madame Liu, the ground is cold, and considering your health, you ought not to remain kneeling. Originally, Madame Liu had been clinging to her son, but with this pull, Hong Mao lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Mom, I think my bones are broken, it hurts. Hong Mao attempted to rise, but inadvertently aggravated his injury. Seeing this, Madame Liu and Oppose, his heart ached, and she leaned down, only to be pulled back by Li Wantong. You are far too soft-hearted. Young Master Jiang and Oppose, S kick hardly seemed forceful. How could it possibly have broken his shoulder? The child is merely seeking sympathy. Upon hearing this, Madame Liu found the argument compelling. She was well aware of her son and Oppose's character. Every time he found himself in trouble, he would come running to her for support. This mischievous rascal had often engaged in fights, so how could he be so easily injured? Normally, this would be one thing. But today he had provoked not only the Lin family and Oppose, as cherished one, but also the elite of the capital. Rather than seeking an apology, he was only distracting his parents, adding to their distress, displaying a complete lack of awareness. It was perhaps time for him to face some consequences for his misbehavior. Little did she know, she had grossly underestimated Jiang Youli and Oppose's prowess. Her son and Oppose's shoulder was indeed broken. Ignoring her son and Oppose's pleading gaze, Madame Liu chose to overlook it. And the head of the Liu family paid him no mind either. Li Wantong exchanged a glance with Lin Qing, who, invigorated, dashed over to Hong Mao's side. Then, feigning concern, he began to examine the injury. Let me see where you are hurt. When he discovered that Hong Mao was genuinely injured, Lin Qing could barely contain his laughter, though he maintained an expression of righteous anger. Well, look at you. Still putting on a show, aren't you? I've said before that you act like a local bully, always brawling. How could you be so fragile? It seems you're merely fishing for sympathy. Hong Mao, infuriated by these words, felt his temper flare. Not only was he in excruciating pain, but he was also being slandered. What nonsense! Do I need to seek sympathy? Despite his reluctance to admit it, he was indeed quite vulnerable. The pain radiated not just from his shoulder, but also from his wrist and knee. Oh, look at that. Your voice is still quite strong. Lin Qing and oppose. Taunt prompted the onlookers to largely believe his claims that Hong Mao was merely playing the victim, shirking responsibility. Even the head of the Liu family looked on with disappointment. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qing resolved to teach Hong Mao a lesson. You think this is all a game? I haven't yet settled the score for bullying my sister. With that, he unleashed a punch that knocked out two of Hong Mao and Oppo's teeth. When Hong Mao attempted to rise and protest, Lin Qing landed another blow to the other side of his face, causing blood to spill from his mouth, rendering him incapable of articulating a defense. Madame Liu gasped in horror, nearly losing her mind. My son is already injured. Why one in Oppo's? You let him go? Unfortunately, she was firmly restrained by Li Wantong, unable to intervene. Lin Yuan, his expression dark, blocked the Liu family patriarch and Oppo's path, leaving them no opportunity to assist Hong Mao. Just then, Lin Qing, freshly attired, descended from the upper floor and witnessed this dramatic scene unfold. With a knowing smile, she reveled in the spectacle, her eyes sparkling with delight and admiration for the Lin family's temperament. She relished their penchant for retribution, much like her own. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Jiang Youli sensed movement in that direction. He turned back just in time to catch a glimpse of her mischievous smile. His expression darkened, intrigued by the prospect. How fascinating! This young lady from the Lin family was certainly not as innocuous as she pretended to be. He had nearly been duped by her before. Chapter 36. The Recognition Feast. Do you really intend to eradicate us completely? The head of the Liu family found himself choking on his words. Caught between the urge to express his frustration and the need for restraint, feeling utterly miserable. He had not anticipated that the Lin family would be so utterly unyielding. Your son is of questionable character and has long been notorious in Lini City. Today, our Lin family is merely ridding society of a menace. Lin Yuan declared with righteous fervor. Li Wanhong chimed in. Indeed, if you refuse to educate your own son, we are more than willing to take on that responsibility. At that moment, some bystanders felt the need to intervene. As the saying goes, forgive where one can. Miss Lin had not endured any real harm, and young Master Liu had received his due lesson. Perhaps it would be wise to let bygones be bygones? Yes, causing such a spectacle benefits no one. Peace should prevail. They suggested, if one could not contain their anger, perhaps the Liu family could offer some form of material compensation. After all, if someone were to be grievously harmed, it would be irreparable. Furthermore, young Master Jiang had not seemed to hold a grudge. Were they not making a mountain out of a molehill? Upon hearing this, Li Wantong scoffed. Making a mountain out of a molehill? Do you not realize that Nini is the jewel of our family? If one is foolish enough to approach her, who should I strike? It was shocking that such a scoundrel would still find defenders. Had the Liu family bribed someone? Shall I unveil his past transgressions for all to see? No one had witnessed Li Wantong in such a formidable light before, domineering, assertive, and exuding an aura of authority, with a hint of fierce resolve in her eyes. Typically gentle and demure, her sudden display of power left the audience in stunned silence. After enjoying his moment of triumph, Lin Qing swiftly rose, delivering a parting kick as he left. Observing this, Lin Yuan recognized that the moment had come. He commanded all the bodyguards of the Lin family to assemble, causing a ripple of trepidation among the onlookers. What does this mean? Lin Yuan raised an official smile, paired with his serious demeanor, creating a somewhat intimidating presence. Since we have reached this juncture, why not settle the scores today? Scores? What scores? Most were bewildered. ISN and Oppos. This a recognition feast? How has it suddenly transformed into a banquet of revenge? This has nothing to do with us, does it? I trust you have heard whispers of the incidents involving my youngest son and daughter being bullied in the black market a few days ago. The crowd froze, realizing he referred to settling accounts regarding that matter. Logically, one would expect such prominent families to bury their shame, even in the black market, yet here they were, brazenly seeking retribution. Moreover, it hardly seemed significant. The Lin family was overreacting in their defense of their kin. Many felt a chill of apprehension. This recently recovered Miss Lin was not to be trifled with. Why is everyone suddenly mute? If any of you were involved, step forward, Lin Yuan declared, casting a glance at Lin Qing. He then produced a previously recorded list, projecting it onto the big screen. Can any of you gentlemen in your families provide an explanation to my brother and sister? Most names on the list belong to young masters similar to the red-haired scoundrel. Upon seeing their names, they Kuden and Amp, Oppos. T helped but feel a knot of dread tightening in their stomachs. Some sought parental aid, while others attempted to plead their case. Head of the Lin family, Madam Lin, we have been wronged. At that time, we genuinely did not recognize young Master Lin and young Miss Lin. Had we known, we would never have caused a ruckus. If Lin Yichuan and Lin Xinyan had been present, they would have been recognized. Unfortunately, Lin Qing had left little impression. And Lin Qing was even less known. Yes, we would never dare to provoke the Lin family. It was all a misunderstanding. We merely spoke out of turn, without any intention of escalating matters. The one who truly acted was the gangster. We had no part in it. Li Wantong, however, was unconcerned with their explanations. Her child had been wronged, and she demanded an account from the Lin family, not just excuses. Her stance was clear: accounts needed to be settled. Whether one had acted or not, anyone associated must apologize. Lin Yuan added a cutting remark. We had no intention of making a fuss. But since you have shown such excessive sympathy, why not shoulder the blame for young Master Lu as well? Although he had initially planned to let it go, fabricating a few words was not beyond him. At that moment, some faces turned ashen, as if they had swallowed something bitter. Lin Qing swaggered over to Lin Yuan and Amp. Oppos sighed, brimming with arrogance. You, and you. I remember those who mocked me. The individuals he pointed at shrank back, too intimidated to protest. The elders accompanying them had no choice but to lower their stance. Apologizing to the Lin family and conceding to compensation was not out of the question. They simply did not want to face the same fate as the red-haired scoundrel. At this juncture, Lin Qing made her timely entrance. Father, mother, brothers, today's events stem from my misjudgment. Not only have I caused you worry, but I have also startled our esteemed guests. Chapter 37. The conclusion of the kinship banquet, she stepped delicately into the center, her gentle face tinged with a hint of regret. Moreover, regarding the previous incident, I believe they did not act with malice. After all, it was we who failed to clarify our identities from the outset. Her words alleviated the discomfort of those present, who cast appreciative glances in her direction. It was fortunate that this young lady possessed such understanding. Indeed, we had spoken some nonsense at that moment. We have since recognized our errors and hope that Miss Lin will not hold it against us. Lin Qing scoffed, clearly dismissive. What do they mean by being startled? It was my sister who suffered the greater injustice. Lin Qing tugged at her sleeve, her voice perfectly pitched to be overheard. Third brother, let it go. What does my small grievance matter in the grand scheme of things? The individuals who had just been named quickly stood up, vowing to compensate both her and Lin Qing. Lin Qing genuinely smiled, pleased with this turn of events. It was only right. Treating these individuals as they had treated Hong Mao would not do. Firstly, they had not committed any egregious offense, as the real culprits had already been dealt with. Secondly, it would not be wise to alienate them entirely. Extracting a measure of benefit for the Lin family was the most pragmatic approach. However, Lin Yichuan was less than satisfied with this outcome. His sister was kind-hearted, but he was not so easily appeased. Compensation? Do they think a mere token gesture would suffice to absolve this matter? Of course it is not a mere token. They insisted. You may propose any conditions, and we shall endeavor to accommodate them. What difference does it make if they offer more? It could be seen as a gesture of goodwill towards the Lin family. Just as Lin Yichuan was about to voice further objections, Lin Qing seized his sleeve, suggesting, Elder brother, Why not use this opportunity to procure some private gain for the Lin family? He was taken aback, having not expected her to consider the family and Appo's interests at such a moment. He had intended to tell her that today's uproar was meant to defend her, that she need not compromise for the family's sake. Yet, upon seeing the determination in her eyes, he could not bring himself to disagree. So be it. Lin Yuan and Li Wantong also respected their daughter's wishes. As for the others, particularly the red-haired man and the Liu family, the Lin family was unwilling to accept their compensation. Prepare to take the Liu family out, Lin Yuan commanded bluntly, as if their mere presence was a blight upon the Lin family. What? The head of the Liu family, feeling the sting of discrimination, was both furious and vexed, but ultimately had to acquiesce. We are willing to compensate. Bodyguards, expedite your actions, Li Wantong urged impatiently. Once again, the onlookers were astonished by the Lin family and Appo's ruthless demeanor, yet no one dared to utter a word in protest. Thus, the tumultuous and profoundly unsettling kinship banquet finally came to a close. However, Jiang Youli and his companions were retained, with Lin Yuan directing them to a spacious reception room. As the Lin family continued to manage the aftermath of the banquet, they would have to endure a brief wait. Gu Qianan lay languidly on the sofa, gazing helplessly at the ceiling. Once again left to languish. Is this how the illustrious Gu family is treated? Jiang Gu said nothing, while Ji Yunzheng retorted with irritation. You are the only one complaining. Why did the Lin family suddenly decide to keep us here? Have they discovered our true intentions? Gu Qianan speculated. Perhaps it was because Jiang Gu stepped in to protect Miss Lin earlier. They might wish to express their gratitude. Indeed, I have never seen a family so fiercely protective of their own. After today, who would dare approach Miss Lin? Ji Yunzheng chuckled, choosing not to respond further. Miss Lin is truly fortunate. She can now navigate any situation with ease, though it is well-deserved. Such a sensible and considerate individual deserves nothing less. Yang Yi, do you not agree? Gu Qianan prompted, turning to Jiang Youli, who remained unresponsive. Hey, Jiang Gu, what are you daydreaming about? What? Jiang Youli shot him a glance. Is what I said not true? Gu Qianan pressed. Jiang Youli reflected on the extensive commentary he had just shared, ultimately honing in on 4 words: sensible and considerate. That is not quite accurate. The Lin Miss does not appear to be a simple character. All records indicated that before arriving in Lini City, she had lived in impoverished conditions, far removed from such circles. Yet, her demeanor today exhibited no trace of timidity or awkwardness. Her comportment was impeccably poised, leaving no room for criticism. Moreover, her gaze, he found it inscrutable. All in all, there was something intriguing about her. What is wrong? You're not in agreement again? Gu Qianan remarked, exasperated. You never did hold a favorable view of her. By the way, what did you discuss earlier? Were you attempting to call off the engagement? Did you succeed? And whose call did you take? It didn't seem particularly pleasant. Jiang Youli chose to disregard the first 3 questions, responding only to the last. It was my grandfather's call. He already knows I'm here to annul the engagement. What? Old Master Jiang is quite well informed, so you surely have not succeeded in calling off the marriage. Indeed. Chapter 38. The engagement, I knew it. This is a fated connection. Why are you so intent on breaking off the engagement? Just accept it. Truly, you're unaware of the blessings you possess. To be honest, Gu Qian and Appo's, and is reveling in this mischief. Are you quite idle? Jiang Youli is now regretting bringing this loquacious individual to Lini City. No, who said that? I am not idle at all. Gu Qian and Appo's, and quickly corrected himself. At that moment, the Lin family had just finished their tasks and came to find them, accompanied by Lin Qing. I apologize for making the 3 young masters wait, Li Wantong said with a hint of feigned regret in her smile. She would never admit it was intentional. She had a nagging feeling that the 3 were visiting the Lin family with ulterior motives. It's quite all right. We were merely passing the time, Gu Qian and Appo's, and replied nonchalantly. The group sat facing each other. The 3 Lin brothers and Lin Qing sat quietly, refraining from interrupting. Lin Yuan then spoke directly and forthrightly. I am immensely grateful to young Master Jiang for defending my niece today. I understand that your visit must have a purpose. Please feel free to voice your needs, and the Lin family shall never decline. It would be best if we could settle this matter amicably. Seeing Lin Yuan's candor, Gu Qian and Amp oppose and felt invigorated and intentionally interjected. Mr. Lin, you are too courteous. This is merely my duty. There and Amp oppose. Has no need for thanks. Jiang Youli shot him a sharp glance, though he said nothing further. Now, Lin Yuan and Li Wantong were left bewildered. What was this duty he spoke of? Was there something they were unaware of? Please clarify. Jiang Gu Qian and Amp oppose and tossed the question to him after causing a ruckus. Taking a deep breath under their scrutiny, Jiang Youli finally disclosed the truth. I have come regarding my engagement with Miss Lin. Over 20 years ago, our families made this arrangement, and the token remains at home. This revelation struck the Lin family like a thunderbolt, leaving them utterly stunned. Even Lin Qing, who was usually composed and reserved, stared in shock at Jiang Youli. What nonsense is this? She is engaged to that exceedingly dangerous man? He is a formidable character, albeit she herself is not much better. Nevertheless, this is difficult to accept. And what about the Lin family and Amp oppose? Hess elder. Who could that be? She had only focused on the information about her parents and brother, neglecting to investigate further. Jiang Youli observed her expression, noting her shock, mingled with a hint of apprehension. But why? Li Wantong felt as though she might lose her mind. She had only just reunited with her daughter, and now she was confronted with the inexplicable revelation of an engagement arranged by the elders. Who could accept such a thing? Lin Yuan and Appo's brow furrowed deeply. This news had taken him completely off guard, and the three Lin brothers regarded Jiang Youli with an air of vigilance. Furthermore, the Lin family's elders? Hadn't their parents mentioned that their forebears had long since passed, leaving them to fend for themselves? What sort of elder could forge a connection with the illustrious Jiang family of the capital? Surely this is not some scheme of obligation born from a life-saving favor? Goodness, the world is truly fantastical. Alas, now is not the time for inquiries. Suppressing her rising frustration, Li Wantong took several deep breaths to steady her composure before addressing Jiang Youli. I apologize. We truly had no knowledge of this engagement. What then? Are your intentions in coming here, young Master Jiang? Initially, Jiang Youli intended to speak plainly, but recalling the old man and Appo's instructions, he found himself at a loss for words. Gu Qianan, sensing his hesitation, interjected. He received advance notice and came to visit his fiancée, Yi. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew awkward. Lin Qing felt a slight relief. So that was why he was paying her special attention. She had thought she might have revealed something. As for Jiang Youli, the tension in his heart reached its peak. Now that we are face to face, young Master Jiang, do you have anything to say? Lin Qing prompted. Miss Lin is quite admirable. Jiang Youli expressed his sentiments diplomatically. I understand that this engagement is rather sudden. If Miss Lin finds it unsuitable, she may withdraw at any time without resentment from me. If the Lin family is willing to take the initiative to annul the engagement, that would be ideal. I am truly grateful to young Master Jiang for traveling such a distance to attend our daughter's recognition banquet. As for this engagement, perhaps it cannot be resolved with just a few words. Let us deliberate further later. Understood. Both Jiang Youli and Lin Yuan, alongside Li Wantong, were keenly aware that an engagement arranged by the previous generation impacts the development of two, if not three, families. It cannot simply be dismissed at will. Moreover, the Lin couple harbored their own interests. While they had remained in Lini City, they were still quite cognizant of the situation in the capital. This esteemed young Master Jiang is indeed a paragon among his peers. After spending time together today, he appeared nearly impeccable, and it would be no simple task to find a son-in-law of similar caliber. Most importantly, they needed to first ascertain their daughter's feelings. After a brief exchange, the Lin family politely sent the three of them on their way, only to erupt in a flurry of discussion once they were alone. The three Lin brothers had a multitude of questions, and even Lin Qing was curious to get to the bottom of it. However, their parents temporarily dismissed them. Children, be patient. We are also brimming with confusion and frustration. Allow us to inquire further. Oh no, to ask questions. Once we have clarity, we will notify you. Chapter 39. Obeying parents at this moment. Mr. Lin and Madame Li remained at the Jiang residence. Simultaneously, their phones began to ring incessantly, sending their hearts racing, including that of old Mr. Jiang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, panic set in. They chose to ignore the calls and turn their ire towards old Mr. Jiang, accusing him, "Look at this situation. It must be your grandson who divulged the engagement. What should we do now? I'm at a loss as well. After all, you insisted on keeping this from them." Old Mr. Jiang retreated to a safe distance. Mr. Lin and Madame Li decisively ended the calls, unwilling to face the harsh reality. However, the ringing persisted relentlessly. They feared that if they continued to evade the situation, the couple might arrive at their doorstep demanding answers. After much hesitation, they ultimately pressed the answer button, bracing themselves for judgment. Old Mr. Jiang, seeing this, crept closer to eavesdrop. What he heard was Lin Yuan and Li Wantong bombarding them with relentless inquiries. His little courtyard had never been so lively. With a sigh of resignation, old Mr. Jiang mused that he would no longer criticize Jiang Youli's foul temper daily. In the end, the three elders reached a compromise, relinquishing control of the marriage to Lin Qing. If she was willing, it would proceed, and if not, they would part amicably. After all, Lin Yuan and Li Wantong were already planning to return to Kyoto, and they could not afford to provoke them further, lest they never return. Lin Yuan and Li Wantong breathed a sigh of relief, surprised by the smoothness of their negotiations. However, they faced a significant dilemma: how to explain the past to their children. The daughter would be easier to address, but their three sons have been deceived by their parents since childhood. How would they react? Do you think they will resent us when they learn the truth? Li Wantong pondered. They could have grown up with the proverbial silver spoon from two prestigious families. Why did they lack confidence in their sons? Did they not know their characters? In a state of utter poverty, they had managed to thrive, and their resilience was remarkable. Moreover, with a solid sense of their own capabilities, the identity of being scions of affluent families would undoubtedly bolster their confidence, and they would be grateful to them. If they're dissatisfied with reality, we could simply pamper Nini and let the others be. Li Wantong chuckled at Lin Yuan and Appo's last remark, her anxious heart finally at ease. Should we clarify the truth to the children now? Perhaps it was not yet the right time. A surprise could be better later. The couple had initially planned to return home as the year drew to a close for a family reunion, allowing Lin Qing to experience life in Lini first. The next day, faced with their three sons' inquiries, Lin Yuan and Li Wantong deftly sidestepped the issue, stating, "It is not yet the right time. For your own good, refrain from probing too much. We will disclose what you need to know when the time is right." The three brothers accepted this without objection, having always trusted their parents. To consider Lin Qing and Appo's feelings, Li Wantong specifically reassured her, "Nini, do not overthink. Your parents are just not ready yet. Some matters are best revealed later. Is that all right?" "Okay, Mom." Hearing this, Lin Qing abandoned her intent to investigate the Lin family and Appo's past. Since her parents wished to conceal it, she would not pry further. After laying the groundwork, the couple finally broached the main topic. "Nini, you heard what Jiang Shao said yesterday. Could you share your thoughts with us?" At this, Lin Qing and Appo's three brothers perked up, especially Lin Qing, who was anxious about the possibility that his sister might not favor Jiang Youli, but instead have an interest in Zhou Hui. Lin Qing had contemplated this matter seriously the previous night. Perhaps this engagement represented an opportunity for her. Through this connection, she could navigate her activities in country Z much more effortlessly. Most importantly, he would be in the light, while she remained in the shadows. She could position herself beside him, gaining insight into both parties. Should their interests clash, she could seize the advantage. To speak pragmatically, she could employ some strategies, earn his trust, gradually strip away his power, and ultimately dominate the underworld. Was that not a feasible plan? Initially, she had not considered such possibilities, as she had lacked sufficient confidence. Now that the opportunity lay before her, she felt enticed. Furthermore, based on her general understanding of him, if he were to discover her true identity, he might either kill her or find ways to control her. The consequences of exposure were unfathomable. I have no objections. I will leave everything to my parents. Let things unfold naturally. That man was overly cautious. She could only hope to avoir chapter 40. It seems acceptable, it appears to be acceptable. Lin Qing also provided an ambiguous answer. Whether this matter succeeds or fails, the pros and cons are evenly balanced. Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged glances, their minds already calculating. Very well. There is no rush to break off the engagement. Let us observe the situation first. As for the three of you, you must act swiftly. Lin Yichuan feigned ignorance. What? I have matters to attend to at the company. I must take my leave. Lin Xinyan, serious and solemn, interjected, No, you know that dating will severely impact my career. Lin Qingyun, with a sense of entitlement, added, Eldest brother and second brother are not anxious. Why should I be? I will accompany my sister for now. The couple found themselves amused by their three sons. All right, do as you please. Third son, school starts in just a few days. Remember to take good care of your sister. Of course, he replied affirmatively. With both the eldest and second brother preoccupied with their own careers and unable to spare the time, it was only Lin Qingyun who had the luxury of idleness. No more aimlessly taking her out for frivolities. Do you understand? Li Wantong is on the verge of developing a psychological shadow. Understood. The family engaged in casual conversation for quite some time. Later in the afternoon, it was Lin Qing's personal time. Third brother wished to accompany her, but was declined. She sat before her computer, sifting through information regarding Zhou Hui, as she needed to resolve this matter before her school commenced. It was imperative to secretly gather evidence of Zhou Hui and Amp. Oppose, as covert actions against the Lin family, find a way to pass this information to her parents or eldest brother, and then send someone to act preemptively, fabricating an accidental death or a revenge killing. However, it seemed that her parents and eldest brother were not easily deceived. How could she subtly guide them to obtain that evidence? Perhaps she could cleverly utilize third brother. Zhou Hui believed he understood Lin Qingyun exceedingly well. Thus his guard was lowered around him. Third brother had been friends with Zhou Hui for 4 years, frequently engaging in drinking and social gatherings, all of which were of a recreational nature. It was only after a year of acquaintance that Zhou Hui began to unfold his plan, doing so without Lin Qingyun and Oppose as awareness. Information relayed by his subordinates indicated that the Lin Group had encountered a significant crisis 2 years prior, in January. The company's financial director embezzled a substantial sum of public funds, resulting in a rupture of the company's financial chain, inciting fury among the leadership. Concurrently, the general manager was found to be involved in corruption, leading several crucial partners to terminate their contracts. In an instant, the Lin Group's reputation and favorable standing plummeted. It was not until last year that things began to return to their former state. The recently appointed financial director had only just taken office, having been recommended by Lin Qingyun and Amp. Oppose, as eldest brother, essentially given a backdoor entry. As for how they became acquainted, it was also due to Zhou Hui, though at the time, Lin Qingyun had not considered the implications. The general manager's corruption was a coordinated effort between Zhou Hui and the financial director, wherein they infiltrated the company with their own people and manipulated the situation to tarnish his reputation. It took 6 months for the truth to be fully uncovered. In summary, a series of events were inextricably linked to Zhou Hui. The Lin family, having become more vigilant after this ordeal, subconsciously sensed his ill intentions. Their investigations revealed only a few clues and his deep connections with the black market. They did not wish for Lin Qingyun to be aware of or involved with these matters. Hence, they repeatedly warned him to keep his distance from Zhou Hui. However, Lin Qingyun exhibited a hint of rebellion. If his parents forbade him, he was all the more determined to proceed. He felt the need to prove to everyone that even while indulging in leisure, he could still excel academically. And he succeeded. Recently, Zhou Hui had been unusually active, meeting with his associates behind Lin Qingyun's back on a regular basis. Regrettably, Lin Qing's people could not ascertain what he was plotting, lacking a concrete plan, only knowing it was directed against the Lin family. While Lin Qing contemplated countermeasures, her phone rang. The caller was Zhou Hui. A predatory glint flickered in her eyes. Well, she hadn't sought him out, yet he had taken the initiative to contact her. Had he perhaps realized that she could be more readily manipulated? Hello, who is this? Miss Lin, it's me, Zhou Hui. Oh, it's you, Zhou Xiao. My apologies, I did not save your contact properly. Lin Qing and Appo's tone dripped with feigned contrition. In truth, she had saved Zhou Hui's contact. She was merely pretending. The last time, he had provided her with his contact information, but she had not reciprocated. Yet he had managed to reach her. Quite an adept maneuver. Her current phone number was acquired only after she joined the Lin family. A new identity with a new number, shared only with a few relatives. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Perhaps he would soon become a corpse. It's nothing. I hope I'm not intruding with this call. Zhou Hui and Appo's words were courteous and gentle. Were Lin Qing truly an innocent young girl? She might have been deceived by his facade of righteousness. I am not disturbed at all. Is there something you need, Zhou Xiao? Nothing major. I merely wish to invite Miss Lin to dinner. Dinner? Did we not just dine together a few days ago? Lin Qing inquired innocently. A low chuckle emanated from the other end. This time will be different. Oh. Lin Qing raised an eyebrow. In what way will it be different? Chapter 41. Directly crush his head this time. It's just you and me. As Zhou Hui uttered these words, a hint of ambiguity tinged his tone. Lin Qing remained outwardly composed, yet feigned surprise. Is it true? Is Master Zhou inviting me? Her reaction resembled that of an innocent girl experiencing the stirrings of first love. Indeed, would Miss Lin do me the honor? Of course I would. Please set a time and place. Noticing Lin Qing had taken the bait, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of Zhou Hui's mouth. Then let it be 6 o'clock tonight at the Fiyue Hotel. We shall not part ways. We shall not part ways, Lin Qing echoed, then hung up the phone with intent. She glanced at the time on her phone. 3:45. A delicate makeup application and a change into a demure dress would have her looking splendid by 5 o'clock for their rendezvous. It was nearly perfect. Lin Qing retrieved the hairpin Zhou Hui had gifted her, holding it up to her hair. Gazing into the mirror, her expression turned increasingly frosty. If Zhou Hui's intention was merely to dine with her, she would bide her time and allow him a few more days. However, should he dare to make any other moves, she would be poised to conclude his life with the very gift he had bestowed upon her. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Zhou Hui approached a middle-aged man with deference, reporting, Master Gong, I have arranged everything as per your instructions. Yes, the Lin family has become suspicious. You must act swiftly. The man replied. Zhou Hui hesitated, then voiced his concern, but if we target Lin Qing, can we truly achieve our desired outcome? Our original plan was to use Lin Qingyun as a starting point, progressing gradually. Now, switching our focus to Lin Qing means that all the effort spent on Lin Qingyun would be in vain. And if we act so hastily, while Master Gong might acquire what he seeks, fully devouring the Lin family and Appo's aspirations may prove unattainable. Who do you think is easier to manipulate, Lin Qingyun or Lin Qing? Without a doubt, Lin Qing, a timid and fragile girl with low alertness and little worldly experience. Perhaps she wouldn't even require someone to intervene. She might easily fall into our trap. And who does the Lin family prioritize more, Lin Qingyun or Lin Qing? Currently, it appears to be Lin Qing, though I cannot comprehend why the family places such emphasis on a daughter raised away from them. That's sufficient. If we can control her, we control the Lin family's Achilles heel. But if I openly invite her out and something happens to her during this time, what if the Lin family investigates and traces it back to me? Rest assured, I will ensure you remain unscathed. My men will handle it. If I may interject, Master Gong, what do you plan to do with Lin Qing once you have what you desire? Eliminate her and dispose of the body. At these words, Zhou Hui felt an inexplicable sense of regret. His impression of her was quite favorable, yet he wondered if this would provoke the Lin family. That is precisely the intention, to instigate their urgency, to sow confusion and irrationality, allowing me the advantage to act. Understood. Zhou Hui silently exited the room to prepare for his evening with Lin Qing. He was about to indirectly cause another life to be extinguished. Such a sin. An hour passed swiftly, and Lin Qing was now fully prepared to depart. At the entrance of the hall, she fortuitously encountered Lin Qingyun. Upon seeing her, his eyes brightened. Sister, you look stunning today. Are you meeting someone special? A friend. Lin Qingyun and Appo's mind swirled with questions. Hadn't Tishi mentioned having no friends in Lini? Who was she truly going to meet? Before he could ask further, she deftly changed the subject, casually inquiring, "Third brother, if Zhou Hui were to bully me, whose side would you take?" Without hesitation, he replied, "Without question, I would stand by you. If he dares to bully you, I would crush his head." Satisfied with his answer, Lin Qing smiled, knowing that she wouldn't need her brother's intervention. She could handle Zhou Hui herself. "I see, goodbye, third brother." With that, she turned and left, leaving Lin Qingyun with a perplexed expression. "Hey, you're leaving just like that? Shouldn't I accompany you?" Alas, Lin Qing had already walked away. Ignoring his call, it dawned on him that his sister had no other friends here, had just mentioned Zhou Hui, and was wearing the hairpin he had given her. So, she was going to meet Zhou Hui? Damn, why had his usually sharp mind been so muddled lately? He could not allow them to meet alone. Lin Qingyun immediately pulled out his phone to call Zhou Hui, intending to confront him about his intentions. Unfortunately, he could not get through. Growing increasingly anxious, he resolved to secretly follow Lin Qing to protect her. Yet, he soon found he had lost her. For the first time, he felt utterly useless. After much deliberation, he decided to risk informing their father and older brother about this urgent situation. Chapter 42. The bewildering, kidnapping Lin Qing swiftly arrived at the designated meeting point set by Zhou Hui. Although she suspected this might be a dangerous trap, she opted to attend alone, confident in her own abilities. In the entirety of Country Z, the only person she truly feared was Jiang Youli. She arrived early and even called Zhou Hui to hasten his arrival. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, I and Oppos, am already here. When will you be coming? Is it so soon?" Zhou Hui replied, clearly caught off guard. "Understood, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Damn, is she that eager to fall into my trap?" He had just finalized his plans, and hadn't he even had a moment to rest. However, to ensure the success of his scheme, he felt compelled to stabilize Lin Qing's nerves. As for Lin Qing, she did not remain patiently at the restaurant. Instead, she took a leisurely stroll nearby, claiming it was merely a boredom walk. When Zhou Hui arrived and found no sign of her, panic set in. If she left silently, it would jeopardize his elaborate scheme. He quickly attempted to reach her by phone, but when it proved futile, he began searching the vicinity. Fortunately, not far from the restaurant, he spotted Lin Qing in an alley, and he let out a sigh of relief. He composed himself and approached her gradually, though a sense of wariness brewed within him. The alley happened to be equipped with 2 discreet surveillance cameras, as well as personnel secretly arranged by Elder Gong. The original plan was for him to incapacitate Lin Qing at the restaurant and then discreetly transport her through this very alley. To his astonishment, she had appeared here ahead of time. Had she discovered something? "Miss Lin, what brings you here so suddenly?" Upon hearing his voice, Lin Qing turned, her face lighting up with delight. "Mr. Zhou, you finally arrived. I was feeling quite bored at the restaurant, so I decided to take a walk." Observing the innocent and carefree expression on the young woman's face, Zhou Hui dismissed his earlier concerns. With a demeanor as naive as hers, what could she possibly sense? He smiled nonchalantly, even feeling no need to feign innocence. "Well, since you're here, it saves me the trouble of bringing you along." His gaze grew increasingly frigid, tinged with a hint of pity for someone on the brink of demise. "Huh, Mr. Zhou, what do you mean?" "I don't quite understand." Lin Qing resolved to maintain her act. If she didn't understand, that was fine. Zhou Hui stepped back and gestured in a certain direction. Immediately, 2 burly men wearing masks vaulted over the wall from the alley's entrance, landing precisely behind Lin Qing. Startled, she sensed the impending danger and quickly turned to Zhou Hui for help. "Mr. Zhou, who are they? Please save me." Zhou Hui stood a short distance away, indifferent, coldly observing as she was rendered unconscious and abducted. Yet, witnessing the rough handling by the 2 men stirred a sense of protectiveness within him. After all, it was because of him that she was facing such peril. This delicate young lady, falling into the hands of these thugs, would likely endure unspeakable torment before her demise. Regardless, he had already established an alibi, leaving him unconcerned about the Lin family's inquiries. He followed closely behind, personally escorting the unconscious Lin Qing. At the very least, his presence would ensure her dignified end. "Stop. Step aside. I will personally Chapter 43. concerning Zhou Hui just as they were in a state of anxious anticipation. An unfamiliar call suddenly rang through Lin Yuan's phone. "Hello, who is this?" he replied with palpable impatience. Preoccupied with the search for his daughter and lacking the time to entertain such an inexplicable call. Yet, he felt compelled to answer. What if it pertained to his daughter? As his worst fears were realized, the voice on the other end conveyed a chilling message. To ensure your daughter's safety, deliver the jade pendant you possess to the designated location. After the task is completed, I will release your daughter. Moreover, do not attempt to locate her. You will not succeed. The caller, cautious and deliberate, employed a cold mechanical tone before abruptly disconnecting and swiftly erasing the number. Upon checking his messages, Lin Yuan discovered another text containing the location where he was to deliver the pendant. Ajat pendant? Is my sister being kidnapped over something so trivial? Lin Qing expressed his utter bewilderment. However, this was no ordinary pendant. The inner ring housed a microchip containing two significant secrets regarding the Lin and Li families. If this information fell into the wrong hands, the consequences will be dire. Lin Yuan's expression darkened as he recalled that only he and Li Wantong knew of the pendant's existence when he smuggled it out of Kyoto years ago. How could this have leaked? He almost forgot. 5 years prior, an incident had exposed the pendant, leading to a fierce scramble for it. It had taken considerable effort to quell that turmoil, and now, it seemed, someone was still coveting it. Before Lin Qing could fully grasp Lin Yuan and Appo's words, commotion arose from Lin Yichuan and Appo's side. A government vehicle came to a swift halt beside them, and Lin Yichuan and Appo's secretary rushed out in a flurry. Young Master Lin, important intelligence. My team has inadvertently discovered that the Zhou family member is a decoy. The real Zhou Hui is with Miss Lin. He may very well be the mastermind behind this. The Lin family members were struck with shock and dread, neglecting to discern the veracity of the information as they swiftly dispersed to take action. Lin Yuan returned home to retrieve the pendant, intending to stabilize the situation. The pendant was indeed crucial, yet he could not neglect his daughter. They would have to tread carefully. Meanwhile, Lin Yichuan and Lin Qing sought to ascertain Lin Qingye's whereabouts. Lin Qing was unwilling to believe that his dear friend could be involved in such nefarious actions, yet fear gnawed at him that it might indeed be true. He raced to various locations frequented by Zhou Hui and eventually uncovered a lead at the Fuyue Hotel. In a state of utter turmoil, yet with a clarity of mind, he envisioned where Zhou Hui might choose to hide. He quickly identified 2 areas, one for his elder brother to lead a team to, and another for himself to infiltrate stealthily. Li Wantong soon received word of these developments and, with resolute determination, led a cadre of bodyguards and hired muscle from the Lin family to confront the Zhou family. Have Zhou Hui come out immediately, or I shall dismantle the Zhou family and Appo's entrance. Fury surged within her. How dare Zhou Hui lay hands on her dutiful and cherished daughter? Did he truly think he could get away with it? However, the Zhou family, being a prestigious lineage, placed immense value on their reputation and could hardly tolerate such provocation. Furthermore, Zhou Hui was not present. They had grown accustomed to shielding him, making it improbable that they could acquiesce to Li Wantong and Appo's demands. The head of the Zhou family and his wife stood firm at the entrance, obstructing Li Wantong and Appo's entry. Tension filled the air, and a confrontation loomed. Madam Lin, must you be so confrontational? What is the meaning of blocking my doorstep? You are only making a spectacle for onlookers. Indeed, the crowd gathered in increasing numbers, and the expressions of the Zhou family grew increasingly grim. Yet, Li Wantong remained unabashed. I believe my intentions have been made abundantly clear. Your esteemed son must return my daughter. Without evidence, how can you implicate our son and your daughter in Appo's disappearance? You have not even conducted a proper investigation before casting blame. Is this reasonable? The Zhou couple felt a twinge of guilt, for while Zhou Hui had not confided in them, they understood that this situation likely involved him. However, maintaining their composure was paramount. They could not allow the Lin family to intimidate them without proof. I assert that it is connected. Now, will you surrender him, or prepare for my wrath? Li Wantong, clearly exasperated, recognized the Zhou family and amp. Oppose. S audacity. Did they truly believe she would not retaliate? If Zhou Hui were indeed responsible for her daughter's disappearance, she would return to Kyoto, leverage the power of the Lin and Li families, and ensure that this minor Zhou family would be eradicated. The Zhou family was taken aback by her fierce resolve. It was merely a daughter. Why go to such lengths? If the Lin family truly unleashed their fury, they might not withstand the consequences. After a hushed discussion, the Zhou couple resolved to admit Li Wantong for the time being, hoping to placate her before determining their next course of action. Chapter 44. The culprit is her. The scene shifts to Lin Qing, who is currently feigning unconsciousness, lying in a dilapidated warehouse. Although her eyes remain closed, she possesses a heightened awareness of her surroundings. The environment is dark and damp, enveloped in an eerie silence. Most of the area is barren, save for the clutter surrounding where Lin Qing lies. A group of robust men patrols the entrance, vigilant and alert. Inside the warehouse, only Zhou Hui remains, feeling distressed over Lin Qing and amp. Oppose has discomfort from her bindings. Assured of her inability to escape, he unties her ropes. After a moment, Lin Qing pretends to awaken slowly. Her lively, glistening eyes gradually open, revealing a look of confusion and fear at the unfamiliar surroundings. Coupled with her delicate, slightly pale face, it amplifies the protective instincts in the men around her. Especially when her gaze lands on Zhou Hui, her expression transforms into one of joy, trust, and relief, which fills him with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. "Zhou Xiao, where are we? Why are we here?" she inquires, her innocent demeanor prompting Zhou Hui to hesitate before revealing the truth, choosing silence instead. Noticing his lack of response, Lin Qing tentatively inches closer. "Oh, I vaguely remember being knocked out. Could it be that Zhou Xiao was also kidnapped here?" Zhou Hui is astonished by her naivety, even in such dire circumstances. She remains oblivious to his potential deceit. Finding the situation rather tedious, he decides to entertain her, replying, "Yes, indeed. What do you think we should do now?" I don't know. It hurts so much," she whimpers, clutching her neck in evident pain. "I was just hit so badly." "Zhou Xiao, could you take a look? Is it serious?" Zhou Hui furrows his brow, irritated by the brutality of their captors. He swiftly moves behind her, lifting her collar to inspect her injuries, but is instead captivated by the porcelain-like quality of her skin. The bruised area is merely swollen. It poses no substantial threat. "It's not too serious. Just endure it a little longer, and the pain will subside," he reassures, though his voice grows increasingly strained, hinting at a burgeoning desire. His fingertips inadvertently graze her skin, and he swallows hard. "Miss Lin, be still. Let me massage it for you." The proximity between them creates a charged atmosphere, her faint fragrance intoxicating his senses and igniting a primal urge within him. He rationalizes that she has little time left, and rather than let the others mistreat her, it would be more fitting for him to cherish her. In the midst of his thoughts, Zhou Hui and amp, oppose. S hand finds her waist, ready to escalate his advances. When Lin Qing interrupts him, "Zhou Xiao, could you help me remove my hairpin?" "Why?" he responds, his tone laced with irritation at the interruption. Yet he complies and hands the hairpin to her. "Because you gave it to me, and I want to admire it once more," she states with a chuckle. Zhou Hui smiles, pleased that even in such dire circumstances, she still thinks of him. However, Lin Qing, with her back turned, conceals her chilling, murderous intent, the corners of her mouth curling into a sinister smile. Oblivious to the impending danger, Zhou Hui remains relaxed. "Zhou Xiao, how about we engage in something thrilling?" Lin Qing proposes, turning to face him, her smile inviting, as she deliberately closes the distance between them. "Oh, what sort of thrill?" Zhou Hui, now alert, wonders if she is hinting at what he imagines. "Zhou Xiao, come closer and focus on this hairpin in my hand," she instructs, extending her arm toward him. Intrigued by her intentions, he leans in. Just as he draws near, the hairpin suddenly splits open, revealing a hidden blade. In a flash, he meets the same fate as Huang Qi. The blade slices through his lips, and as he gasps in shock, Lin Qing swiftly strikes, severing his tongue before delivering a powerful kick that sends Chapter 45. This marriage might not require withdrawal, it is you. Indeed, it is I. Is it not too late for you to realize it now? Lin Qing smiled as she approached him, resembling a vengeful demon. Was the touch you experienced earlier still pleasant? Without granting him a chance to respond, Lin Qing seized a nearby rope and deftly bound his hands. Her strength was astonishing, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. And then she used a hairpin to slice open his wrist. Let you savor the sensation of life ebbing away. Her words were exceedingly gentle, yet they sent chills down his spine as if pierced by icy daggers. He wished to plead for mercy, yet no sound escaped his lips. He could only shake his head repeatedly, curling his body backward. He was mistaken, having been deceived by her seemingly delicate exterior. He erred in harboring any sympathy for her. Outside, there were men of Lord Gong lying in ambush. What would it matter if she killed him? Wouldn't she still be trapped? Perhaps he still had a chance at salvation. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he thought, "Unfortunately, you have encountered me. You shall pay for the despicable acts you have committed against the Lin family." At these words, Zhou Hui's pupils constricted sharply. How could she know everything? And with such formidable skills, who exactly was she? Look closely. Remember this hairpin. It was a gift from you, and it shall accompany you on your journey. With that, Lin Qing raised her hand once more, directly plunging the pin into Zhou Hui's eyes, blood gushing forth and nearly obscuring his once handsome face. Ah! Zhou Hui cried out in agony, but his voice was feeble, failing to attract the attention of those outside. In that moment, all his fear and pain transformed into fury. He was determined to perish alongside Lin Qing. He sprang up from the ground, using every ounce of strength to lunge at her. With his hands bound, he could only collide with Lin Qing, hoping to send her crashing into the abandoned spikes to his right. If the angle were right, it might result in her immediate demise. Etched woman, D. Unfortunately, he underestimated Lin Qing's reflexes. The moment he moved, she sensed his intent. As he drew near, she nimbly darted to the left, simultaneously delivering a kick to his knee. His balance faltered, and he fell directly onto the spikes. The sharp points pierced his chest, marking the abrupt end of his fleeting existence. How convenient. Chapter 46. What a coincidence. After Lin Qing emerged from the warehouse, she deliberately made herself appear disheveled, as if she had just narrowly escaped death. She had already sent some messages to her family. They should be on their way, right? However, she did not anticipate that Lin Qing, by sheer happenstance, had found her location and rushed over without waiting for anyone else. Unfortunately, before he could get close, he was intercepted by the people ambushed by old Master Gong, who showed no signs of mercy. Startled by the situation, Lin Qing became even more convinced that his sister was nearby in the warehouse. "Who are you? Where have you taken my sister?" He swallowed hard at the sight of the guns wielded by the group, but he knew he could not retreat. His sister was waiting for him. She must be far more terrified facing these men alone. "Since you wish to see her, we shall take you to her." Perhaps aware of Lin Qing's identity, the group refrained from shooting him, instead rushing forward to subdue him by force. Lin Qing resisted for a while, but the disparity in strength was too great, and he was ultimately knocked to the ground. Just as they were about to apprehend him, several individuals clad in black uniforms suddenly burst forth from the woods on either side. They moved with remarkable speed and were exceptionally well trained, their presence sending a shiver down one into Amp, Oppo's, spine. They bore no firearms. As they closed in, they revealed the concealed cold weapons hidden on their persons. The men sent by old Master Gong, caught off guard, quickly formed a defensive formation. Seeing the black-clad figures charge without hesitation, they panicked and engaged in combat, even neglecting Lin Qing. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Lin Qing wondered how this had escalated into a fight. Could it be that these men had enemies lurking in the shadows? The aura of menace exuded by the black-clad fighters was palpable. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention to him, he decided it was best to keep his distance. However, before he could take a few steps away, he noticed the sounds of fighting gradually diminishing. Turning back, he was astonished to see that those who had been pinning him down were nearly all defeated. Lin Qing thought, Could it be that I have encountered the legendary professional assassins? The sheer intensity of their combat prowess was terrifying. Moreover, in this society governed by law, were they truly so audacious in taking lives? As they dispatched the last of their foes and turned their attention to Lin Qing, a chill ran down his spine. Surely, he would not be next? No, he could not afford to meet an untimely end. Just as he pondered how to plead for mercy, the group of black-clad assassins swiftly retreated, vanishing from his sight. Lin Qing was left bewildered. Typically, Don and Amp, Oppos, T assassins eliminate witnesses after completing their tasks. RN and Oppos, T, they concerned I might report them? Yet now is not the time for such thoughts. Suppressing his fear, he stepped over the bodies strewn about and made his way towards the abandoned warehouse, where he fortuitously encountered Lin Qing. Sister, third brother is here. Lin Qing exclaimed with uncontainable joy, waving frantically at her. Finally, he had found his sister, who could understand the roller coaster of emotions he had experienced. Upon seeing him, Lin Qing immediately feigned a terrified expression, rushing towards him with a quivering voice. Third brother, why did it take you so long? I'm so sorry, I was late. Are you all right? Lin Qing anxiously checked her for injuries. I and Amp, Oppos, am fine, Lin Qing replied, shaking her head, but soon noticed something amiss. Third brother, did you come alone? Why do you look so disheveled? That shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't eldest brother and father have arrived first? I used my clever little mind to deduce that you might be kidnapped, so I came ahead. Lin Qing, still shaken, explained, you Don and Oppos. Tino, I was nearly captured just now. There were kidnappers lying in wait outside. But just when it mattered most, a group of extraordinarily skilled assassins appeared and eliminated them all. Lin Qing's expression darkened. The people he spoke of were likely the assassins she had arranged to protect the Lin family. Thankfully, she had kept her wits about her. What coincidence! I escaped in a similar manner. A group of assassins suddenly stormed in and killed everyone in the warehouse. Lin Qing was equally astonished. It seems their enemies took action, and how fortunate they did not kill you or silence me. What fine individuals. Ugh, I spoke too soon. We received word that the one who kidnapped you is Zhou Hui. Yes, he is dead. Lin Qing observed Lin Qing's expression closely. Lin Qing was a mix of surprise, anger, and a tinge of guilt. So is truly this scoundrel. It's all my fault, but do not worry. The police and eldest brother will be here soon. Upon hearing the mention of the police, Lin Qing frowned slightly. With the capabilities of ordinary officers, they should not uncover anything about her. Even if they did, it would not matter. She had connections that would suppress the news. Finally, Lin Qing summoned his courage to glance at Zhou Hui and Amp, Oppos, corpse in the warehouse, delivering a few kicks for good measure. How foolish he had been to be misled by such a treacherous individual for so long. Chapter 47. Watching the play, amused third brother. Let us hasten our departure. I am frightened here. Lin Qing cast a glance at the multitude of corpses strewn about, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. Ah, I nearly forgot. I must promptly inform father to ensure the jade pendant is not relinquished. Lin Qing frantically retrieved his phone, conveying to his father that he had located his sister and urged him to find a way to return home. What jade pendant? Lin Qing narrowed her eyes. This is a long story. I shall explain upon our return. In truth, he was not entirely certain and needed to inquire with their parents for clarification. After casting one last glance at his good brother, Lin Qing resolutely turned to leave. Barely had the two departed when they met up with Lin Yichuan in the distance. And shortly thereafter, the police arrived to seal off the area. Before long, the media in Lini City erupted with news, thrusting the Lin and Zhou families into the spotlight of public discourse. As for the victim, she was under the staunch protection of the Lin family. And after merely providing a brief statement at the police station, she was taken back home. Meanwhile, Li Wantong did not remain at the Zhou residence for long. The news of Zhou Hui's demise soon reached the ears of the Zhou family, and the police notified them to come identify the body. They hardly had the capacity to consider Li Wantong in their grief. This revelation struck them like a bolt from the blue, rendering them incapable of accepting such a brutal truth. She passed by the Zhou family with a smile, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. My condolences. I shall not intrude further. However, as for the debt of vengeance for harming my daughter, we shall settle that in due course." With that, Li Wantong elegantly departed, eager to return and comfort her obedient daughter. Upon arriving at the police station, the Zhou couple collapsed upon their son and Appo's corpse, weeping inconsolably. The head of the Zhou family vowed to have the perpetrator dismembered. When they learned that the investigation had yielded no progress, the couple exerted pressure on the police, nearly causing a scene. "How can you conduct your affairs in such a manner? Do you not know who we are, daring to be so dismissive? Do you believe I will not dismantle your precinct?" Mrs. Zhou, in a fit of rage, pointed an accusatory finger at one of the officers. Their ire was not unfounded. The higher-ups had already issued a directive to overlook the matter, intending to turn a blind eye. Faced with the Zhou couple's relentless demands, the deputy chief of police finally divulged the truth. "Please calm yourselves and allow me to explain. First and foremost, you are undoubtedly aware of your son's clandestine activities. In this kidnapping case, he is considered one of the principal conspirators, working on behalf of the underworld leader, Lord Gong. This revelation was something he had only just learned. In essence, Zhou Hui had brought this upon himself. They had no desire to take on such a case, had it not been for the Zhou family's influence. They would have been disinclined to even retrieve Zhou Hui and Appo's body. Moreover, not only abroad but even domestically, criminal organizations ran rampant, and families with nefarious power operated with extreme audacity, wielding influence behind the scenes. The police had long since become a mere façade. Upon hearing this, the couple indeed calmed down, for despite the Zhou family's status as one of the three prominent clans, they felt a twinge of fear regarding the most formidable criminal force in Lin City. There were two possible scenarios. Either Zhou Hui had uncovered too many of Lord Gong and Appo's secrets, prompting Gong to orchestrate his demise, or a vengeful adversary sought retribution against Gong, eliminating those close to him. Our analysis leans towards the latter, as it appears that many of Gong's associates perished almost simultaneously. The nature of their wounds indicated that the assailants were highly trained, well-equipped, and possessed a professional ruthlessness, suggesting the involvement of a mercenary group. They had found traces of sophisticated weaponry at the scene, such as throwing knives, materials far beyond their reach. They could hardly fathom the magnitude of the force behind such actions. Furthermore, directives from above had already been issued, compounded by pressure from the Lin family, making it clear that they were ill-advised to meddle in this affair. A mercenary group? How could we possibly have provoked them? The couple in Appo's faces turned pale, realizing that they might not even be able to seek vengeance for their son. "We are not privy to matters of the underworld. You may consult Lord Gong. Additionally, let me caution you, these assassins may very well be dispatched by the Jimming organization. To ensure their understanding, he added, you might be unaware, but Jimming has a division within the country, albeit with low activity and rarely accepting assignments. Nonetheless, it is undeniably the world and Appo's foremost assassin organization, instilling fear in both the criminal and legitimate worlds alike." Even he felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. The Zhou couple, suddenly weak in the knees, saw their earlier bravado evaporate. "Lastly, I advise you to abandon any thoughts of revenge. The forces behind this are beyond our capacity to confront. Instead, you should focus on how to navigate the impending fallout from the Lin family. Should you lose your case, you may find it difficult to protect yourselves." The deputy chief mused inwardly, for in his view, those who had perished were deserving of their fate, and he felt no sense of moral obligation, rather relishing the unfolding drama. With such a significant incident at hand, the status of the Zhou family as one of the three prominent clans was undoubtedly at stake. Chapter 48. Who is so generous? The Zhou couple appeared to be in a daze as they were unceremoniously expelled from the police station, unable even to retrieve the body of Zhou Hui. They were told it was still under investigation, but in reality, the deputy director had accepted benefits from the Lin family and deliberately withheld it, pondering that he would soon find an excuse to dispose of it. The Zhou family was too preoccupied with their own troubles to concern themselves with a deceased individual. Indeed, upon returning home, the couple convened a family meeting to discuss their next steps. After all, Zhou Hui was not their only son. He was simply the most outstanding among them. With some nurturing of their other children, perhaps there was still hope. During these days, the residents of Lini City were cautious and wary, keeping a low profile as they watched the unfolding drama, fearful of being inadvertently swept into the tumult. If they seized the opportunity wisely, they might even reap some benefits. Meanwhile, everyone was astonished at what had started as the Lin family and Appo's quest to reclaim their long-lost daughter had spiraled into a series of earth-shattering events, leaving the populace in a state of unease. Presently, the Lin family enjoyed a semblance of tranquility. All members surrounded Lin Qing, offering her solace, although she did not truly require it. The ordeal of her abduction had ultimately been without peril, and it had illuminated the true nature of Zhou Hui and the Zhou family. However, Lin Qing struggled to come to terms with the situation, burdened by guilt and self-reproach for having misjudged the character of those around him, inadvertently placing his sister in danger. Although Lin Qing wished to comfort him, she felt that allowing him to endure discomfort for a while longer would serve as a lesson. Otherwise, the entire Lin family would suffer. As Lin Qing and Appo's mood began to improve, the atmosphere in the hall gradually relaxed, allowing them to engage in earnest discussion about the matter. "Nini, do you truly not need to rest in your room?" Lin Yuan voiced his concern, not wanting her to overhear their forthcoming conversation, fearing it might cast a shadow in her mind. "It and Amp, Appo's, fine, Dad and Mom, Don and Amp, Appo's, worry. I am quite brave," Lin Qing replied candidly, though they remained unconvinced. You are simply too understanding, even turning to comfort us. If you ever feel wronged, you must speak up. Regardless of who the perpetrator is, we will avenge you." They had already dispatched additional personnel to conduct a thorough investigation and were confident that results would soon emerge. Ultimately, it was the influence of the parents that had shaped their children. The adversary was after the jade pendant, and perhaps Zhou Hui was merely a scapegoat. Lin Qing shook her head, asserting that she had not suffered any injustice. "Anyone who would dare wrong me would find their grave overgrown with grass." "Speaking of those who inadvertently rescued you, did you discern their true identities?" Lin Yuan questioned, skeptical of mere coincidence. If they were professional assassins, given their ruthlessness, how could they have spared Lin Qing and Lin Qing? After all, eliminating them would have been a trivial task without leaving any loose ends. Is it possible that someone is secretly aiding the Lin family? Lin Qing pondered. Only individuals from the capital could feasibly challenge a black market overlord with such audacity. Could it be those three young masters? Yet, their youth seemed to preclude such involvement. "No, I was solely focused on escaping and did not observe closely," Lin Qing admitted. "Neither did I. All I know is that they were formidable, even more so than the portrayals in films. Exuding a lethal aura that felt as if it could claim my life," Lin Qing said, shuddering at the memory. The Lin family fell into a contemplative silence. None wished to confront a killer organization, and after all, the assassins were merely mercenaries. The true target of their investigation was the individual who had placed the order. If the mastermind behind Lin Qing and Appo's abduction to exchange for the jade pendant was indeed Lord Gong, they might consider collaborating with him. After all, the enemy of one and Appo's enemy is a friend, and together they could dismantle the black market. "By the way, Dad, you Haven and Appo's handed over that jade pendant, have you?" Lin Qing suddenly inquired, his curiosity piqued by the pendant's significance. "No, I discreetly brought people with me. When you called, I had them escort me back, especially since there seemed to be complications on that end," Lin Yuan replied. "But what exactly is that jade pendant? What Lin and Li families? Weren't you self-made, with no familial power?" The three Lin brothers were now filled with questions, and Lin Qing too perked up. Recognizing this as crucial information she needed to know to prepare for what lay ahead. If her parents were unwilling to disclose the details, she would have to investigate on her own. Lin Yuan and Li Wantong exchanged glances, deciding to keep the truth from them for the time being. "It an Appo's. It's not yet the right moment for you to know too much. Give your parents some time, and we will resolve everything." Upon hearing this, the siblings could only sigh in disappointment. They understood that withholding information was acceptable, but they insisted on being included when it came to confronting the Zhou family. It was only a matter of time before they severed ties with the Zhou family. For now, they would wait to see how other families in Lin City would align themselves. Chapter 49. She is the Lin family and Amp, Oppos, flaw the following day. Lin Qiang's subordinates unexpectedly uncovered the truth behind the tumultuous events that had plagued the company years ago, all of which were inexorably linked to the deceased Zhou Hui. The Lin family swiftly made all evidence public, thrusting the Zhou family back into the eye of the storm. During this period, the Zhou family and Oppos' reputation and standing plummeted to an irreparable state. It was uncertain whether they could retain their position among the three prominent families, and even their continued existence in Lin City seemed precarious. Other noble families and industry magnates opportunistically seized the moment, trampling on the Zhou family in their downfall. With no qualms about backstabbing, they elevated the Lin family, subtly suggesting that they take the Zhou family's place. Unfortunately, this offer was rebuffed by Lin Yuan, who stated that the Lin family had no desire to engage in such affairs. Whoever wished to ascend to that position could do so. Their focus was on returning to the capital to inherit their family business, making their operations in Lin City of little consequence. As a result, those families that harbored ambition and strength began to fight fiercely for this enticing opportunity. The Lin family, however, found themselves in a brief period of tranquility. That evening, Lin Qing returned to her room and immediately instructed her subordinates to investigate the true background of the Lin family and the so-called Jade Pendant. She also ordered that the aftermath of the recent kidnapping case be handled discreetly, leaving no traces for anyone to uncover. It was nearly time for her to prepare for her upcoming task within the organization. The individuals behind Zhou Hui were none other than the rulers of the black market, Lord Gong, which meant that Lin Qing was indirectly aligning herself against him, a situation she found quite agreeable. She aimed to establish her influence in Lin City, and the black market was undoubtedly the most advantageous avenue. In the lowest office of the black market, after unleashing a torrent of anger, Lord Gong gradually regained his composure. He kicked the kneeling man on the floor, scolding, "Useless wretch, get up. When trouble arises, you bury your head in the ground. What I demand are solutions." The loss of his most competent assistant in Lin City, along with the deaths of over 20 of his brothers, was a bitter pill for him to swallow. The crucial point was that he had discovered the involvement of the Jiang organization, even if he had to swallow his pride. He knew he was not equipped to challenge the world and Oppos' foremost assassin organization. He could only endeavor to uncover the employer behind this betrayal. However, he was perplexed this time. The Jiang had dispatched several assassins at a significant cost. Who would spend such a fortune to eliminate his subordinates? Wouldn't it be more efficient to send someone to kill him directly? The men kneeling on the floor still did not dare to rise, cautiously responding, "Lord Gong, I believe this matter may not concern us greatly." "Oh, why is that?" "The opposing party clearly did not target you, and none of our other brothers working outside have suffered harm. It is likely that young Master Zhou has drawn the ire of someone formidable. And what do you suggest we do?" "Let's do nothing. The Zhou family is destined to fall. It would be unnecessary for us to offend an unknown powerful force over a dead man." Lord Gong found this reasoning sound, yet he faced the dilemma of how to explain this to his brothers. He couldn't simply let them die without explanation. Shifting the blame onto the Zhou family would provide an excuse to collect debts. "You little rascal, that end Oppos' cunning." Lord Gong chuckled coldly, clearly accepting this proposal. Yet the most troublesome aspect remained the Lin family. They had failed to acquire the Jade Pendant, and their exposure due to Zhou Hui would undoubtedly make them more vigilant, possibly provoking a counterattack against them. What is there to fear? Our black market has existed for a century, and you have overseen it for over 40 years. The three prominent families will show you some respect. Why should we fear a mere upstart? I fear that they possess unknown identities. The one who could obtain that Jade Pendant cannot be an ordinary character. Though we have not uncovered their past, as long as we eliminate them discreetly, the pendant will be ours. And then who shall we fear? Indeed, continue to monitor that Miss Lin. She is the Lin family and Oppos' greatest flaw, and we must not let this opportunity slip away. Understood. Meanwhile, at the same time following the events of yesterday, Jiang Youli returned to his temporary lodgings in high spirits. Upon opening the door, he was met with two pairs of reproachful eyes fixed upon him. He entered without altering his expression. "Brother Jiang, do you have nothing to confess?" Gu Qianan interrogated. "Confess what? You rushed out 3 hours ago after receiving some news and didn't even inform us. Are we not brothers?" Jiang Youli had stated that he had come to Lin City to relax and would not handle any business matters. Did that mean he was off to play without them? "Look at you returning with such a radiant expression. You didn't and Oppose. Secretly meet Miss Lin, did you?" Gu Qianan speculated, believing he had uncovered the truth. Jiang Youli rolled his eyes at him. Such wild conjecture would be better suited for a screenplay. "Stop changing the subject. Just answer me. Did you meet Miss Lin?" Gu Qianan pressed, stepping closer and adopting an interrogative stance. Jiang Youli wished to refute him, but he had indeed seen Lin Qing. However, TSK. Silence speaks volumes, doesn't it? You actually have a guilty conscience. Seeing Jiang Youli and Oppo's demeanor, Ji Yunjin curiously leaned in. "No way. Did you really meet your fiancée?" Chapter 50. A visit indeed. They had caught a glimpse of one another, albeit from a distance. Gu Qianan became increasingly animated, exclaiming, "Ah? You're indulging in this secret admiration?" Jiang Youli promptly swatted his head, commanding him to leave. "No, Jiang, please continue. What exactly is the situation?" The two men morphed into gossiping old maids, relentlessly pursuing him with questions. "Even if I tell you, you wouldn't believe it. Am I supposed to reveal that the gentle and delicate young lady of the Lin family dispatched an entire warehouse of bandits in a single minute? Or that the mysterious assassin organization, the Jimming, suddenly appeared to clear the scene? He himself had yet to ascertain the full extent of the matter. Come on, we would definitely believe you. It's not like she's on a date with that Zhou Hui, and you were merely watching from the sidelines, right?" Jiang Youli was left speechless by Gu Qian and Oppo's, an vivid imagination. While it was indeed related to Zhou Hui, it was far from a date. It was a kidnapping. Goodness, such sensational news. What on earth happened? Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin were utterly astonished. "I received word that someone has their sights set on the Lin family's possessions, linked to both the Lin and Li families in Kyoto, and they have already made a move against Lin Qing. I arrived just in time to witness that shocking scene. The Lin family maintained a favorable relationship with the Jiang family, and Lin Qing was, after all, his nominal fiancé. He could not stand idly by. He had intended to lay low and observe the situation from a distance, but was instead confronted with the unbelievable scene. Gu Qian and Oppose, and was once again astounded, his worldview shattered. Zhou Hui? Kidnapping? I knew he was a scoundrel, but I never anticipated he could be so utterly depraved. And then what? Did you swoop in to rescue the fair maiden?" Ji Yunjin seemed more concerned about the aftermath. "Not quite. I didn't have the chance to intervene. She and her brother were rescued by others." Although he acknowledged that Lin Qing had also fought back, the subsequent assassins from Jimming were likely in collusion with her. However, since she wished to keep it under wraps, he would refrain from exposing her for the time being. Gu Qian and Oppose, and wore an expression of exasperation at such a crucial moment. "Why were you so ineffectual? You squandered a golden opportunity." Jiang Youli remained silent, his gaze lowered. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but rather that the young lady didn't need his assistance at all. He would have to investigate why she possessed such skills and how she became entangled with the underworld. This incident is bound to stir up a storm in Lin City. "Shouldn't we linger to witness the drama?" Ji Yunjin proposed. "Indeed," Jiang Youli replied solemnly. "Well, this is quite unusual. Jiang, aren't you usually disinclined to partake in such affairs? What has come over you today? And by the way, will you be calling off the engagement? We can and Oppose just linger indefinitely in Lin City, can we?" They were indifferent, but Jiang Youli was a busy man with numerous matters awaiting his attention. Upon hearing the term "call off the engagement," Jiang Youli raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest flashing in his eyes, and his cool demeanor was momentarily warmed. It seemed unlikely that the engagement would dissolve. "So quickly you've changed your tune? I seem to recall someone asserting that the marriage must be annulled," Gu Qianan continued, shaking his head in mock disdain at Jiang Yuri's mixed signals. our years of brotherhood, and yet you cannot offer me your genuine feelings? You're unwilling to express your sentiments to us? Alas, silence, or I shall throw you out. Jiang Youli shot him a death glare. Uft. All you do is threaten Gu Qian and amp, oppose, and retreated to a safe distance. Ji Yunzheng added, given the gravity of the situation, should we not bring a gift to pay our respects? That would be prudent. I, too, wish to see your current state. Let us procure some substantial gifts. Gu Qian and peeked from the adjacent room. Wait, are you really heading out again right after just returning? One might think you're in a rush to see Miss Lin. If you prefer, you may remain here to keep watch. That is not acceptable. Such matters require my presence. Meanwhile, at the Lin residence, Lin Qing had gathered some understanding of the recent happenings within the gymming division. She had planned to take on a few tasks, but given the events of yesterday, her family would surely not permit her to venture out alone. She would have to wait until evening for a potential opportunity. Lin Yuan and Lin Yichuan were personally investigating Zhou Hui and amp, oppose, S affairs, while Lin Xinyan was occupied with filming and not home, leaving only her, Li Wantong, and Lin Qingyan together. As she lay on her bed, boredom creeping in, she was informed by a servant that the three young masters from Kyoto had come to visit her, with Li Wantong attending to them. Lin Qing instantly perked up. Why had that man returned? The performance must be complete, she thought, lightly applying a pale makeup to create an appearance of lacking vitality. Since they were all sons of old acquaintances, there was no need for formality. They could simply call her aunt. Through their previous interactions and understanding their current intentions, Li Wantong treated them with considerable warmth. These three juniors were indeed well-mannered and displayed a commendable sense of propriety. Chapter 51. A mutual benefit understanding that Lin Qingye was currently in a poor state. She did not genuinely wish to meet with her. Rather, she hoped Li Wantong would convey their regards. The three young masters had just arrived in Lini City without anyone to look after them, which indicated that the Lin family had previously failed to host them adequately. Thus, it would be best to stay for a meal before departing. Gu Qian and Ji Yunjin turned to Jiang Youli, primarily awaiting his decision. In that case, it would be more respectful to comply. Jiang Youli wore a faint smile, maintaining an elegant demeanor in the presence of the Lin family, which naturally endeared him to others. Even Gu Qian and Ji Yunjin found themselves somewhat awestruck. Had they not known Jiang Youli's true nature, they might have been captivated by his appearance. Please, make yourselves comfortable while I make arrangements and summon the third brother to entertain you. After all, young people tend to have more common topics to discuss. As Li Wantong rose, she caught sight of Lin Qingye descending the stairs, her pallid complexion evident. Nini, why are you out? Aren't an amp, oppose. Till you going to rest a bit longer? The room felt too stuffy. I wish to step outside for some fresh air. Lin Qingye offered a gentle smile and embraced Li Wantong, signaling her not to worry. Very well, these three young masters have come specifically to visit you. If you're feeling well enough, perhaps you could accompany your third brother in entertaining our guests. Li Wantong whispered in her ear. All right, mother. Lin Qingye greeted them with grace and took a seat directly across from Jiang Youli. Upon lifting her gaze, she met his sharp brow and piercing gaze, which seemed to penetrate her very thoughts, rendering her secrets vulnerable. Feigning shyness, Lin Qingye quickly averted her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle smile played at the corners of Jiang Youli and Oppo's mouth. The black sesame-filled Tanyuan proved to be quite alluring. At that moment, Lin Qingyan arrived, and with his easygoing nature, he quickly bonded with Gu Qian and Ji Yunjin, engaging in lively conversation. Gu Qian and Ji Yunjin deliberately isolated Jiang Youli, indirectly creating opportunities for him while exchanging knowing glances. Jiang Youli, in agreement with this unspoken plan, proposed, Miss Lin, do you not find the room a bit suffocating? Would you care to take a stroll outside? As he spoke, he consciously softened his usually austere demeanor, his expression warm and his eyes seemingly filled with mirth, making refusal feel almost like a transgression. Very well, Lin Qingyan nodded, curious about his intentions. Lin Qingyun felt uneasy. After all, he did not truly know Jiang Youli, and even his closest friend, Zhou Hui, had encountered issues with him. Ji Yunjin, sensing his concern, reassured him, "Rest assured, Jiang Yuli's character is beyond reproach. They are even betrothed, allowing for some initial interaction." Nevertheless, Lin Qing hesitated. "Well, we are in the Lin family. Nothing untoward should happen. If anything were to go awry with Jiang Gu, I would personally take responsibility." Gu Qian was quite aware of Jiang Yuli's capabilities. Few dared to act recklessly before him in all of Z country. "All right," Lin Qing relented, trusting that their mother would not have allowed them to entertain these guests if she did not have faith in them. "Now, where were we? Ah, yes. While we have some leisure time, why not show us around Lin City? When you arrive in Kyoto, we shall take you out for some fun as well." "Sounds good. I happen to be quite free, though whether I'll ever make it to Kyoto is uncertain. Perhaps I shall remain in Lin City my entire life." "Ah." Gu Qian and Ji Yunjin exchanged glances, realizing he was still unaware of the truth. They decided to keep quiet for now, planning to address it later. "However, there is a serious matter. If I take you out, what about my sister? Mother can be quite busy at times. Why not bring her along? Otherwise, it would be rather dull. Jiang Gu can surely look after her while we indulge in merriment." Gu Qian was already envisioning a carefree life without parental oversight. "I shall consult her later. Given all the recent events, I hesitate to put her in any risky situations." Completely understandable. Lin Qing and Jiang Youli strolled near the Lin residence in silence for quite some time. Eventually, Jiang Youli broached the topic that weighed most heavily on his mind. "Miss Lin, what is your perspective on our marriage?" Lin Qing paused in her steps, surprised by his directness. Suppressing the unusual emotions in her eyes, she retorted, "And what is your opinion of me, Jiang Shao? Do you believe I am worthy of the status of Jiang Shao's wife?" Jiang Youli pondered her question seriously before responding. "Of course you are worthy. In terms of family background, upon returning to Kyoto, you will undoubtedly be cherished by both the Lin and Li families, while I would merely be the one who has climbed too high." As for other hidden identities, he too seemed to possess his own complexities. Upon hearing his answer, Lin Qing had already begun to fathom his intentions. She had recently acquired information revealing that her parents hailed from one of Kyoto's 4 prominent families, and they had plans for her to reclaim her ancestral roots, which would undoubtedly elevate her status significantly. Regardless of who it was, no one would overlook such formidable support. She too wished to leverage the influence behind him. Let us consider it a mutual benefit. Chapter 52. What promises do you desire? I surmise that when Jiang Shao first arrived in Lin City, he intended to call off the engagement, did he not? Lin Qing was somewhat oblivious, merely wishing to tease him. To her astonishment, he actually confessed. Indeed, that was the case. However, upon meeting Miss Lin in person, my sentiments shifted. To be precise, it was only in these past 2 days that my perspective altered, particularly after witnessing her extraordinary, unparalleled skills yesterday. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing was rather taken aback. She had assumed that Jiang Youli was attracted to her gentle and sweet appearance. Is it true that dominant figures are fond of delicate partners? Alas, she was destined to disappoint him. Nevertheless, this would not hinder her from making good use of him for the time being. With a radiant smile, she leaned in closer, her glistening eyes shimmering with enticing allure as she gazed intently at him. A change of heart? What kind of change? Is it a shift in his opinion of me, or a reconsideration of whether to marry me? Both, it seems. Faced with her sudden interrogation, his gaze flickered momentarily. Truly? Yet I feel unworthy of Jiang Shao. Lin Qing adopted a demeanor of feigned melancholy, portraying herself as someone plagued by insecurities. After all, she was not yet meant to be aware of her identity in Kyoto. Do not underestimate yourself. Jiang Youli observed her theatrical performance without exposing her act. Thus, if I were to pursue Jiang Shao, would he be willing to grant me that opportunity? Lin Qing had nearly laid her cards on the table, awaiting Jiang Youli and Appo's response. He darkened his gaze, concealing his emotions, stating that I have previously made it clear that the initiative lies with Miss Lin, not with me. However, her mischievous nature compelled her to press for clarity. So the implication is that as long as I'm willing to marry, you would be willing to wed me, correct? Indeed. Receiving this affirmative answer, Lin Qing and Appo's eyes curved in delight, her smile playful. Well then, what promises can Jiang Shao offer me? What promises do you wish for? His deep-set eyes glinted with intrigue. For instance, unconditional protection? Lin Qing tentatively suggested. That is only natural. Jiang Youli could not help but ponder further. Someone like her likely does not require his protection. And besides, should any trouble arise, he possessed the confidence to safeguard her, depending on her sincerity towards him. Lin Qing was momentarily stunned. How could this man be so accommodating? Could it be that he truly harbors feelings for her? Then it is settled, regardless of his intentions. She assured herself that she would not be at a loss. There would be no wedding in the near future, thus no need for her to feign innocence by his side. She had ample time to plan her own course. If she could achieve her goals ahead of schedule, she would simply find an excuse to sever ties later on. Though their thoughts diverged, they ultimately came to an agreement. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, they returned to the Lin family living room, greeted by 4 pairs of inquisitive eyes. Jiang Youli, Lin Qing. This feels somewhat impolite. Ahem. You have returned just in time. Come and taste the fruit platter I have just prepared. Li Wantong beckoned them with a beaming smile. Lin Qing approached and sat beside her, then naturally adopted a spoiled demeanor, requesting her mother to feed her. Child, Jiang Xiao and the others are watching. Li Wantong feigned reproach, yet her actions betrayed no hesitation as she lovingly offered fruit to her daughter's lips. Lin Qing, unable to contain himself, leaned closer to Lin Qing and inquired, Sister, how was your conversation? What are your thoughts on that, Jiang Xiao? Their proximity allowed Jiang Youli and his companions to overhear, despite Cheng Yun lowering his voice, especially Gu Qian and Ji Yunjin, who were nearly straining to listen. Well, Jiang Xiao is quite a nice person. Lin Qing felt a momentary flush of shyness. Li Wanhong, Lin Qingyun, Gu Qian, and Ji Yunjin. It seems there may be hope. After Lin Qingyun processed the situation, he shook his head in disbelief. No, his sister had said something similar about Zhou Hui just days ago. Surely she would not fall for every man she met? Perhaps this was merely an official assessment. Never mind, as long as she is happy. Observing Jiang Youli and Appo's expression, which revealed no sign of reluctance, Gu Qian and Ji Yunjin understood that this marriage was likely on solid ground. A joyous consensus. However, this union between the Jiang, Lin, and Li families would effectively isolate the Ji family, would it not? Additional content. Dear readers, I wish to seek your opinions. Do you prefer narratives centered around campus life, affluent families, or underground circles? Referencing the first book, I may adjust the length accordingly. To be honest, I do not possess a specific outline. I write as inspiration strikes. If there are particular storylines you wish to see, please feel free to tag me and share your thoughts. Readers are akin to deities, and I shall endeavor to fulfill your requests. The sooner you express your desires, the better. Once the updates are complete, it may be too late. Kindly leave your messages following the latest chapter, and I will review them periodically. Much love to you all. Chapter 53. The test. After finishing dinner, Jiang Youli and the others quickly took their leave. Lin Qing was also drawn into a brief, heartfelt conversation with Li Wantong before finally regaining her freedom. However, she was destined for a restless night. She donned the night combat attire she had prepared earlier and deftly equipped herself with various weapons, even altering her appearance slightly. Once she confirmed that her family was fast asleep, Lin Qing stealthily descended from the 3rd floor like a nimble nocturnal creature, skillfully evading the surveillance cameras before leaping out through the main entrance. In the deep of night, the streets were sparsely populated, and with her deliberate concealment, she went unnoticed. Thus, she made her way to the branch of the organization, hidden beneath the guise of the city's foremost nursing home. Few could fathom that the world's leading assassination organization would mask its operations within such a seemingly innocuous establishment. The caregivers and even the elderly residents could potentially be covert assassins. Even at this late hour, numerous individuals remained on duty, ensuring the absolute security of the premises. Lin Qing's nocturnal visit was unannounced. She intended to surprise them while testing their reaction. Therefore, she stealthily scaled the wall into the nursing home, successfully bypassing the first layer of security systems and defenses. She even silently navigated her way to the underground level, the true headquarters of the organization. without alerting the peripheral guards. Yet, she felt a twinge of disappointment. It did not meet her ideal expectations. Just as she was about to unlock the new type of password lock at the entrance to the underground level, the lights suddenly blazed to life, with the brightest beam shining directly upon her face. An alarm sounded, though not a loud one, but a subtle chime that only the organization's members would recognize. Numerous infrared beams scanned her body, as if assessing her every movement. Lin Qing raised a hand to shield her eyes from the blinding light, yet stood her ground, awaiting the assassin's approach. She refrained from making any sudden movements, for she had personally designed this layout. Unlike typical setups that allowed for a brief reaction time, the defenses here operated on a dynamic system, predicting her next actions and preemptively sealing off any possible escape routes, effectively cornering her while they awaited the assassins. She remained perfectly still, denying the mechanisms any chance to activate. Should the approaching assassins wish to apprehend her, they would have to enter. For the convoluted space from the hidden passage to this door rendered long-range attacks impossible. To avoid accidental harm from the mechanisms, they would have to deactivate them first. Confident in their own abilities, they deemed the auxiliary mechanisms unnecessary, believing no one had ever escaped their grasp. Even if someone had, they would face relentless pursuit by the organization, with no respite. Moreover, few dared to brazenly provoke them, making Lin Qing's intrusion tonight quite unexpected. The 5 low-ranking assassins stationed around the nursing home had heard the commotion and were now communicating in gestures outside the hidden passage. Who could it be that managed to evade the internal defenses? It posed a challenge, but they reasoned that entering to confront her would suffice. Higher-ranking members were likely prepared within. In a place like Lin, where no prominent figures resided, they felt confident they could handle her without alarming others. Though they were the organization's lowest-tier assassins, their true prowess far surpassed the average in the assassination world, and they had yet to encounter a situation in Lin they could not manage. The 5 infiltrated the hidden passage in an orderly fashion and soon discovered Lin Qing. They hesitated to act, as she appeared to be merely a young girl in her 20s, standing there seemingly innocently, as if she had stumbled into this place by accident. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" One of the assassins inquired cautiously, unwilling to risk mistakenly harming someone important due to rash actions. After all, no explicit kill order had been issued from above. They could not take matters into their own hands. Their attire was somewhat casual, and they consciously suppressed their murderous aura, appearing no different from a nursing home as patrolling staff at a glance. The girl, with her back to them, turned abruptly upon hearing the question. Her expression fraught with panic as she stammered, I don't know. I accidentally came in here, and the lights frightened me, so I didn't dare to move. I'm not a bad person. I just wanted to visit my grandfather." Her earnest gaze was compelling, embodying the typical response of a girl caught in such an unexpected situation. Chapter 54. Overwhelming nevertheless, they possessed the fundamental qualities of a killer, remaining vigilant and not easily swayed by her seemingly frail appearance. Who would visit their grandfather at such an hour? Most were acutely aware of the rules in this establishment, particularly that entry was prohibited after 10:00 and Oppo's clock. How had she managed to gain access? The girl before them had somehow evaded their watchful eyes and successfully breached the first layer of security at the nursing home, locating the entrance to the division. It was undeniably peculiar. Lin Qing tilted her head instinctively, realizing that this excuse was far too flimsy to convince them. However, she could still prolong the encounter. She feigned shock and confusion, exclaiming, "Oh, is that so? This is my first visit, and I had no idea." Furthermore, she continued, "Someone texted me, informing me that my grandfather had encountered trouble here, which compelled me to come at this hour. That person knew I wouldn't be able to enter, so they instructed me to follow the route they provided, leading me to this place. Please wait a moment. I'll retrieve the chat history to show you." One of the assassins approached her with skepticism, asking, "Really? Let me see." Initially, it seemed he intended to verify the authenticity of Lin Qing's claims. However, as he drew closer, his expression shifted, and he suddenly gripped a concealed weapon with lethal intent, lunging at her as she glanced at her phone. The remaining 4 assassins were poised, readying their firearms and hidden weapons, fully prepared to eliminate Lin Qing. This girl was no ordinary foe. They could not afford to let her slip away. Yet, she appeared to anticipate their actions, evading to the left with a ghostly swiftness that surpassed their strike. His attack missed entirely, and she fluidly transitioned into a counteroffensive, delivering a swift kick to his wrist, propelling herself upward with grace, and landing a crushing blow to his head with her other foot, leaving him no opportunity to react. He had intended to counter her assault forcefully, but he was taken aback by the overwhelming strength, precision, and dominance she exhibited. This was a formidable opponent. The other four quickly regained their composure and launched their attacks on Lin Qing. As projectiles hurtled toward her, she remained unfazed, even managing to kick one of the obstructive assassins away with disdain, remarking, "Truly pathetic." That individual felt deeply insulted. Before he could rise and re-engage, he witnessed the seemingly delicate girl deftly evade every bullet aimed at her, showcasing remarkable agility in the confined space. She even intercepted some of the thrown weapons, returning them politely to her assailants. Despite their quick reflexes and impressive skills, they were constrained by their surroundings, leaving them unable to avoid the incoming attacks, resulting in two of them getting struck. When the five assassins refocused on her, their expressions were now clouded with wariness and trepidation. Although she had not yet fully revealed her abilities, her seemingly casual maneuvers instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure within them. How should they proceed? Should they call for reinforcements? They wondered why no one from their organization had arrived yet, feeling rather exposed. Clearly, their capabilities were only suited for gatekeeping. The current circumstances did not permit them to ponder further. After exchanging glances that conveyed mutual understanding, they unleashed their full might, determined to eliminate Lin Qing once and for all. However, their esteemed hand-to-hand combat techniques crumbled before her. Not only did she effortlessly counter their moves, but she also suppressed them with an even stronger offensive. Remarkably, she handled five opponents without breaking a sweat. With a scornful smile, she taunted with such meager skills. "How can you assist anyone? You'd just be disposed of outside." Her tone was soft yet piercing. The five individuals, now sprawled on the ground, were utterly at a loss, bewildered by the presence of this girl who bore no murderous intent, seemingly not seeking vengeance, and treating their encounter as mere amusement. They found themselves unable to retaliate. Should they simply lie down and feign death? After all, their organization would eventually send someone. Lin Qing noted their intentions, her lips twitching in amusement. "Why are you all so cowardly?" While she understood that in Z country, the assassin organizations were not particularly easy to navigate and were largely oriented towards intelligence gathering, she found it curious that these mid-tier assassins from Lini, predominantly Z nationals, were displaying such timidity. Chapter 55. The task of self-sabotage. The first assassin to act spoke in a low voice, "We are not fools. Why must we resort to mutual destruction? The higher-ups have yet to issue specific orders, so there is no need for them to rush to their deaths." The commotion had been considerable, although the soundproofing of the underground level was excellent, preventing any disturbance to the ordinary residents above in the retirement home. The organization would undoubtedly sense the upheaval promptly. The fact that no reinforcements had arrived by now indicated that they were not inclined to deal with the young girl. He continued, "You have quite a bit to say." Lin Qing stepped forward, lifting him with an eerie tone. "What are the odds of me using your head to break down this door?" His heart sank at the suggestion. Was she truly that ruthless? A soldier may be killed, but never humiliated. The odds are zero, so it will be a waste of your time and effort. It is not worth it for my sake. For your sake? Lin Qing chuckled, callously tossing him back to the ground. At that moment, the new vault door behind her slowly opened, revealing the tardy individuals within. At the forefront stood the department head, Qian Heng, accompanied by Quan Jin, the department supervisor who had contacted Lin Qing recently. Only the two of them were aware of her identity as the leader. As for the scattered others behind them, she could hardly be bothered to remember their names. Clad in identical light gray combat uniforms, they approached her respectfully, bowing as they greeted, "My lady." The five assassins, despite their injuries, hastily rose to their feet to join the formation, realizing that the esteemed individuals dispatched from headquarters had arrived, which explained their formidable presence. However, the age of this individual seemed somewhat youthful, causing anyone to let their guard down. Furthermore, the supervisor had vaguely hinted that the significant figure capable of boosting their performance was none other than her. The thought sent a thrill through several of them. How did you ascertain my identity? It is commendable that there is some intelligence among you, refraining from recklessly attacking her. At that moment, one individual eagerly raised his hand. My lady, aye. Lin Qing turned toward the voice, recognizing it as the person who had helped her acquire the black market entry ticket. He timidly stated, I memorized your figure at that time. Although you are in disguise, I can still recognize you. Very well. Proceed inside and report your recent operations, she replied. They naturally parted ways to allow her passage after you. Qian Hung accompanied her, giving a brief tour of the organization's interior. The layout resembled that of the black market, but was more expansive, with 2 additional levels and superior equipment. The lowest level was the control zone, only accessible to Lin Qing, Qian Hung, and Quan Jin. My lady, please take a look at this task. When a moment seemed right, Qian Hung projected the pressing task before her. It was not about the task and Oppo's difficulty, but rather that only she was suited to make the decision. Lin Qing glanced at it, intrigued. Oh, an assassination attempt on me? The Black Deer Gang certainly possesses some audacity. She recalled that the Black Deer Gang was associated with Huang Qi, prompting her to question whether they had traced it back to her. Surely, they did not possess the capability to do so. Quan Jin thoughtfully explained, they are unaware of your identity. They have been unable to identify the killer of Huang Qi and thus harbor resentment toward you and your brother. After witnessing Jimmy and Oppo's killing of Zhou Hui, the Zhou family and Lord Gong could do nothing against us, leading them to consider eliminating you instead. Do you wish to accept this task or not? Of course, I shall accept it. While we turn down free money, Lin Qing's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile, appearing particularly sinister in the shadows. So what should they do? Once you accept the task, bind me and deliver me to the Black Deer Gang and Oppo's territory, preferably to meet their leader directly. I shall personally send him on his way. After all, she needed to eliminate the leader, and if it suited her, she would not mind taking over this beleaguered gang to prevent them from threatening the Lin family. However, they seek confirmation of your death, and they may not dare to accept a living person. If Lin Qing were to enter the Black Deer Gang alive, and the Lin family were to discover it, it would lead to endless troubles. This action may also arouse their suspicions. If you dare not accept it, find a way to compel them to do so, regardless of the excuse needed, she commanded. When shall we act? Wait for my notification. I merely came to observe tonight. She needed to find a time that would not alert the Lin family and make all necessary arrangements in advance, sparing them further worry on her behalf. Understood. Do you wish to review other tasks? Quan Jin inquired, knowing he had previously sent her the details online, but sensing she had not engaged with it. He felt compelled to mention it again. Let be for now. I cannot spare that much time at the moment. Before departing, Lin Qing specifically cautioned, exercise caution in Lini City. Other influential figures from the circle are present. It would be unfortunate to encounter Jiang Youli. Upon recalling his identity, a chill deepened in Lin Qing's gaze. Chapter 56. Requesting an audience with Lord Gong after departing from the division. Lin Qing did not hasten to return home, but instead re-entered the black market. The entrance ticket was a gift from Qian Hung. This evening, she had altered her appearance, rendering herself rather unremarkable, yet her somewhat unconventional attire occasionally drew a few glances. The black market came alive at night, pulsating with energy. However, Lin Qing had no inclination for leisurely wandering. Her objective was to meet Lord Gong. It was said that he spent several hours each day on the third basement level, personally attending to distinguished guests, and she hoped to secure an audience with him. Armed with the most prestigious ticket, Lin Qing made her way to the third basement level. Initially, she intended to seek out Lord Gong directly, but upon reaching the office area on the right, she found herself barred from entry. My apologies, miss, but you cannot enter at this time. Although you possess an entrance ticket, we require Lord Gong and Oppo's express permission to grant you access. In essence, gaining entry to meet Lord Gong necessitated a reservation. Lin Qing arched an eyebrow, irritation flickering in her gaze. Was it truly so cumbersome? Was and Oppo's T had said that possessing an entrance ticket granted one unfettered access. The allure of the third basement ticket had led her to believe it conferred significant privileges. This is an unwritten rule of our black market. Although Lord Gong has not explicitly stated it, this is how we operate. Generally, appointments are arranged in advance with Lord Gong, who personally attends to guests. Unexpected visitors are a rarity. Even those who do come typically only wish to explore other areas. Finding this particular section uninteresting, while for Lord Gong, it remains confidential. Lin Qing scoffed inwardly at their pretentiousness. Those who acquired such tickets were either wealthy or influential. She had come this far. Did they truly intend to leave her in limbo? It was not an absolute necessity to meet him, but she desired entry into this area to familiarize herself with it. We can notify you, but whether Lord Gong will see you is uncertain. Faced with the somewhat arrogant demeanor of the young woman, the guard hesitated to make a decision. Very well, Lin Qing replied coldly. May I inquire about your identity? You are not worthy to know. Have your Lord Gong come to find me, lest my matters be delayed. Tread carefully. Lin Qing did not spare him a glance, maintaining an air of superiority and arrogance. Such a demeanor was the only effective response to individuals like him. As anticipated, the guard refrained from further comment, fearing to offend a significant figure, and promptly retreated into the inner area, navigating through the winding corridors for 5 minutes. They finally halted before an office door. Two of Lord Gong's confidants stood guard at the entrance. Upon noticing someone approaching, they immediately barked, "What do you want? Do we not inform you that Lord Gong is resting? Do not disturb him without cause." Given the recent events, Lord Gong was overwhelmed with work, having scarcely rested, and now is not the time to intrude on his brief respite. The guards were acutely aware of Lord Gong's temperament. The guard, drenched in sweat, explained that someone from outside the region sought an audience with Lord Gong, possessing a high-level entrance ticket, exuding an air of importance. I had no choice but to consult Lord Gong for guidance. To admit her recklessly would be perilous, yet refusing her could also incur his wrath. The trials of life. The two confidants exchanged glances, their skepticism evident. We have not heard of any major clients scheduled for today. Could you have been deceived? Yet, given her access, her status must surely be considerable. Perhaps we should consult Lord Gong, one suggested. They gently knocked on the door. Lord Gong, are you awake? We have something to report. After a brief pause, a deep and somewhat irritable voice emanated from within, clearly expressing displeasure. Enter, but I hope you bring significant news. The three entered with trepidation and conveyed their report. Why would someone seek me out at this hour? Lord Gong furrowed his brow, recognizing that none of his prominent contacts had reached out, suggesting this could be a newcomer. I am unsure. It seems there is a matter of importance to discuss. The guard added thoughtfully, is a young girl. Even more absurd, Lord Gong mused, contemplating the situation. Ultimately, he decided to investigate, for the entrance ticket to the third basement was not easily obtained, and he endeavored to avoid offending any holder. If she turned out to be a person of consequence, he could always assert his authority later. The back and forth had already consumed considerable time. Lin Qing, growing increasingly impatient, found the inefficiency of these individuals exasperating. During this interval, she had conjured numerous imaginative scenarios regarding the demise of this so-called Lord Gong. The remaining guards sensed the escalating tension surrounding her, her icy demeanor nearly suffocating. They felt a shiver run down their spines. The aura she exuded was formidable, and though those permitted entry were not to be trifled with, encountering someone so inexplicably terrifying was indeed a first. Could the messenger hasten their pace? Chapter 57. This is not important. Gong Yi arrived fashionably late, and it was intentional. Since the other party had not directly revealed their identity, he decided to keep them in suspense. He was not someone to be easily commanded. Upon catching sight of Lin Qing at a distance around the corner, his expression soured. Indeed, she was merely a young girl. He rummaged through his mind for all possible connections. Perhaps she was the daughter, sister, or mistress of some influential figure, or perhaps she was merely a curious spirit seeking thrills. Regardless, Gong Yi dismissed her with disdain, deliberately slowing his pace, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Several subordinates trailed behind him, amplifying the sense of intimidation. Though he initially had no desire to engage with her, he felt it necessary to extend some semblance of courtesy given their encounter. After all, he needed to ascertain her identity. Lin Qing noticed his demeanor, her eyes flashing with a sharp brilliance akin to a drawn sword, piercing and chilling. It was evident that Gong Yi held her in contempt. As a veteran of the black market, Gong Yi's presence was formidable. Most would quail at the sight of his fierce, hawk-like gaze. Yet, Lin Qing was no ordinary individual. To her, someone like Gong Yi was hardly significant. Seeing her expression, Gong Yi felt a weight in his heart. For a brief moment, he was unnerved by her, sensing that she would not be easily deceived. However, he perceived more of her nobility and arrogance, reminiscent of a pampered young lady. Thus, he softened his tone, laced with a hint of coaxing. Miss, you jest. It is only natural to be caught off guard in such haste, so do not take offense. Are you blaming me for my uninvited presence? Lin Qing raised her phoenix-like eyes and shot him a piercing glance, radiating pressure. Although she had indeed barged in uninvited, what of it? She had come to disrupt his composure. Gong Yi felt increasingly stifled. Who was this girl to speak to him in such a manner? Was she Na'vi, or did she possess formidable backing? How could that be? Gong Yi wished to avoid unnecessary discourse with her, yet he queried, "Might you introduce yourself? My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is the matter I wish to discuss with you. Regarding the jade pendant." Lin Qing continued to maintain her aloof demeanor, regarding him with a frosty gaze. "Well, are you not going to invite me in?" At her words, Gong Yi's pupils constricted, alarm bells ringing within his mind. Someone knew of this matter. No wonder she was so audacious. What faction did she belong to? "Please," he murmured, no longer daring to delay, his expression grave as he ushered her inside, leading her to a more lavish reception room. Lin Qing surveyed the surroundings with a calm demeanor, noting that this so-called office area likely concealed many secrets. Guards were stationed at intervals, and patrols were frequent. This might be the only place in the black market equipped with surveillance, a reason others seldom frequented it. The rooms were heavily soundproofed. From the outside, nothing could be discerned, nor could any connections be established. Gong Yi dismissed the others, confident in his domain, unperturbed by potential surprises. The matter regarding the jade pendant was known solely to him and a few trusted confidants. They knew quite enough, and this ill-tempered young lady would likely prefer no eavesdroppers. Lin Qing casually chose a seat, her demeanor languid, as though she had come to indulge rather than negotiate. Unable to restrain himself, Gong Yi spoke first. "May I inquire your esteemed surname? We cannot simply continue this vague address. I have already stated that is of no importance." Gong Yi remained silent, exercising restraint. He adjusted his posture, adopting a grave expression, determined not to be outmatched by this young girl. "Let's discuss your purpose for seeking me. Since you have come to my doorstep, it is reasonable to assume you have a request. There is no need for excessive deference." Regrettably, he was uncertain of her affiliations. If her threat was minimal, he could quietly dispose of her here. Regarding the jade pendant, Gong Yi likely had significant knowledge, for he would not have dared to kidnap the Lin family's heiress otherwise, correct? A cold sweat broke out on Gong Yi as he realized her awareness of the situation. This was an indirect grip on his vulnerabilities. Could it be that the one who thwarted his plans was this very girl before him? Or perhaps it was the force that backed her. Yet, he maintained a facade of calm. "Please continue. My master is also quite interested in the jade pendant, and should you be willing to share, feel free to stipulate your terms." Lin Qing asserted, aware that her influence in Z country was not yet deeply entrenched. Inquiring into the jade pendant would require delving into the secrets of the 4 prominent families in the capital, a task that would demand time and connections. She was not particularly anxious, nor did she expect to extract anything of great value from Gong Yi. Her words were merely a strategic ploy to make her stated purpose appear more credible. She understood that Gong Yi would likely refuse her outright, thus increasing the likelihood of his acquiescence to her subsequent demands. Chapter 58, The Mukalandi Family Master. As he quietly murmured these words, Gong's thoughts were consumed by the realization of the formidable background of the individual before him, who was indeed after the jade pendant. Regrettably, his knowledge on the matter was rather limited. Apart from being aware that the pendant currently resided in the possession of the Lin family and its deep entanglement with the two prominent families of the capital, he had no other substantial information at his disposal. Initially, he had considered that even if the pendant were to fall into his hands and he could not wield it effectively, he could still trade it for equivalent benefits with the influential figures in the capital. Little did he anticipate that even before the pendant had reached him, it had already drawn the covetous eyes of other powers. What would be the repercussions of a refusal? Alas, the value of this information could not be measured in mere currency or goods. He had no intention of using it for barter. Gong was gambling, wagering that the other party would not dare to act against him lightly. This particular jade pendant had previously instigated 2 bloody incidents, and most individuals privy to the details have been silenced. He was the sole inconspicuous survivor. His existence still held utility. As he had surmised, upon uttering this statement, he noticed Lin Qing and Amp, Oppose, as countenance darkened, her gaze towards him brimming with fury, though ultimately she restrained herself from issuing further threats. Very well. My master has long surmised that you would not easily relent. There is no rush. I shall demonstrate our sincerity. Sincerity? Gong became intrigued. We can collaborate initially to assist you in acquiring the pendant. I presume you are currently troubled by this matter? Indeed, but how can you be so certain of success? The girl's tone seemed excessively audacious. This is my identity card. You should have a machine capable of scanning it. Lin Qing produced an unassuming black card, adorned with only a few golden dots. Gong's body jolted in surprise. The 3rd basement level was specifically designated for receiving international dignitaries. Top-tier aristocrats possessed unique business cards or identity cards that symbolized absolute power and status. These cards could only be verified using special equipment, revealing the information the holder was willing to disclose. Considering that Lini City was merely a city, the individuals he had previously entertained could only be classified as lower-tier socialites within the international circle, with few from the upper echelons. Thus, the machine had seldom seen use. He had yet to gain access to the upper aristocratic circles. He never anticipated that he would encounter someone possessing a special identity card under such circumstances. Gong cautiously accepted the card and instructed his staff to bring the machine into the room. He operated the verification process personally, nervously and anxiously awaiting the information that would soon be displayed. Name, Lin Qing. Identity number, family, Mukalandi. Position, mid-level expatriate director, overseeing Z country and related affairs. Most significantly, she was a trusted confidant of the direct heir of the Mukalandi family. As Gong examined the stream of information, he felt his head throbbing. He stiffly turned his head and asked, Mukalandi family, is it the one I have heard of? The Mukalandi family, the foremost noble family of G country. With each generation's head typically succeeding as the prime minister, wielding absolute authority capable of influencing domestic politics within G. Their family enterprises span the globe. Most infamously known for their exceedingly dark underground casinos, money houses, and blood-soaked underground fighting rings, where they essentially hold a monopoly, amassing wealth at an alarming rate. The Mukalandi family engaged in illicit activities in the shadows, yet has never faced sanctions, only expanding their influence. Who could challenge them when they possess such overwhelming power as a shield? Thus, the Mukalandi family is also referred to as the House of Sin. Lin Qing regarded him with disdain. Are you questioning my identity? Her words startled Gong immensely. He hastily presented the identity card to her, bowing respectfully yet with a hint of flattery. I apologize, Miss Lin Qing. That was not my intention. I was merely taken aback. He had never envisioned himself encountering anyone from the Mukalandi family. It felt surreal. In that moment, he comprehended why the young woman before him exuded such arrogance and aloofness. She possessed undeniable capital. A young girl from Z country could compel the Mukalandi family to overlook the intricacies of lineage, entrusting her with full responsibility for matters here. She was indeed a formidable character. He also quickly realized why she could so effortlessly uncover his clandestine activities. Thus, the Mukalandi family had set their sights on the jade pendant. Were they also eyeing the 4 prominent families of the capital? Given their family background, Navigating Z country could prove challenging. Expanding their family business within Z would undoubtedly not be simple, especially since Z country has long been stringent in its crackdowns. However, the real question remained, why would such a powerful family assist him in acquiring the pendant? Couldn't they simply seize it for themselves? Lin Qing discerned Gong's thoughts and spoke up, "My master does not necessarily covet this jade pendant. She merely wishes to ascertain its value. I will assist you in acquiring the pendant, but the condition is that you must disclose all the information you possess if it proves beneficial to the Mukalandi family. We can negotiate a high-price transaction." With her declaration, Gong found himself devoid of any reasons to refuse. Chapter 59. The international black market pass. The implication is that the Mukalandi family has intervened to assist him in acquiring the jade pendant, and in return, he has divulged all knowledge regarding the pendant. Should they express disinterest, the pendant remains solely his possession. Even if they desire it, it would necessitate an equivalent exchange. Not only would he incur no tangible loss, but he could also indirectly grant the Mukalandi family a favor, leaving him entirely unscathed. It was akin to a pie falling from the sky, too good to be true. He held no doubts, nor dared to question the authenticity of Kylan Yu and Appo's identity. Such high-level identification cards are typically beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals to forge, and machines would not misread them. Furthermore, no one would dare to exploit Kylan Yu's family's influence for deceit, as such actions would only lead to relentless pursuit and retribution from them. Thus, everything was indeed genuine. Old Master Gong felt his heart tremble. "Is this truly your only request?" Lin Qing let out a cold snort. "What else do you think your abilities could possibly do for my master?" The family aimed to infiltrate and dominate the market in Country Z, necessitating a thorough understanding of the local dynamics, particularly concerning the 4 prominent families in Kyoto. Upon hearing this, Old Master Gong found it reasonable. "Then it is settled. Shall we draft the contract? It might ensure greater security." "Huh, you, a ruler of the black market, would concern yourself with such trivialities? Do you fear we might go back on our word?" Old Master Gong's face reddened, entirely devoid of temper. Indeed, both the black market and the Mukalandi family operate outside the bounds of reason. How could they be constrained by such formalities? No, certainly not. Establishing a written contract symbolizes my respect for the Mukalandi family. If you prefer not to, that is entirely acceptable. Everything shall proceed according to your wishes. He smiled obsequiously. "Here, this is my phone number. When you are ready to proceed, await my notification." Lin Qing casually handed him a small piece of paper. "Let us allow you a few days of joy. Dying with a smile is far preferable to dying in tears." After providing the necessary details, Lin Qing rose to depart. Old Master Gong hurriedly accompanied her. "Miss Kylan Yu, would you like a tour of this place? I can serve as your guide." "Very well," she agreed, finding it to her liking. "After you." Old Master Gong, now devoid of any drowsiness, was eager to impress Lin Qing. Just as they reached the doorway, one of Old Master Gong's confidants approached, bearing a grave expression. "Old Master, someone else wishes to see you." Old Master Gong immediately erupted in frustration. "See whom? Can't you see I am currently occupied? Tell them that anyone seeking my attention must make an appointment in advance." At this moment, the Mukalandi family held the status of his deities. Who could possibly surpass her in importance? He was acutely aware of the hierarchy. Having finished speaking, he quickly turned to Lin Qing, offering a conciliatory smile. "Rest assured, Miss Kylan Yu, tonight I shall serve only you." "Oh." Lin Qing smirked sarcastically, recalling how different his demeanor had been upon her arrival. "Ensure that you send them away without disturbing my esteemed guest." No sooner had Old Master Gong and Appo's command left his lips than a cold, deep male voice echoed from a distance, laced with anger. "Who are you trying to send away?" His eyelids twitched violently. What were these fools doing? How could they allow someone in? At that moment, a guard rushed over, panic-stricken, whispering in his ear, "Old Master, they possess an international black market pass. We dare not stop them." Old Master Gong felt the world spin around him. Good heavens, an international black market pass? What kind of powerful figure is this? It was utterly perilous for him. Holding such a document, he was no mere city-level black market operator. In the international underground arena, It carried significant weight. He quickly pushed aside the guard, fixating on the two men approaching from afar. Lin Qing followed his gaze, her heart racing as she recognized them. Surely this is too coincidental. Walking slightly ahead was a foreign man, his skin an almost pallid hue, as if he had long been deprived of sunlight, adding a touch of sinister coldness to his demeanor. He resembled a hunter traversing the night, both delicate and ferocious, mysterious and perilous. A perfect embodiment of contradiction that rendered him irresistibly charming. Lin Qing knew him well, the CEO of the world's largest underground black market, the Bright Market, Mernal. His role primarily involved meting out merciless punishment to those who defy the rules and disrupt the order of the black market. The brutality of his methods was enough to make even Lin Qing frown. Most critically, Mernal had deep ties with the Mukalani family. The man beside him was Jiang Youli. Lin Qing's breath hitched. This is disastrous. Encountering both of them at once jeopardizes everything. Fortunately, she had undergone a transformation today. Otherwise, her true identity would surely be revealed before Jiang Youli. As for Mernal, even if he discerned the falsity of her identity, it mattered little. Such a person would not meddle in trivial affairs, especially against someone as insignificant as Old Master Gong, making it unnecessary for him to concern himself. Chapter 60. She is an imposter at this moment. Mr. Gong could hardly concern himself with Lin Qing, hastening to approach the two individuals. I spoke out of turn. Esteemed gentlemen, please do not take it to heart. Although he did not recognize them, their formidable presence was unmistakable, indicating they were not to be trifled with. Furthermore, the international black market pass they possessed suggested their status was likely on par with that of the Mukalani family. My Lin and Oppos regarded him with a cold, piercing gaze, as if his eyes were laced with venom, evoking a sense of dread. I have matters to discuss with you. Hurry up. Do not waste my time. He spoke in halting Chinese, enough for Mr. Gong to comprehend. Jiang Youli remained silent by his side. This, Mr. Gong found himself at a loss, cautiously glancing at Lin Qing, aware that offending either party would be unwise. Resolutely, he decided to prioritize her, for their arrangement was already solidified, and it would not hurt to delay slightly. Perhaps these newcomers had more pressing matters. Miss Kailan, it appears that unexpected guests have arrived. What do you suggest? Upon hearing the name Kailan, my Lin and Oppos, abruptly lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Lin Qing and Oppos' face for an extended period, his eyes shimmering with inscrutable meaning. He smiled broadly, but remained silent. Please, continue with your affairs. I can manage on my own. Lin Qing responded amiably at that moment. Very well, Mr. Gong exclaimed with delight, promptly ushering the two into another private reception room. Lin Qing sensed the intense scrutiny of their gazes upon her, yet she maintained her composure, resolutely advancing without casting a sidelong glance. Surely, Jiang Youli could not be so perceptive as to recognize her. Although she had recently been identified by a subordinate of Ji Ming, that individual possessed a particular talent, having undergone specialized training. She should have departed sooner. Simultaneously, she felt fortunate that they might also be seeking information about the jade pendant, as she had already secured an agreement with Mr. Gong. Regardless of how enticing their offers might be, Mr. Gong would not dare disclose the contents of this transaction to others, nor would he risk violating the Mukalani family's accord. If their intentions diverged from this, it would be all the more advantageous. In the reception room, my Lin and Oppos casually inquired, who was the person that just left? Someone from the Mukalani family, Mr. Gong replied, hesitating to divulge further details. Oh, my Lin leaned closer to Jiang Youli, lowering his voice. I never expected someone would dare to commit wrongdoing under the banner of the Mukalani family. This is a first for me. How do you know she is an imposter? I have met Kailan. The details do not align. Perhaps she has undergone disguise. The true Kailan is exceedingly arrogant. She would announce her identity without the need for disguise. She is indeed an imposter. Jiang Youli evidently concurred with his assessment. Then why not expose her? That would be rather dull. I am eager to observe the spectacle, what she intends to do, and the consequences of provoking the Mukalani family. Jiang Youli refrained from further comment. Mr. Gong, witnessing their whispered exchange, was drenched in cold sweat, anxious yet reluctant to rush them. Lin Qing conducted a general survey of the office area, forming a mental map, and soon departed the black market, winding her way home to ensure her movements remained concealed. She resolved to exercise greater caution in the future, for Jiang Youli was an elusive figure. A moment of carelessness could grant him leverage over her. She stealthily slipped into her room, changed her attire, and removed her makeup. Then, she sent several messages to Quan Jin, instructing him to thoroughly investigate Jiang Youli and my Lin's recent activities before she gradually succumbed to slumber. The following day, Lin Qing woke later than usual, yet her family indulged her, allowing her to sleep as long as she desired. Soon, Lin Qing cheerfully approached her. "Sister, did you sleep well? Do you wish to go out and play? I assure you there will be no mishaps this time." "Oh, where are we going?" Lin Qing felt a twinge of guilt, for she had orchestrated previous incidents, leaving her third brother burdened with concern for her well-being. "I have made plans with Gu Xiao and the others to explore Lin City. I also invited some friends we enjoyed spending time with before, though there may be a few strangers as well. Will you join us?" He had arranged for over a dozen bodyguards, ensuring every detail was attended to. "Will Jiang Xiao be attending?" Lin Qing inquired. Someone of his stature would likely not partake in such frivolities, especially since he was present at the black market yesterday for important matters. Lin Qing's expression soured with jealousy. "Sister, have you already taken a liking to Jiang Youli? It seems I, as your third brother, lack the allure. I believe you will attend." "Very well, then I shall join as well." If he had indeed recognized her yesterday, she would ascertain the truth today. "Excellent. I shall make arrangements." Upon receiving her agreement, Lin Qing hurried off, simultaneously informing their eldest brother and parents of the itinerary. Lin Qing settled onto the sofa, enjoying fruit while awaiting his return. Their parents and eldest brother were preoccupied with strategizing against the Zhou family and Mr. Gong, too busy to attend to their affairs. However, regarding Mr. Gong, their hopes were destined to be dashed, for she had already instructed her subordinates to interfere with their investigations and actions, wishing to shield them from entanglement in this matter. She had devised a strategy to divert the crisis, ensuring the Lin family remained unscathed. It would be far more prudent for her to discreetly eliminate the threat posed by Mr. Gong. Chapter 61. The entertainment venue. Lin Qing swiftly returned, estimating that Lin Qing would still need some time to apply her makeup and change her outfit. "Sister, once you are ready, we shall set off." Lin Qing immediately rose, her smile charming. "Third brother, I don't have much to prepare. We can leave right now." "Indeed, even without makeup, my little princess is exquisite as jade." Requiring no elaborate adornments. Lin Qing felt a swell of pride. Having such a sister was a matter of great esteem. He intended to showcase her within their social circle. On their way, Lin Qing casually inquired, "Third brother, where are we going for our outing today? What activities are planned? With so many people invited, it must be an outdoor event." "That's a secret. You shall find out soon enough," Lin Qing replied mysteriously, then added, "Actually, this gathering wasn't organized by me. It was a plan already in motion within our circle. I merely mentioned it, and it was expedited. After all, a larger group brings more liveliness." "I see," Lin Qing acknowledged. "You didn't make many friends at the last banquet. Perhaps this time you can try mingling with them." Lin Qing was concerned that his sister might feel lonely staying home alone. "Uh-huh," Lin Qing replied, but inwardly, she dismissed the notion. For her, engaging with this group of young ladies was both juvenile and tedious. They belonged to a different echelon, devoid of shared interests. Moreover, she already had an ample number of friends. The addition of more ordinary acquaintances could be detrimental should her true identity be revealed. As she wooed and oppose, to have the capacity to safeguard them. Before long, they arrived at their destination, a vast private estate situated in the suburbs north of Lin City. It was an impressive training ground, astonishing in its scale, rivaling the mansions of the three prominent families. A cadre of private guards stood watch outside, while inside lay a plethora of exhilarating sports activities, clearly demarcated areas, and a host of coaching staff and service personnel. This venue had been jointly established by the three great families as a leisure haven for the aristocracy of Lin City. Although the Zhou family was soon to be ousted, who would take their place remained uncertain. Ah, this is quite the upscale social setting. Bringing the three young masters from Kyoto here is quite fitting. After Lin Qing and Lin Qing alighted from the vehicle, they were promptly greeted. Young Master Lin, Miss Lin, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Have the others arrived? Lin Qing inquired. Everyone is here, except for the three young masters from Kyoto, whom you invited. Very well. Lead the way. As they traversed a beautifully landscaped area, Lin Qing and Lin Qing finally reached the gathering spot. Since not all the guests had arrived, particularly those of the highest status, the atmosphere was one of casual chatter. Upon seeing Lin Qing, several friends waved him over. Hey, Qing, over here. Among them were the two most distinguished individuals, Yu Zhao and Lu Xing, heirs of the Yu and Lu families, respectively, with whom he was relatively familiar. A quick glance around revealed that Lin Qing recognized most attendees, save for a few unfamiliar faces, likely invited by his companions. To ensure prudence, Lin Qing requested introductions, wary of potential unsavory characters his sister should not encounter. So, you all arrived quite early, he remarked warmly, then naturally asked, who are these individuals? An awkward smile accompanied one response, as someone leaned in to whisper, you mentioned the young masters from Kyoto would be attending, but somehow this news leaked. These individuals are young nobles and socialites from other cities. Their status is comparable to ours, and we cannot refuse their presence. Lin Qing nodded, refraining from further comment, recognizing that expanding their circle among the elite could be advantageous. His primary concern was ensuring his sister's safety and enjoyment during the outing. He then guided Lin Qing over, introducing her to each of his friends. Though you may have met at the banquet, it is essential to reintroduce. This is, and this gentleman beside me is. Most were of a similar age, attending the same school, which would be beneficial once Lin Qing enrolled, as his friends could look out for her. Regrettably, he noted the lack of female acquaintances among his circle. The group greeted her warmly, for who does not appreciate a beauty, particularly one of such noble stature? Lin Qing responded with polite acknowledgement. In contrast, the young gentlemen and ladies from outside, Lini, sat aloofly, appearing isolated and neglected. Shall we not extend our greetings to them? Lin Qing inquired. Let us forego that. It is better not to impose ourselves upon them. They are here for the three from Kyoto, and they look down upon us. One young master scoffed. Initially, they had considered approaching that group, but the latter's haughty demeanor suggested a complete disregard for their presence, save for the amiable Yu and Lu. Very well, Lin Qing thought to himself, understanding the situation. Chapter 62. Unfortunate events before long. A sentinel at the door reported that the three esteemed young masters from the capital had arrived. All eyes turned toward the entrance, with some individuals even rising from their seats, eager to make a favorable impression. An earlier mishap at the Lin family's recognition banquet had cost them a prime opportunity, and they could not afford to let this chance slip away, particularly those from the elite circles of Lini City. No longer dismissive, they composed themselves and approached the entrance, ready to offer a warm welcome. Lin Qing and his companions exchanged glances, muttering among themselves about the blatant sycophancy of these individuals, who seemed to forget their place as mere guests. Lin Qing echoed their sentiments, noting that the presence of these individuals brought an air of misfortune. As the trio was respectfully ushered inside, they were immediately encircled by a throng of their peers, both male and female, eager to extend greetings and introduce themselves. The incessant chatter becoming somewhat irksome. A cursory scan of the crowd revealed no familiar faces, leaving Jiang Youli's expression somewhat frosty. Yi Yunzhen maintained a stoic demeanor, clearly uninterested in engaging socially, while Gu Qianan, with a tone of impatience, waved them aside, demanding they clear the way. His demeanor in the capital was akin to that of a rebellious prince, disregarding anyone who was not Jiang Youli or Ji Yunjin. They had come to seek out Lin Qing and Lin Qing, showing no inclination to entertain irrelevant company. The individuals gathered outside, accustomed to a life of privilege like Yu Zhao and Lu Xing, were taken aback by such disdain. However, upon recalling the trio's noble status and their parents and Appo's counsel, they begrudgingly smiled and stepped aside. Meanwhile, Lin Qing and Appo's friends stifled their laughter at the embarrassing display of flattery directed at those who had no interest in reciprocating. Their audacity was evident. They had clearly underestimated Jiang Youli, who was not to be trifled with. As the three young masters approached, Lin Qing, accompanied by Lin Qing, stepped forward with an air of graciousness. "Welcome, young Master Jiang, young Master Gu, young Master Ji," he greeted warmly. Gu Qianan, quick to respond, playfully draped an arm around Lin Qingyun's shoulder, teasing, "Just call us by our names. No need for such formality." Known for his affable nature, Gu Qianan's demeanor shifted dramatically when engaging with friends compared to strangers. "Indeed, let us proceed inside," Lin Qing replied, maintaining her composure as she greeted them. The trio's expressions softened in her presence, for she was, after all, his nominal fiancée. Their gazes met, revealing an undercurrent of tension beneath their calm exteriors. Though Lin Qing quickly averted her eyes, feigning modesty, Jiang Youli subtly smirked before taking a seat alongside Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin. At this juncture, Lin Qing introduced his friends to the trio, who reciprocated with polite greetings, their demeanor markedly warmer than their earlier interaction with the crowd outside. The influence of Lin Gu is indeed formidable, his friends remarked, relieved by the shift in atmosphere. Meanwhile, those who had previously obstructed the entrance exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of envy and confusion as they witnessed the familiarity between the Lin family and the esteemed guests. The realization struck them. The young masters were not inclined to associate with them, leaving them in a precarious position. They had initially dismissed the need to curry favor with the local elite, focusing solely on the trio from the capital, but now they were left to ponder their next move. As they contemplated their strategy, Lu Xing observed the very individuals who had just snubbed him now approaching with insincere smiles. Unable to suppress a derisive snort, he mused that these so-called aristocrats had lost their sense of decorum, mistaking their status for superiority. Reflecting on the earlier decision to include such company, he regretted his choice, aware that expelling them now would invite repercussions. Once seated, the atmosphere in the venue shifted to one of palpable awkwardness, a tension that was almost tangible. Lin Qing, sensing the discomfort, sighed and resolved not to let this affect the gathering. "Since everyone is present, let us proceed with our planned agenda," he announced, striving to restore a sense of normalcy. Chapter 63. Gunfight. This event was primarily orchestrated by Yu Zhao and Lu Xing, with Lin Qing merely tasked with bringing people along for the enjoyment. Thus, after making his remarks, Lin Qing ceded the floor to them. Lu Xing smiled amiably, exuding warmth. Yet his words bore an unpalatable sting for certain individuals. It was unfortunate that the original plan was only tailored for our intended participants. These newly added friends seemed to have no provisions made for them. Lu Xing's gaze fell upon the group across the way, an intriguing expression gracing his features. At that moment, Lin Qing leaned toward his sister and whispered, "Do not be deceived by his seemingly gentle appearance. He is, in truth, a smiling tiger." Indeed, Lin Qing nodded slightly, contemplating a similar sentiment about her third brother. "Do not be fooled by my own innocent looks. I am, in fact, a black-hearted lotus." Yu Zhao, with his hands clasped behind his head, assumed a nonchalant posture, playing along with Lu Xing and Amp. "Oppose. Es just Had you not mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten. What shall we do now?" These exchanges only intensified the awkward atmosphere in the room. Leading the opposing group was Han Mu, the heir of the wealthiest family in Hongchuan City, adjacent to Lini City. Upon hearing the comments, Han Mu displayed no sign of anger. Rather, he offered a somewhat apologetic response. "I apologize for our abrupt arrival and for any inconvenience we may have caused you." Given the current situation, they had no choice but to acquiesce, prioritizing the need to appease the affluent youth from Lini City. Seeing his response, Lu Xing refrained from being overly confrontational, for one does not strike a smiling face. "Well then, since we have a large group, let in Amp, Oppose. Let's not impose any rigid arrangements. Let us enjoy ourselves freely and pursue whatever brings us joy." In truth, this arrangement suited Lu Xing perfectly, as the three young gentlemen from Kyoto held a status far superior to his own, and he dared not make arbitrary plans. Should any misfortune befall them, No one want to bear that burden. Once these words were uttered, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Essentially, the authority now resided with Jiang Youli and his companions. Gentlemen Jiang, Ji, and Gu, what activities do you wish to partake in? Gu Qianan waved his hand, declaring, we must experience everything. Ji Yunjin had no objections. I will follow their lead. At this moment, all eyes turned to Jiang Youli, who pondered deeply before making a surprising suggestion. How about we try a gunfight? Everyone was taken aback, including Lin Qing. How could he propose such a perilous endeavor? Gu Qianan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now that thrilling. Just as I expected from you, Brother Jiang. Is there no one else? Jiang Youli countered, his tone neither hot nor cold, yet imbued with an inexplicable sense of pressure. There is. Lu Xing and Yu Zhao exclaimed, nearly springing from their seats. This suggestion was simply brilliant. How had he not thought of it sooner? There is a designated shooting range, equipped with real firearms. Lin Qing frowned, clearly disapproving. No, this is far too dangerous. What if someone gets hurt? Hey, you've been away from us for too long. It seems your mind has dulled. Lu Xing jested, then proceeded to explain to the group. We can split into 2 teams, utilizing real firearms for target shooting competitions, and perhaps even play some bets. Those skilled can voluntarily join in the competition, while those less experienced may practice first. Participation is entirely at one's discretion, and mere observation is also acceptable. This would be the first round. As for the second round, as Jiang suggested, we could engage in a gunfight using paintball guns. There happens to be a man-made forest nearby. We can establish the necessary rules and engage in a spirited confrontation. Naturally, we must keep it within limits, emphasizing participation over competition. Lu Xing added with a grin. Feeling quite clever, he believed himself to be a stroke of genius. Among their group, excluding Lin Qing, they had all handled firearms often enough to feel confident in their marksmanship. As for practical combat, they had long wished to confront the arrogant young nobles across from them. And now an opportunity had presented itself. Once they committed to participating, they would relish in the chance to outshine their opponents. In such a scenario, losing face would likely deter them from returning to seek parental intervention. Off face. How could I forget? Lu Xing suddenly exclaimed, realizing they must discreetly record the entire event. He then quietly conferred with his companions. What do you think? He asked earnestly. I have no objections. Lin Qing waved his hand, a hint of excitement in his demeanor. It had been ages since he had enjoyed something so exhilarating. Gu Qianan chimed in with fervent approval. Let us do it, Jiang Youli concurred. The remaining group, led by Han Mu, hesitated to voice their opinions. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Accustomed to a life of luxury, they had little experience with such activities. Should they truly form teams and engage in combat, they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. However, refusing to participate would risk undermining Jiang Youli's authority, and offending him could lead to dire consequences. Noticing their hesitation, Yu Zhao resorted to provocation. Surely you're not afraid of such petty skirmishes? If so, you can merely watch us engage amongst ourselves. With that, they can no longer remain seated. Han Mu raised a condition. If we are to engage in combat, it is evident that our numbers are insufficient. Would it be possible for us to recruit 2 more participants? While they were inexperienced, they had acquaintances who excelled in such matters. 2 of Han Mu and Damp, Oppos, as friends were particularly skilled, and rumor had it, they had even taken lives. Chapter 64. A step-by-step guide. The 3 young masters from Kyoto appeared to possess average abilities, likely posing no significant threat. Thus, a gentle approach during their confrontation would suffice, with no need for excessive caution. Yu Zhao and Lu Xing exchanged glances, considering their side indeed lacked personnel, and they readily agreed. Han Mu, with a self-satisfied smirk, felt a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, surprised at how easily they acquiesced. Such confidence in themselves. Did they not fear his potential mischief? Unfortunately, no one paid much attention to his thoughts. Next came their collaborative planning phase, beginning with personnel allocation. Each team was to consist of 10 individuals, ensuring at least 3 females in every squad to foster a sense of involvement among the women, while simultaneously lowering the difficulty for entertainment's sake. Han Mu and Amp. Oppo's S-team comprised 8 members, including 3 females. With the addition of 2 who would arrive later, their numbers were perfect. As for Lin Qing and Amp, Oppo's S-group, they had to sift through a dozen candidates. The males, Jiang Youli, Gu Qianan, Ji Yunjin, Lin Qing, Yu Zhao, and Lu Xing, accounted for 6 members. And by selecting the most formidable among their brothers, they would be adequately equipped. The remaining individuals were designated as substitutes, though typically they would not see action. Regrettably, only 4 females were available, and none were eager to participate, fearing embarrassment due to their lack of experience. They were all young ladies of considerable standing, keen to protect their image. While casual entertainment might have sufficed, the presence of dignitaries from other cities elevated the stakes of the competition. Thus, they would remain outside to cheer and assist with minor tasks. The girls from Hanmu and Oppo's S faction could not suppress their laughter at the hesitant demeanor of the others, a wave of superiority washing over them. Was it not the purpose of their outing to seek thrill and enjoyment? Their reticence was a dampener. Indeed, there was no need to feign such modesty. They were all in the same boat, unaccustomed to such experiences, and should embrace the opportunity boldly. It was a splendid chance, and it baffled them that the others were not seizing it. It was not overly challenging. Anyone with a modicum of training could participate. Do not be timid. The other 3 girls, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the comments, hesitated, preparing to step forward. After all, it would be equally humiliating to be looked down upon. Lin Qing, however, simply did not wish to engage in such frivolity, finding it rather juvenile. At that moment, Jiang Youli suddenly spoke, his deep-set gaze scrutinizing her as if he could see through her very soul. "Miss Lin, do you not wish to give it a try?" Lin Qing and Oppo's expression dimmed, and she lowered her head, awkwardly responding in a barely audible voice. I cannot, and I'm a bit scared." Jiang Youli and Oppo's persistent attention raised her suspicions. Was he genuinely interested in her, or merely testing her resolve? Likely the latter. "Is that so?" he replied, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips, clearly intent on not letting her off the hook. "Do not worry. We have ample preparation time. If you are unsure, I can guide you through it step by step." "Scared?" he added, recalling how she had effortlessly dispatched a dozen opponents without so much as a blink. His words hung in the air, laden with implication. Was Jiang Shao interested in Miss Lin? After all, he seldom extended kindness to anyone, making this attention unprecedented. The gazes of the others toward Lin Qing grew increasingly complex. Her status was already elevated, and now she had the protection of a Kyoto young master. It seemed they had unwittingly stepped into a realm beyond their reach. Really? Lin Qing decided to play along, curious about his intentions. Would he truly condescend to instruct her? Jiang Youli discreetly assessed Lin Qing and Amp, Oppo's fair, delicate fingers, noting that her preparation for this endeavor was quite thorough. A girl of her stature would not possess hands devoid of calluses. Perhaps she had undergone special treatment. At first glance, she did indeed resemble a pampered young lady. "Absolutely," Jiang Youli replied earnestly. Chapter 65. Is it heavy? At this moment, Lin Qing interjected, "Yes, sister. If you're interested, why not join us? We will certainly protect you. If you're uncomfortable with Jiang Shao guiding you, I can teach you instead." Lu Xing, Kuden, and Oppo's helped but retort, "With your marksmanship, even if I stand still in front of you, you Wuden and Oppo's hit me. Spare us the trouble. Please mute yourself." "Thank you," Lin Qing replied with a punch. "All right, I will join." Lin Qing nodded. Given this, she decided to engage with them. After all, it would be prudent to have someone looking out for her in case something unexpected happened to third brother during this time. "Great, we still need 2 more girls. Who among you would like to join?" "Don and Amp. Oppo's worry. We and Amp. Oppo's handle all the fighting." They managed to persuade 2 more girls to join. These girls were slightly older than Lin Qing, and although they had never actually handled firearms, they possessed a basic understanding and were familiar with the rules. "Miss Lin, come along with us. Let's keep our distance and not hinder Jiang Shao and the others. In critical moments, we can also protect you," they said gently as they sat beside Lin Qing. They were not foolish. Among this group, aside from the 3 from Kyoto, Lin Qing was undoubtedly the most precious, and they could not allow her to come to harm or face any grievances. As for Han Mu and his crew across the way, they likely didn't hold back when it came to their actions. All right then, thank you, sisters, Lin Qing replied obediently, offering them a sweet smile, attempting to convey her goodwill, which made her appear quite endearing. The two young ladies were utterly captivated by her calling them an amp. Oppos, sisters and amp. Oppos. Heavens, what kind of enchantment is this? They had always despised those young ladies who addressed them as sisters or younger sisters, finding it exceedingly annoying. Yet, how is it that when it comes from Lin Qing, it feels entirely different? They had never anticipated themselves to be so hypocritical. Protecting Lin Mei is our duty, they thought, their eyes sparkling with delight. As their earlier apprehensions about being forced into the situation dissipated, Lin Qing had truly become the cherished darling of the group. Perhaps the only ones who looked upon her unfavorably were those from the neighboring city. Once everything was prepared, they arrived at the shooting range to commence the pre-competition trials. Yu Zhao and Lu Xing had specifically arranged for the shooting training ground to be divided into two sections, perfectly accommodating both groups. They were still in the phase of testing the firearms. Lin Qingyun and the others had already taken their turns and begun practicing, while the two girls were receiving guidance from someone. Only Lin Qing and Jiang Youli remained still. Lin Qing was uncertain about Jiang Youli and Amp, Oppo's intentions, and, as a girl, she felt the need to maintain a degree of modesty, refraining from speaking first. Observing her obedient demeanor, the coldness in Jiang Youli's eyes softened considerably, shedding the initial aloofness he had displayed. He found her pretense rather charming. "Miss Lin, are you not planning to give it a try? All team members will need to take the field soon." Although he was aware of Lin Qing and Amp, Oppo's impressive marksmanship, he deliberately posed a question to align with her persona, finding amusement in teasing her. Lin Qing paused momentarily, turning her head to gaze at him for a long while before tentatively asking, "Are you willing to teach me?" "Jiang Shao, I would be delighted," he replied, eager to discover how well she could conceal her abilities. A gentle smile graced Lin Qing and Oppo's lips akin to a spring breeze, enveloping the heart with warmth. "That will be troublesome for you, Jiang Shao." Yet, this smile did not reach her eyes. Hidden beneath it was her aloofness and indifference. Subsequently, Lin Qing and Jiang Youli took their positions. The table was already set with firearms, and for the sake of fairness, all equipment was standardized. "Hold the gun. I will teach you how to load it." Jiang Youli stood beside Lin Qing, offering her guidance. "Oh, all right," Lin Qing responded somewhat absent-mindedly, awkwardly lifting the gun with both hands, her expression showing signs of struggle. Jiang Youli chuckled lightly, fully accommodating her. "Is it heavy?" Chapter 66. Teacher Jiang Lin Qing nodded weakly, evoking a strong sense of protectiveness. She heard him chuckle softly, then he moved closer, taking hold of the gun in her hands and demonstrating the proper grip, doing so with an ease that was neither frivolous nor inappropriate. Her left hand should support. Lin Qing gazed at his serious profile, momentarily taken aback. "Is he really teaching me? Should I learn, or should I not? What level of skill would be deemed normal? Have you understood?" Jiang Youli suddenly inquired. "Yes." Coming back to her senses, Lin Qing replied softly and mimicked his stance, resting the gun against her shoulder while slightly tilting her head to aim. As Jiang Youli observed her actions, an unprecedented pleasure stirred within him. "Little one, you're pretending quite well." But no, he moved behind her, tracing the trajectory of her hands, adjusting her posture. "It should be like this." Just as he had said before, he guided her step by step, even gently pressing her head down, directing her gaze forward. Lin Qing felt as if she was enveloped in his embrace, and the atmosphere grew somewhat intimate. Onlookers began to take note of this scene, expressing their astonishment. Gu Qian and Oppos, and Kuden and Oppos, helped but exclaim, "Wow, Zhanggu really knows how to teach." Ji Yunjin discreetly captured a snapshot, thinking it might be useful for future leverage over Jianggu. Lin Qing, feeling the weight of others and Oppos, gazes instinctively stiffened and then awkwardly struggled. "Don't move." His calm, magnetic voice whispered in her ear, imbued with a soothing quality. With a pull of the trigger, the bullet sliced through the air, striking the bullseye. Upon closer inspection, the crowd gasped, "Perfect 10. I can't believe young Master Jiang is this skilled." A mere bit of guidance, and Miss Lin hits the target, even from 100 meters away. After the shot, Jiang Youli realized his actions had been somewhat inappropriate, so he quickly distanced himself from her. Lin Qing stared at the target ahead, her delight unmasked, resembling a child who had just received a reward. "Wow, I actually hit it. That's amazing." Jiang Yuri's gaze lingered on her radiant smile, his tone unconsciously softening. "Yes, you are quite remarkable." This was his genuine sentiment. Having witnessed her prowess, he understood that what she had displayed was merely a fraction of her true capabilities. He pondered the possibility of sparring with her someday. "No, it's all thanks to Teacher Jiang. I hardly contributed," Lin Qing replied with a gentle smile, her glistening eyes reflecting admiration for him. "Teacher, Jiang?" Jiang Youli was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her to address him so. I assent to it," Lin Qing countered. "Yes, it is a mere title. You may call me as you please. However," she expressed, "I fear I might forget how to use it if I become too nervous. Do you think I'm particularly foolish?" As she voiced this, Lin Qing and Appo's gaze remained fixed on his face, scrutinizing for any hint of doubt about her identity. "Not foolish. Quite gifted." Jiang Yuri's dark eyes, deep as ancient wells, revealed no turbulence as he calmly replied. "Really?" Lin Qing continued to play along. Jiang Youli was not easily deceived. Caution was advisable. Just practice a couple more times. Taking his advice to heart, Lin Qing began her training, albeit clumsily. "What kind of results does Teacher Jiang hope I will achieve?" "Do your utmost," Jiang Youli replied solemnly. Would she truly give her all? Deep down, he already knew the answer, no. Since she was intent on concealing her abilities, there was no way she would reveal her true strength in such a setting. "How many points would satisfy you?" Lin Qing pressed on. "Full marks," Jiang Youli stated plainly. Then I shall do my best." With that, she focused on her practice, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Achieving full marks was impossible. If she were even slightly earnest, he might detect her flaws. Some ingrained habits were truly difficult to alter. Should she slip during practice, her true capabilities would be exposed. She fired 3 shots, all missing the target. But her subsequent attempts improved slightly, scoring 5 or 6 points, with her best shot hitting 7. For a delicate young lady unaccustomed to such activities, this was already commendable. Cheers of praise erupted from the crowd. Even Jiang Youli joined in the compliments. Chapter 67. No need to escalate to family matters. Lin Qing turned to Jiang Youli, her expression timid. "I didn't receive a perfect score. What should I do?" "There's no need to rush. When the time comes, you will naturally be willing to reveal yourself." "Is Teacher Jiang not going to practice?" "No need." "All right then." Lin Qing turned away, her gaze gradually becoming icy. Indeed, she exuded enough confidence. She too was curious about how much he would reveal during this competition. In the distance, Han Mu observed the interaction between Lin Qing and Jiang Youli, and the simmering resentment in his eyes grew more intense. He hadn't Appo's come alone this time. He had brought his sister, Han Shui, along. As for his intentions, it was clear he wished for his sister to make an impression in front of young Master Jiang, and if they could develop further, that would be even better. However, it seemed there was an obstacle in the way, yet it was no significant problem. Given Lin Miss's capabilities, he could easily ensure her elimination in the competition, thereby creating an opportunity for his sister. The 3 young masters from Kyoto were on the opposing side. To avoid provoking them, his team could afford to lose, but only under the condition that the group from Lin suffered a more crushing defeat. With their presence, the 3 young masters from Kyoto could gauge the strength of his team. Han Mu turned to Han Shui and asked, "Do you have confidence in dealing with Miss Lin?" If she could eliminate Lin Qing on her own merit, without him needing to arrange anything, that would be ideal. Han Shui cast a disdainful glance at Lin Qing, her demeanor exuding arrogance and confidence. "Don and Amp, Appo's, worry brother. I and Amp, Appo's, am quite adept at dealing with such pretentious individuals. What is Miss Lin but a pretty face? Having grown up in the wild, she knows nothing and is essentially just a bumpkin. In terms of family background, she was certainly not inferior to Lin Qing. In terms of capability, she was more qualified to stand beside Jiang Youli. Today was her opportunity to shine. She would make sure young Master Jiang noticed her. Lin Qing sensed the two unfriendly gazes directed at her, but remained unfazed. The tactics of these young masters and ladies were hardly worthy of her concern. Her focus was instead on the situation with Lin Qing. She noticed her third brother confidently raising his gun and taking several shots, regrettably most landing in the 5 or 6 rings, even falling short of Lin Qing and Appo's performance. This led to mockery from his companions, which soon escalated into a verbal spat. Lin Qing and Appo's lips twitched slightly. Aware of her gaze, Lin Qing promptly pushed aside the raucous young masters beside him, dismissing them with a wave. "I'm off to find my dear sister." With a cheerful demeanor, he bounded over to Lin Qing. "Sister, how do you feel?" "Not bad," Lin Qing replied, glancing at Jiang Youli before adding, "Young Master Jiang teaches well." "That's good. If you're feeling overwhelmed or unhappy, you can withdraw at any time. No one would dare criticize you." What does third brother think of this competition? Do you feel confident?" Lin Qing had already noticed the 2 aides that Han Mu had brought and had vaguely guessed their identities. If neither she nor Jiang Youli intended to take action, Lin Qing and Appo's team would surely lose. "We must win. We need to crush the arrogance of the opposing team, who dares to underestimate us." As he spoke, Lin Qing unconsciously clenched his fists. Lin Qing smiled lightly. "All right." Soon, preparations began for the first round of the competition. Both teams were eager, each exuding an air of confidence as they regarded one another with challenging glances. Although the match was to be restrained, one could not rule out the possibility of unforeseen incidents occurring during the contest. Han Mu had intentionally raised this point. "Rest assured, we are responsible for our own actions. There's no need to escalate this to family matters. Let everyone give their all." Lu Xingzheng shared this sentiment, pleasantly surprised that Han Mu had broached the topic, providing him an excuse to act decisively. "Just wait and see who will deal with whom. Since that's the case, we shall show no mercy." Such bravado. Don and Appo's, come crying to your mothers if you lose. Initially, there had been some tension, but Han Mu and Appo's arrogance ignited a fierce competitive spirit among the boys from Lini. Chapter 68. Wait for me to retrieve the scores with the sharp crack of a gunfire from the appointed referee. The first round of the competition officially commenced. There were a total of 10 positions, and the first team to take the field was Han Mu and Appo's squad, each member armed with 10 bullets and an unlimited shooting duration. The criteria for victory were straightforward. The team with the highest cumulative score would emerge triumphant. Perhaps eager to showcase their skills, Han Mu and Appo's teams swiftly demonstrated their marksmanship, with only 3 female members lagging slightly behind, yet achieving commendable results. Gasps of astonishment resonated throughout the venue. Wazn and Appo's claimed they had little prior experience with firearms, yet they appeared surprisingly adept, with the 3 young ladies averaging scores in the 5 to 6 ring range. How could they outperform our Miss Lin, who was thought to possess exceptional talent? If not for our meticulous preparations, I might have suspected foul play. It was simply astonishing. The seemingly delicate Han Xiao managed an average score around 8 rings, which was equally impressive. "Lower your voice. Do you want them to hear?" Someone whispered. "Look, the 2 individuals they summoned later, 10 shots, 10 rings. What kind of prodigy is this? By heavens, I hadn't noticed until now. Han Xiao must have some sort of advantage." Another remarked, frustration evident. Lin Qing and his companions began to sense that the 2 newcomers possessed an extraordinary aura. Could they be professionals? How could they compete under such circumstances? Lin Qing felt the mounting pressure and inwardly lamented his own inadequacy, worrying he might drag his friends down. Gu Qianan noticed Lin Qing and Appo's apprehension and offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder. "Don't fret, it's just 2 perfect scores. With Jiangge and Jigu on our side, we're bound to succeed." "Really? Are they that formidable?" Lin Qing asked, astonished. "Absolutely. Jiangge is a professional, as evidenced by how he trains Miss Lin. We cannot possibly lose. Gu Qianan declared with unwavering confidence in Jiang Youli. And what about you? Lin Qing inadvertently posed a question that struck a nerve with Gu Qianan. Well, I'm inconsequential in comparison, he replied, quickly shifting the topic. Regardless, we must not lose our composure. Indeed, it's our turn now. Hanmu's team had completed their round and brimmed with confidence. Given their scores, it seemed improbable that Lin Qing and Oppo's S group could surpass them. Clearly, he underestimated Jiang Youli and Lin Qing. For individuals like them, who seldom engaged in such recreational pursuits, achieving this level of performance was commendable. Surely, Yu Xiao and Lu Xiao would have even greater assurance, right? Absolutely. We are prepared for a spectacle. Unbeknownst to them, the boys from the Lin team had lost all rational thought and grabbed their weapons, ready to shoot. Their arrogance was intolerable. They were determined to strike back fiercely. Lin Qing focused intently, managing to score an impressive average of 7 to 8 rings. Yu Xiao, Lu Xing, and another boy matched his performance. Gu Qianan fared slightly better, averaging in the 7 to 8 range and even hitting 2 9 rings. Then, the other 2 girls from their team took their shots, but regrettably, they averaged only 3 to 4 rings, significantly hindering their progress. Realizing this, their faces paled slightly. Lin Qing, who had yet to shoot, noticed their poor performance and flashed a sweet, official smile. Don't worry, sisters. I'll help elevate your scores. Instantly, they felt uplifted. Oh, how kind of you, Miss Lin, they exclaimed, although they didn't oppose. To take her words too seriously, believing she was merely offering comfort. All right, we'll cheer you on. No pressure, we'll be fine. Jiang Youli had also yet to take his turn. Hearing Lin Qing's words, a subtle smirk graced his lips. So you plan to showcase your skills already? I suppose scoring perfectly wouldn't be unreasonable for me as well. Lin Qing's voice carried, catching the attention of spectators like Hanmu. Wow, Miss Lin is quite confident. Isn't she? To retrieve the scores, she'll need to average at least 9 rings. I'll be watching closely, Han Shui remarked, arms crossed, a mocking expression adorning her face. Having only managed a 7-ring score herself, her boldness seemed somewhat misplaced. Was she truly so naive, having just returned from abroad with such limited perspective? So, Miss Lin, are you ready to begin? We can hardly wait. Allow me to clarify. This narrative is entirely fictional, and all content is fabricated. The name Lin City was chosen arbitrarily for its pleasant sound, and does not refer to the Lin in Shandong. Chapter 69. A playful banter chattering away, are we? No one considers you mute if you remain silent. Lin Qing could no longer tolerate their discussions about Lin Qing. Do not fret, third young Master Lin. We haven't uttered anything particularly offensive, have we? Unfortunately, the opposing side's background was not inferior to Lin Qing's, and they were entirely unafraid of him. Brother, it's fine. Let them revel in their arrogance for a while. Soon enough, their laughter will fade. Lin Qing interrupted Lin Qing's impending remarks, urging him to watch calmly from the sidelines. Very well, I shall heed your advice. The attention of the crowd shifted back to the competition, where they observed Ji Yunjin swiftly grasping his firearm, steadily firing shot after shot without a hint of emotion. 10 rings, 10 rings. Goodness, another 10 rings. Is young Master Ji truly this formidable? His refined and elegant demeanor hardly resembled that of a marksman. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Thus, the first perfect score from the Lin City team was born. Quite impressive indeed. With both Gu Xiao and Ji Xiao showcasing such prowess, one could only surmise that Jiang Xiao would not be lacking either, especially considering how adept he was while assisting Miss Lin. Jiang Youli did not lag behind, perfectly matching Ji Yunjin's pace and achieving 10 flawless rings, shattering Han Mubi's confidence. The 2 perfect scores, once a source of pride for their team, no longer provided an advantage. Now, all eyes were on Lin Qing and Oppo's as performance. However, overall, their scores still held an edge, and it seemed unlikely that Lin City and Oppo's S team could rely on her for a comeback. Everyone was acutely aware of this reality. They believed that unless Lin Qing could achieve a perfect score, not even the heavens would turn the tide in their favor. Sister, just shoot as you please. Do not feel pressured. Lin Qing felt a twinge of guilt, acknowledging his own inadequacy in providing her with glory. Indeed, Miss Lin, it and amp, oppose, as merely a recreational competition. Shoot freely. No one from the Lini City team dared to impose pressure on Lin Qing. Lin Qing displayed no tremor of uncertainty in her gaze. Yet she feigned a touch of emotion, expressing gratitude. Really? So I could just shoot freely? The crowd remained silent. Though their words were not meant to be taken at face value, a semblance of dignity was still expected. Seeing her demeanor, Han Shui couldn't and amp. Oppose. T helped but laugh, derisively remarking, "Indeed, a hopeless case." Han Mu shot her a glare, signaling her to temper her remarks. Lin Qing dismissed their antics, casually lifting the firearm before her, disengaging the safety, and pulling back the bolt. With a swift aim, before anyone could react, the first bullet was fired. Is this truly a joke? No aim whatsoever? Unbelievable. The scorekeeper announces it. 10 rings, a bullseye. The absurdity of it all left the crowd in stunned silence, unable to fathom this stark reality. Lin Qing herself was taken aback, covering her mouth in exaggerated surprise. Huh? Is this truly my score? It doesn't seem as challenging as you all suggested. Jiang Youli leaned casually against the shooting platform, observing her movements with a languid expression. So, you have chosen not to conceal your prowess? Shooting with such carefree abandon and still hitting the target was something even he could not guarantee. Lin Qing appeared to exceed his expectations. Yet, was she not concerned about revealing her abilities? Perhaps not. Given her demeanor, others would likely dismiss it as mere coincidence. Indeed, the crowd wore expressions of disbelief, suspecting Lin Qing was intentionally flaunting her skills, relishing in the advantage while pretending to be modest. Continuing her shooting, Lin Qing now held the gun solely with her left hand, feigning discomfort as if struggling to manage the weight. Oh dear, it's quite heavy, I can hardly lift it. In the next moment, her finger pulled the trigger and the second bullet soared forth, again landing squarely in the bullseye. This hand is weary, time to switch. Swiftly, Lin Qing transitioned to her right hand, repeating the same maneuver. Indeed, it was one-handed rapid shooting, and once again, 10 rings. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. Just picking it up felt rather simple. I wonder why you all are so riled up, Lin Qing remarked innocently, addressing Han Mu and the others, her tone naive and understanding. This elicited an inexplicable sense of affront among them. Sure, you shoot well, and if luck is on your side, so be it, but to wear such an insufferable expression is truly infuriating. Their eyes burned with jealousy. How can this be? Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would have doubted whether Lin Qing was cheating. Jiang Youli chuckled quietly to himself. Such childish antics were amusing to observe, especially the look of disbelief on Han Shui and Appo's face, which contorted from shock. She could not fathom that Lin Qing possessed such talent, treating target shooting as if it were a trivial game. Chapter 70. A match for your countenance. Lin Qing effortlessly seized the initiative, swiftly completing her remaining shots with an air of nonchalance, each bullet finding its mark within the bullseye. This achievement rendered her the third member of the Lini team to score a perfect 10. By this calculation, their team was assured victory, as the rules stipulated that a total of 10 bullseyes would yield additional points, effectively compensating for the earlier subpar performances of the two girls who had only managed scores in the 3 to 4 range. Han Mu and Amp, oppose, as countenance darkened ominously. He sought evidence of Lin Qing's potential foul play, but found no starting point, for she had been afforded no opportunity to manipulate the outcome. It seemed as though the result was a mere amalgamation of skill and fortune. Although Lin Qing was equally astounded, he did not forget to indulge in a bit of boastful revelry. Ah, Han, prior to the competition, we thoroughly inspected each other in oppose, as firearms. In plain view of all, my sister could not have tampered with anything. This is pure skill. You wouldn't dare question it, would you? Han Mu replied through clenched teeth, maintaining a stony expression. Of course not. It is merely a competition, and we can afford to lose. Their faces were grim, yet they did not succumb to despair. The first round had been static shooting, and Lin Qing had merely been fortunate. Her unexpected win was not to be overly feared. The true challenge lay ahead. Han Mu was unconvinced that anyone from the Lin team could surpass the two aides he had enlisted. In the second round, he would take the lead. It was time to raise the stakes. Well then, Lin Qing chuckled softly, disregarding their sour expressions, as he bounded over to Lin Qing. Sister, you have truly astonished me today. Your performance caught me off guard. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. Be honest with me. Have you practiced before? Unlike those consumed by shock and envy, he believed her perfect 10 scores were the result of prior training. If it were mere luck, she would surely be favored by fate itself. Indeed, I have practiced, Lin Qing admitted candidly, unreserved in sharing with her family, and Lin Qing was not one to overthink. As expected of my sister, truly impressive. The others in the team lauded her as well. Gu Qian and Amp, Oppos, and buzzing beside Jiang Youli, exclaimed, Did you see that? Miss Lin is quite the formidable character. Her movements appear casual, yet each step is impeccably precise. After a flurry of admiration, he concluded, A match for your countenance. Ji Yunjin rarely concurred with him. Jiang Youli merely responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, his expression inscrutable. Brother Jiang, you seem rather aloof. Why are you not the least bit surprised? Did you foresee this? After all, you're her mentor, he laughed. I have long told you, she is not simple. If you remain unconcerned, do not come to me for her remains next time. Jiang Youli delivered his harsh words in the most placid tone. Gu Qianan shivered at the implication. Brother Jiang, even if you threaten me, why drag Miss Lin into it? She is so gentle and charming. How could she be as ruthless as you? Jiang Youli fell silent, knowing it would be futile to continue. At that moment, Han Mu spoke again. In the first round of trials, we did not set any stakes. Now that everyone's capabilities have been sufficiently displayed, we can consider placing bets to enhance the excitement and intensity of the competition. What do you all think? This proposal was met with agreement from Yu Zhao and Lin Qing. Having witnessed Jiang Youli and Ji Yunjin and Amp, Oppos, as prowess, the Lin team brimmed with confidence. They were determined to outdo their rivals, and even if they lost, it would not matter. Money was of little concern. Young Master Han, what do you and the others think? Han Mu asked for confirmation, seeking to ensure his approach was sound. Casual, Gu Qianan replied flippantly, dismissing the stakes entirely. With Jiang Youli on their side, they were assured victory. Moreover, given their esteemed backgrounds, they would never be outmatched in the realm of betting. Jiang Youli and Ji Yunjin remained silent, but their approval of Gu Qianan's stance was evident. Betting solely on money lacks intrigue. Let us wager something else, Han Mu declared. His sights set on the three young lords from Kyoto, showing little interest in other matters. What do you propose? Lin Qing inquired. The losing side must publicly acknowledge their defeat on official social media, expressing their willingness to concede and admitting their inferiority. Such a psychological ploy, is it? Very well. A little loss of face is nothing to fear, Lin Qing agreed readily. Not so fast. I have yet to finish. Additionally, I hope that after today, the three young lords from Kyoto will pay a visit to the victorious side and Amp, Oppos, as territory, as it may offer a more enriching experience, he added, implying that the defeated party would lack the privilege of hosting esteemed guests. At this revelation, the faces of the Lin team members soured. It seems they're laying a trap for us, they thought. It became clear why he had sought the opinions of the three young lords from Kyoto. It was a cunning maneuver. Chapter 71. The gunfight. Jiang Youli and Ji Yunjin maintained their composure, while Gu Qianan let out a dismissive snort. Their arrival in Lin City was solely aimed at the Lin family. They had no time to deal with others. Gu, however, was reluctant to go back on his word now that he had already agreed. To contradict Han Mu would only reveal his fear of losing, which he could not afford. Fine, let us take the gamble. I shall ensure victory in the next round. We accept the first condition, but for the second, it would be prudent to consult with Jiang Shao and the others, Yu Zhao interjected. Their expressions were grim, yet they found themselves unable to either agree or refuse outright. What do the three young masters think? Han Mu inquired once more, his patience wearing thin. Let it be, Jiang Youli declared, and thus the stakes were established. For everyone involved, it seemed there were no tangible losses, merely a battle of pride. Lin Qing was strategizing with his companions. We need to arrange for protection for our three female teammates. Hanmu's team will undoubtedly target the vulnerable first. But how many should we assign? We fear that the two formidable opponents from the other side might overwhelm us. At least 2 or 3 individuals are necessary for their safety. But that would weaken our combat strength, making us less effective in the fray. Let us wait for the game to commence and observe their moves. If they don't provide special protection for their 3 girls, we need not worry. They can simply eliminate each other. That works. But how should we handle a group of boys? Should we resort to underhanded tactics? One suggested, this is their territory. They have played their fair share of schemes before. If a real confrontation arises, it will be Hanmu's team that suffers. That might not be wise. Their family background is significant. What is there to fear? We've established this is merely light-hearted play. The stakes are low, and they initiated the disrespect. So we cannot be blamed for retaliating. Lin Qing's gaze settled on Jiang Youli and the others. What are your thoughts? How shall we proceed? Let us engage in some mischief. I'm all for it, Gu Qianan replied eagerly, relishing the thought of intimidation. Ji Yunjin nodded in agreement. Surprisingly, Jiang Youli stated, I will handle the aftermath. What exactly do you mean by an oppos, aftermath and oppos? Lin Qingyun inquired, confused, but Hanmu and oppos. S-team was already urging them to wrap up the discussion. Once everyone donned their gear, the 2 teams proceeded to the eastern and western entrances of the training ground, preparing to conceal themselves for half an hour. Anyone struck by a paintball and marked with color would be eliminated. The methods of engagement were unrestricted. Lin Qingyun's team entered through the eastern entrance. Before advancing further, Lin specifically instructed the 3 girls, you should find a place to hide nearby. We will guard the front, ensuring they cannot reach you, thus keeping you relatively safe. However, if you feel left out, feel free to venture forward to strategize with us or engage if you spot any of their girls alone. If the situation turns dire, signal us for support. Understood. Lin Qingye replied obediently. Jiang Ge, will you stay here to protect them? Gu Qianan believed that was Jiang Youli's intention. Although he wished to have Jiang join them in the fight, his instincts warned him that 2 formidable opponents lay ahead, and he felt uncertain of their chances. Yet, he acknowledged that it was more vital for Jiang to safeguard the future Jiang Shao. All right, Jiang Youli replied coolly, his emotions inscrutable. In the unlikely event that we encounter danger, you must come to avenge us. Gu Qianan reasoned that Jiang Youli would be their ultimate trump card should they falter. Jiang Youli's response remained a detached murmur. Once arrangements were completed, Lin Qingyun led his brothers into battle. Jiang Youli did not remain stationary, but roamed to eliminate potential threats, allowing the girls more space. Most importantly, he wished to observe Lin Qingye's performance from the shadows. The 3 girls huddled together, with the exception of Lin Qingye, who appeared indifferent, while the other 2 felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. We are essentially stationed at the rear, aren't we? Besides hiding, it seems there is little else for us to do. Indeed, it is somewhat dull. Watching from the sidelines would be far more engaging. I actually have an idea that I've yet to voice. We could serve as bait. They might fear for our safety. Being struck by paintballs can be quite painful. If we manage to hide until the end, our odds of winning increase. That is not quite right. If they lose on the front lines, our hiding would be of no use. Miss Lin, why are you so quiet? Are you feeling too anxious? After a lengthy discussion, they noticed her silence and asked, well, I'm a bit worried about the 3rd brother and the others. Lin Qingye spoke truthfully. She could not simply remain behind. What if something truly went wrong? Jiang Youli's absence in the fray was disconcerting. Should we quietly follow them? That is feasible. We can observe from a distance and assist if the moment arises. Chapter 72. Gunfight. Jiang Youli did not pay much attention to them, as he too was eager to advance and observe the situation ahead. The 4 of them followed the footsteps of the boys in front, cautiously making their way forward. Miss Lin, do not be afraid. Should any danger arise, we shall protect you, despite your superior marksmanship, one of them reassured. They were deeply touched when they realized Lin Qing had indeed helped them improve their scores. They felt a strong desire to repay her kindness. Moreover, her delicate appearance instilled within them a fierce protective instinct. Thank you very much, dear sisters, she said, smiling with gratitude. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyun and his group had already reached the heart of Small Grove. Lu Xing returned from ahead, binoculars in hand, his expression grave. "What did you find?" the others inquired. "Nothing at all. The enemy is well concealed." He had scoured the vicinity, taking great care to remain undetected. "Are they this cautious? It seems we must separate our forces. Remaining together would be too conspicuous. Let us move in pairs and operate independently." They likely have the same strategy. After reaching a consensus, the 6 of them divided into 3 groups, each heading in a different direction to search. Yu Zhao and Lin Qing formed one group, cautiously making their way westward, encroaching upon Han Mu's territory. Deciding against venturing deeper, they took cover in a thicket, communicating silently through gestures. Yu Zhao whispered, "It appears quiet. Could they have set up an ambush elsewhere?" Lin Qing replied, "They're certainly nearby, biding their time until we make a move." Indeed, the opposing team had already detected their presence and intended to spring a trap once they moved into a vulnerable position. However, the duo had halted at the outskirts of the ambush, adopting a stealthy demeanor. After approximately 10 minutes, the tension on Han Mu and Oppo's side escalated. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves from a nearby tree signaled the approach of 2 camouflaged figures, rushing towards Yu Zhao and Lin Qing's concealed location. The dense foliage effectively obscured the duo, making it impossible for the assailants to fire accurately without exposing themselves. Thus, Han Mu's team had no choice but to advance and engage in close combat. Both teams employed similar tactics, pairing up and executing surprise attacks. Han Mu had great confidence in the 2 reinforcements he had brought along, allowing them the freedom to act as they saw fit. Yu Zhao and Lin Qing encountered a pair of attackers as well. Sensing their approach, they reacted swiftly, rolling out of the thicket and firing 2 shots, though both missed. Undeterred, they laughed, taunting their assailants. "Did you really believe you were the only ones capable of ambush?" The attackers, taken aback by their failure, grew wary, questioning the nature of the situation. However, they could not afford to hesitate, as their primary objective was to eliminate their targets. They swiftly launched an assault on Yu Zhao and Lin Qing, utilizing their firearms and attempting to close the distance with agile movements. "Are they this aggressive?" Yu Zhao and Lin Qing quickly sought cover behind a tree trunk to evade the incoming fire, relieved that their opponents were not exceptionally accurate. The attackers kept their weapons trained on the tree trunk, inching closer, ready to fire at the slightest hint of movement. Unfortunately for them, their focus remained solely on the front, completely oblivious to the encirclement forming behind them. When gunfire erupted from the rear, they had no time to react, falling victim to the paintball shots that eliminated them from the game. One shot came from Gu Qianan, the other from Ji Yunjin, their coordination seamless. In disbelief, the attackers turned to see 4 figures standing behind them, unable to accept the reality of their elimination, their expressions darkening. "You, how did you return? This is deceitful. You outnumber us." The others from Lin Yi's team had ostensibly split up and headed in different directions. How could they have suddenly regrouped to rescue their 2 teammates? Initially, in a 2-on-2 scenario, they had a fighting chance, but now, not only were they surrounded, but they had also fallen victim to a successful ambush. The humiliation of their swift defeat weighed heavily upon them. Lin Qing emerged from behind the tree trunk with a playful demeanor, sauntering over to their side. "Ah, all is fair in war. Do you really need me to teach you that? You were caught off guard, and now you must face the consequences." "Exactly. You chose to act alone, and now you must pay the price," Yu Zhao added, confidently striding to join her teammates. "Now, let an Oppos set aside the pleasantries. Can you explain why you were here? Isn't it obvious?" Lin Qing boasted. "I noticed your sneaky behavior while scouting and intentionally returned to suggest splitting up, hoping to catch you off guard. I didn't expect you to take the bait so quickly." At that moment, even though Gu Qian and Oppos and Ji Yunjin were new to the team, their collaboration was impeccable. Upon hearing this, the attackers fell into despair, realizing they could not match such vigilance and coordination. "Well, it doesn't matter. We still have Han Xiao and the others. No matter how many tricks you employ, they will be insufficient against our overwhelming strength." "Oh," Yu Zhao and Lin Qing dismissed their claims with a scoff. "Anyone can talk tough. You're already eliminated. Return and enjoy the game from the sidelines." Lin Qing had arranged for cameras to be set up beforehand, allowing them to watch the action unfold in real time. The defeated duo exited, their faces darkened with frustration. Chapter 73. Gunfight 3. Lin Qing let out a disdainful sound, observing their sour expressions. If it weren't for their commendable performance earlier, they would not have been so easily eliminated. Lin Qing stepped forward and patted his shoulder, concluding that victory was what mattered most, urging them to swiftly seek out their next target. He hoped not to encounter Han Mu first. Ideally, they would eliminate the weaker, isolated members of the opposing team before dealing with Han Mu and his two companions at the end. All right, let us move, but let us spread out a bit. The three girls lagged behind, unable to keep pace with the boys ahead. Lin Qing felt a twinge of impatience. This sluggishness was unproductive. She preferred to operate alone rather than as part of a group. However, with Jiang Youli nearby, what was she to do? Lin Qing quietly called out to Jiang Shao, who appeared silently behind her. She sensed his presence, while the other two girls were startled and nearly gasped. Is there something you need? Jiang Youli fixed his gaze on her, seemingly trying to discern her thoughts at that moment. I want to move faster to find Sangge. Can Jiang Shao ensure the safety of these two ladies? Lin Qing thought that if he possessed even a modicum of chivalry, he would not refuse. Alas, she miscalculated. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Youli coldly declined, his tone laced with indifference. I cannot. The two girls felt a bit awkward, but simultaneously relieved. It was expected that they wouldn't dare to have Jiang Shao protect them. It's all right, we can manage on our own. No need for protection. Jiang Shao can accompany Miss Lin to find them. In truth, anyone with a semblance of sense could see that Jiang Youli had a special regard for Lin Qing. Perhaps that was why he had come to Lini. They were not so presumptuous as to compete with her for his attention. Lin Qing felt a pang of surprise. Was he truly focused solely on her? However, Jiang Shao had mentioned wanting to take care of the aftermath. Lin Qing quickly retorted, not wanting Jiang Youli to follow her, as it would hinder her from achieving anything. That is not what I meant. Huh? The three were somewhat perplexed. During the actual combat, feel free to perform as you wish. Should anything unexpected occur, I will handle the aftermath, Jiang Youli added patiently, even implying that he would take responsibility even in the event of a fatality. His tone was nonchalant, as if discussing mundane Chapter 74. Gunfight 4 is not a question of doubting Jiang Youli's prowess. Rather, Ji Yunjin knows him too well. If a real crisis were to arise, Lin Qing might offer some protection, but the other two are far less certain. However, we have already taken such a lengthy detour that returning now may not lead us to them and could instead compromise our position, Lin Qing countered. Let go of such concerns. There is no need to be overly cautious. We should proceed with decisiveness, Gu Qianan asserted, believing that given the circumstances, it would be wiser to adhere to their original plan. Indeed, Lin Qing added, there are only two individuals by Han Mu's side, which implies that the enemy consists of 2 males and 3 females who are dispersed. Our priority should be to eliminate them. They had already set some traps along their route. Failing to utilize them would be a disservice to their efforts. This is their advantage: familiarity with the terrain and pre-established strategies, employing particularly insidious tools. For the newcomers like Han Mu, who are entirely unacquainted with the topography, the odds are heavily stacked against them. Should a confrontation arise here, they would undoubtedly suffer. Regrettably, he has escaped. Shall we continue searching for someone to act as bait? It would be best to lure Han Mu and his associates this way, Lin Qing suggested. Lin Qing lay languidly against a tree trunk, her attention drifting. Although she could not decipher the exchange among her brothers, their demeanor suggested her worries might be unwarranted. Instead, it was the 2 girls she had left behind who could be in peril. Should she take the initiative to act as bait? Or perhaps silently eliminate the 3 girls on the opposing side? As for confronting Han Mu and his henchmen, the risk of exposure was too great. So that course of action should be avoided for now. For the time being, her brothers seemed relatively secure. She decided to explore the vicinity. Stealthily, Lin Qing circumvented the group and retraced their steps, intending to inspect the traps they had laid. After surveying the area, she could only let out a resigned sigh. The flaws were glaring. Ah well, it is merely a game for young masters. High expectations are unwarranted. Deliberately tempering her frigid demeanor, she grasped her firearm and feigned an air of anxiety as she cautiously advanced. Let her play the role of bait. By skillfully employing the surrounding traps to eliminate the adversary, she should not raise any suspicions. After wandering through the woods for about 10 minutes, she sensed the approach of others, 2 or 3, judging by the footsteps, likely females. She lowered her head, narrowing her eyes. It seemed fortune had delivered them to her doorstep. "Miss Lin, have you found yourself alone? I thought you were the darling of the group." The leader of the trio, none other than Han Shui, remarked, her singular focus on Lin Qing unwavering. She had assumed that the members of the Lin team would provide extra protection for Lin Qing and had been at a loss as to how to locate her, only to stumble upon her now. It appeared they had instructed her to hide well. Yet she had either acted foolishly or let her desire for attention lead her into the fray. Han Shui, wary of potential ambush, had sent 2 teammates to scout the area. Only after confirming the absence of others did she reveal herself. Rather than hastily eliminating Lin Qing, she engaged in casual conversation. Lin Qing, maintaining her vigilance, took 2 cautious steps back. "What brings you here?" "Of course, we are here to find you," Han Shui replied, twirling her hair nonchalantly as she approached. "Miss Lin, you displayed such exceptional shooting skills earlier. Why the hesitation now?" Lin Qing realized Han Shui saw her as a mere paper tiger, ineffectual and harmless. "Indeed, I cannot shoot at all. It was merely a coincidence." "I cannot compare to Miss Han," Lin Qing conceded, playing into Han Shui's expectations. "Why the modesty?" Han Shui laughed, sensing Lin Qing and Appo's weakness. Although her intent was to confront Lin Qing, it was premature to sever ties completely. Shifting the topic, she inquired, "I am curious, Miss Lin, what is your relationship with young Master Jiang? What right did Lin Qing, a newcomer, have to receive the special attention of several young gentlemen from the capital?" Han Shui could not fathom when such a connection had formed. While Lin Qing possessed striking beauty, Jiang Youli was not so superficial. "Ah, does Miss Han truly wish to know?" Lin Qing teased, intentionally withholding the full truth. "Of course," Han Shui replied eagerly, sensing an opportunity to extract information. A smile quickly spread across Lin Qing's face, tinged with an indescribable pride and satisfaction as she lifted her chin. "I am betrothed to young Master Jiang. What do you think our relationship is?" With this revelation, she anticipated the reactions of the 3 girls across from her, leaving them momentarily stunned. Chapter 75. Gunfight 5. What kind of joke is this? Han Shui gazed at her as if she were deranged. A betrothal with the esteemed Jiang family of Kyoto? It was utterly absurd. The Lin family was hardly a prestigious clan. How could they possibly be linked to the Jiang family through marriage? No. Something stirred in Han Shui and Appo's mind as an outrageous thought lingered. The Lin family, one of the 4 great families of Kyoto. Impossible. What a coincidence could this be? The Lin family of Lin had suddenly risen to prominence 20 years ago, a time before her birth. And she knew only that their ascent had been remarkably swift, culminating in them becoming the wealthiest family in Lin within the last 5 years. Yet, she had never heard any mention of a connection to the Lin family of Kyoto. Surely, she was overthinking it. As Han Shui pondered these thoughts, the 2 girls beside her began to mock Lin Qing. "Miss Lin, we can see that you possess some beauty, but your words are rather laughable. Indeed, if you claim Jiang Shao had a slight interest in you, we might entertain the notion, but your assertion of a betrothal is unprecedented. Spreading such rumors is indeed illegal." One of them scoffed, a wild heiress raised on the streets, likely uneducated, spouting nonsense without a second thought. "Do you repeat that? I'll record it. When the time comes, I wonder how much scorn you will face." "Fine," Lin Qing replied, her eyes narrowing with a sharp glint. "I stand by my statement. Lin Qing, am betrothed to Jiang Youli." The audacity of her words left the 3 girls momentarily speechless. She truly dared to say it. The heiress who had recorded the exchange was elated, having finally caught Lin Qing in a trap. Once the recording reached Jiang Shao, how could Lin Qing maintain her bravado? Han Shui, still wary, inquired, "What makes you so certain?" "The Jiang family is a century-old lineage, a pinnacle of power, and would never align with a nouveau riche family like yours. Such a mismatch would invite scorn." Even someone with her background could only dare to dream of winning Jiang Shao's favor. How do you know it? ISN T. Jiang Shao, who has taken a liking to me. Lin Qing retorted. While Jiang Youli wields immense influence in Kyoto, it is not solely due to the Jiang family's power. If he chooses, who could genuinely prevent him? Han Shui bit her lip, struggling to formulate a rebuttal, but finding herself at a loss. Lin Qing spoke the truth. The name Jiang Youli resonated with formidable power in Kyoto and beyond, instilling fear not just in the Jiang family's name, but in the very essence of his being. Given the old Master Jiang's favoritism towards him, it was indeed plausible that he could act on his own accord. Yet, Han Shui could not bring herself to believe it, unwilling to accept such a reality. On what grounds? If this news were true, she would be rendered powerless against Lin Qing. But today, her sole purpose was to undermine her. Disregarding her doubts, Han Shui signaled her two companions to act. Sensing Han Shui and Appo's intentions, Lin Qing's smile deepened, her gaze challenging. You say you don't believe me. What can I do about it? The expression on her face was painfully glaring to Han Shui. In a moment of heated impulse, Han Shui raised her gun, aiming directly at Lin Qing and Appo's head, even contemplating disfiguring her. She pulled the trigger. Yet, Lin Qing and Appo's reflexes proved swifter. She sidestepped the bullet with ease. Chapter 76. Gunfight 6. Han Shui was startled by the scene before her, her heart racing and her complexion turning pale as she stumbled back a few steps, struggling to steady the gun in her hand. How? How could there be a trap? The critical question lingered. How did Lin Qing foresee this and evade it? Or was it merely a coincidence? An accidental trigger activated by both of them? Lin Qing, having rolled on the ground twice and barely managing to rise, appeared equally disheveled. She dared not even glance at Han Shui, fleeing in the opposite direction without pausing to retrieve her weapon. Han Shui, lost in thought, quickly fired 2 shots at her. When she missed, she gritted her teeth and pursued, instructing the others to stay put, promising to return for their rescue. With Lin Qing unarmed and completely vulnerable, it was an opportune moment for Han Shui, and she could not let it slip away. Shui, don't. The two, terrified, attempted to call out to Han Shui, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. In mere minutes, they vanished from the vicinity. Barely 2 minutes after their departure, Lin Qing and his companion arrived. They had rushed over upon hearing the commotion nearby, only to witness the amusing sight of the 2 young ladies ensnared among the trees, their poses comical and ungraceful. Upon seeing them, the girls felt too embarrassed even to scream for help. It was a disaster. Not only had they embarrassed themselves, but they were also facing elimination. Lu Xing wore a grin that betrayed no consideration for their gender. He found their predicament utterly foolish, having walked straight into their trap. Their meticulously crafted snares required activation, and it was unforeseen fortune that they succeeded. Fearing potential collateral damage to teammates, such measures had been taken, yet unexpected gains had materialized. Lin Qing's keen eyes caught sight of 3 guns lying on the ground, his expression turning serious. No, 1 additional gun was present. There must have been others here moments ago. They needed to pursue swiftly. Such a ruckus could not have been orchestrated by just the 2 of them. Logically, they would have stuck together with Han Shui. It was improbable they would act alone. It was highly likely they had encountered Lin Qing and her companions and engaged in a confrontation. The current situation was uncertain. Let us split into 2 groups. Yu Zhao quickly suggested. Half will stay to collect the weapons and eliminate the girls, while the other half will investigate the situation. Agreed. Thus, Yu Zhao and Lu Xing remained behind, while Lin Qing, Amin, Gu Qianan, and Ji Yunjin split into pairs, pursuing in 2 different directions. Lin Qing ran swiftly, intentionally leading Han Shui into the blind spot of surveillance deep within the forest. The location of the trap was monitored, so she dare not reveal too much. As for Han Shui, she nearly failed to keep pace with Lin Qing. When she finally halted, believing Lin Qing was exhausted and could run no longer, she shouted, "Aren't you supposed to be fast? Why have you stopped?" In truth, she was only pretending to be composed, her breaths coming in shallow gasps, and her trembling hand barely able to hold the gun. Yet, her excitement was palpable. Lin Qing turned to face her, not the worn-out and panicked figure Han Shui imagined, but rather a picture of calm dominion, as if she had everything under control. With her arms crossed over her chest, an enigmatic smile danced upon her lips, exuding a bloodthirsty and unsettling aura. Her hawk-like eyes narrowed, coldly scrutinizing Han Shui as though appraising prey within her grasp. Surviving this long against me, I must admit you're not entirely lacking. Gentleness? Fragility? Charm? Such traits were utterly absent from Lin Qing now. Her voice, devoid of warmth, sent shivers down Han Shui's spine, each breath feeling as though it could freeze, her heartbeat escalating uncontrollably. What do you mean? Under the weight of Lin Qing's gaze, Han Shui's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. How terrifying! How could a young girl in her prime possess such daunting eyes? Lin Qing, exuding an aura of unrestrained ferocity, was beyond what a sheltered flower like Han Shui could withstand. Why haven't you fired yet, while I'm standing still? Lin Qing retorted, gazing down at her with a mocking glint in her beautiful eyes. Lin Qing merely stood there, doing nothing, yet Han Shui felt an intangible pressure suffocating her, rendering her unable to breathe. How could she still lift her weapon? Why you? Han Shui stammered, choking on her fear. Lin Qing's extraordinary presence instinctively filled Han Shui with dread, compelling her to retreat and seek self-preservation. She was not foolish. Raised with elite education and having encountered numerous influential figures alongside her parents, she recognized that someone like Lin Qing was far from ordinary. Without a doubt, she believed Lin Qing possessed the intent and capability to eliminate her without a sound. Do not be afraid. You were not like this just moments ago. Lin Qing gradually closed the distance between them, unperturbed by the gun in Han Shui's grasp. The tension within Han Shui tightened as she watched Lin Qing approach. Perhaps, since Lin Qing was unarmed, she could muster the courage to fight back. With that thought, she subconsciously tightened her grip on the gun. Chapter 77. Gunfight 7. Lin Qing and Amp. Oppos. S gaze was sharp, capturing every move of Han Shui. Yet, she merely smiled faintly, seemingly unperturbed, continuing her stride without a hint of hesitation. In contrast, Han Shui watched Lin Qing like a hawk, anxiously seeking the opportune moment to strike. The instant she was convinced Lin Qing was within her firing range, and escape was impossible, she raised her weapon without hesitation and pulled the trigger. However, what Han Shui did not anticipate was Lin Qing and Amp. Oppos' astonishing reflexes. At the very moment the bullet was discharged, Lin Qing seemed to possess foresight, lunging forward with the swiftness of the wind. Not only did she evade the bullet, but she also deftly maneuvered in front of Han Shui, effortlessly seizing her gun hand and swiftly twisting it behind her back. In an instant, a sharp crack resonated, echoing like the sound of breaking bones. Ah! The pain forced Han Shui to the ground, her weapon slipping from her grasp. Finding the encounter dull, Lin Qing tossed the gun aside and looked down at Han Shui. This level 1 and Oppos, suffice, she remarked. Were you really? Han Shui, gritting her teeth against the pain, hoarsely questioned Lin Qing. Such agility was not something an ordinary person could possess. Having trained under numerous martial arts instructors since childhood, none had exuded the chilling aura of death that Lin Qing emanated, instilling a profound sense of dread. Never before had she felt so utterly humiliated in front of anyone. This is not your concern, Lin Qing replied, stepping closer and squatting down to meet Han Shui and Amp. Oppos' gaze. Why are you targeting me? Her tone was calm and even, as if engaging in casual conversation. Han Shui recoiled slightly, ultimately refraining from speaking. Was it so obvious that Lin Qing knew she was targeting her? Is it because of Jiang Shao? Do you like him? Lin Qing continued, her phoenix eyes remaining placid and undisturbed. Among the elite young ladies of society, who was not enamored with Jiang Shao? Noticing Han Shui's diminished bravado, Lin Qing surmised it was appropriate to retort. After all, individuals like her would do anything to gain entry into the Jiang family. Lin Qing and Oppos' lips curled into a playful smile. Is that so? Sadly, he is officially mine now. Upon reflection, it seemed rather cumbersome. Jiang Shao was always surrounded by so many admirers, and managing that would undoubtedly be a bother. Han Shuyi and Appo's expression darkened further. Watching Lin Qing and Appo's smug demeanor with helpless frustration, her teeth clenched in anger. "Oh, still glaring? You truly lack memory," Lin Qing remarked, her intent to not let Han Shuyi off the hook evident. Han Shuyi and Appo's hostility was significant, yet not severe enough to warrant immediate action. It would be more advantageous to find a way to control her. With Han Shuyi's status, compelling her to comply would be far more convenient. Lin Qing produced a poorly packaged candy from her pocket and amicably offered it to Han Shuyi. "Here, this is for you. No need to be polite." Han Shuyi's lip swisha. Was it even a matter of politeness? She looked disdainfully at the candy, knowing it was undoubtedly of inferior quality. "I refuse. Are you trying to poison me? As the daughter of the Han family, how could she possibly consume something so dubious?" "This is non-negotiable." Lin Qing skillfully unwrapped the candy, then grasped Han Shuyi and Appo's chin, forcibly feeding it to her. Initially, Han Shuyi attempted to spit it out, but the moment the candy touched her tongue, it dissolved instantly, leaving her no chance to reject it. Her expression mirrored that of someone who had just ingested something repugnant, as she yelled, "Ah, what on earth is this? What do you want from me?" Though labeled as candy, its taste was excruciatingly unpleasant. Was Lin Qing deliberately using some foul substance to humiliate her? Ignoring Han Shuyi and Appo's outburst, Lin Qing pondered the unsightly packaging and unpleasant flavor. While not intended for her own consumption, perhaps it warranted a slight improvement. A more elegant packaging would lend her some dignity when presented. Seeing Lin Qing disregarding her, Han Shuyi, now infuriated, clutched her injured arm and stood up. "What are you doing? I'm talking to you." She had a chance to eliminate her, but chose to toy with her instead. "Do take it easy. No need to raise your voice. You startled me." Lin Qing shot her a disapproving glare. "It's just a little poison. It won't kill you." Yet, in an instant, Han Shuyi fell silent, struck by a chilling realization, an icy dread creeping from her toes to her very core. Lin Qing had dared to poison her. How audacious! How could she speak of it so nonchalantly? Chapter 78. Gunfight 8. However, Han Shuyi was utterly intimidated to question Lin Qing any further. Fearful that the truth lay within her doubts, she could only speak tentatively. "You must be joking, right? Who carries poison around like that? What do you think?" Lin Qing replied with a sardonic smile. Han Shuyi and Appo's eyelids twitched nervously. The arrogance she once held in conversing with Lin Qing had vanished. I don't and Appo's believe so." In truth, her heart had already begun to accept the unsettling possibility that Lin Qing was indeed capable of such actions. "Ah, how idealistic," Lin Qing remarked with a faint smile, then menacingly approached her, regretfully informing her, "This is poison, and a slow-acting one at that." Han Shuyi gasped, her heart nearly ceasing in terror. "That is illegal. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Aren't you afraid of my family's retribution?" The thought that she had just ingested poison sent chills down her spine. Lin Qing and Appo's gaze turned icy once more, her tone laced with undeniable authority. "You would do well to keep today's events to yourself. Do not attempt to seek help from your family. Only I possess the antidote. If you doubt me, feel free to have someone examine you discreetly. Discovering the poison does not guarantee an antidote. If you wish to survive, follow my instructions." Han Shuyi's complexion turned ghostly pale. Trembling slightly, she asked, "Then what do you want me to do? How can I obtain the antidote?" Yet, her voice was tinged with more indignation and fury than desperation. How dare Lin Qing threaten her? Surely, with the resources and connections of the Han family, she could find someone to help her counteract the poison. "It's quite simple. I do not expect you to be of much assistance. All I require is your assurance that you shall not disclose today's events and that you will provide cover when I call upon you. As for the antidote, consume this for now to suppress the effects." Lin Qing produced a candy-like substance, stating that the full antidote would be contingent upon her performance. "What?" Han Shuyi felt tears of frustration welling in her eyes. Indeed, she was being threatened, and the antidote was to be administered in installments. She had done nothing to provoke Lin Qing. This was utterly outrageous. You don't want to eat it? Then I shall dispose of it. Wait, I will eat it. That was a life-saving remedy. Han Shui dared not take the risk. Even if it meant swallowing her pride and dignity, she had to consume it. Never had she felt so humiliated. Seeing her compliance, Lin Qing and Appo's eyes softened slightly. I hope Miss Han is wise enough not to require extensive explanations. Rest assured, I shall not reveal this. With Lin Qing's façade of innocence, who would believe her if she spoke out? Even Han Shui herself was momentarily bewitched by Lin Qing and Appo's seemingly harmless demeanor. Once you complete the final task, you may leave, Lin Qing said, glancing at the gun on the floor, signaling to Han Shui. Han Shui was utterly perplexed. You want me to commit suicide? I can end Appo's. Do you believe you would suggest such a thing? Lin Qing appeared indifferent, her demeanor apathetic. Han Shui was truly incensed. How could you be so cruel? My arm still hurts. The audacity of Lin Qing was beyond her understanding. To have broken her arm and poisoned her was one thing, but to humiliate her further was an entirely different matter. She had never encountered such a malevolent woman. Lin Qing and Appo's cold gaze fixed on Han Shui, instantly silencing her. Fine, I shall end my own life, Han Shui muttered in a fit of rage. With shaky hands, she picked up the gun, aiming it at her leg, resigning herself to eliminate herself. Are you pleased now? She glared at Lin Qing, seething with anger. Lin Qing's tone remained calm, even disinterested. Yes, you may leave. Han Shui stormed away, seething, vowing to reclaim her dignity in due time. She retraced her steps in disarray, desperate to avoid the sight of Lin Qing's infuriating face. However, fate had other plans. Turning a corner, she collided with Lin Qing and others who had rushed to catch up with her. They were taken aback by her disheveled appearance and the paintball on her leg, as if discovering a new world. Miss Hen, why you look so disheveled? I fell into a trap, she replied, recalling Lin Qing's orders and the fate of her two teammates. She casually fabricated the excuse. Suddenly, she regretted not having hung from a tree with them. Who eliminated you? Lin Qing pressed. Was it my sister and her team? How impressive! Han Shui's expression darkened, clearly unwilling to engage further. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business. She maneuvered around them to leave. The group exchanged confused glances. Perhaps she's just frustrated from being eliminated. As long as our teammates are safe, that's what matters. Indeed, our traps serve their purpose well. Wait, she emerged from that area. We never set up anything there. Not even a camera. Lu Xing questioned. Perhaps she feared embarrassment and didn't dare to speak the truth. Let us find the others first. One by one, their opponents were eliminated in exquisite turn of events. Victory seemed within their grasp. Chapter 79. Gunfight 9. They continued their search, but found little more than a gun lying on the ground and some faint, disordered traces. Lin Qing had long since departed from the original spot. The primary aim was to resolve matters and depart, letting go of both fame and fortune. Curiously, who had eliminated Han Shui? Logically, she should and Appo's have lost her weapon O. Perhaps it was indeed her own oversight. Lin Qing and the others did not dwell on it further. The pressing concern was to deal with Han Mu and his companions. The six of them split into three groups once more, scouring the woods for any sign of the adversaries. The afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the forest floor, which was thickly carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched underfoot. Yet, Lin Qing moved with remarkable stealth, startling not even a single bird. She managed to locate the other two girls from her team, and upon finding them idly concealed in a certain spot, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. The remaining troubles now lay solely with Han Mu and Jiang Youli. For the time being, she resolved to observe the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, on Han Mu and Appo's side, young Master Han, they have separated. We can strike now, one of his companions remarked, retracting the binoculars. Han Mu smirked slightly. It seemed he could no longer contain his impatience. He had been meandering through the woods with these two aides, waiting for their adversaries to stray from the pack, aiming to eliminate them one by one. He was well aware of the numerous traps they had set in the forest and had managed to avoid nearly all of them. steering clear of the territories they had initially delineated, simply biding his time for the enemy to approach. Striking from the shadows, under fewer witnesses. What harm could come from a decisive blow? As long as he evaded the cameras, the truth would rest solely upon his words. Yet, his companions hesitated. Young Master Han, must we truly be so ruthless? After all, the opponent is a scion of the Lin family. A fierce glint flickered in Han Mu's eyes. It was imperative to target him. The others were inconsequential and could be easily subdued. However, Lin Qing must not leave unscathed. It was evident to all that the three young masters from Kyoto shared a close relationship with Lin Qing. He aimed to cripple Lin Qing so as to seize the opportunity for himself. Lin Qing was proving to be quite an obstacle. Moreover, they had to avoid the three young masters from Kyoto. As for the Lin family's heiress, she had already taken the initiative. He was confident in her capabilities. Whatever means necessary, this game must be won. Lin Qing walked alongside Amin, while Yu Zhao, Lu Xing, Gu Qian, and Ji Yunjin had already distanced themselves considerably. Based on the current reports, 5 of the opposing team had been eliminated, yet they still had a full 10 members remaining. The odds were greatly in their favor, rendering it unnecessary to be overly cautious in forming ambushes. Brother Qingyun, should we not exercise a bit more caution? Moving so brazenly makes it easy for someone to take us out, Amin suggested, a hint of concern in his voice. What is there to fear? Lin Qing retorted with a cold laugh. I intend to draw Han Mu out intentionally. However, they knew that alone, the two of them could not possibly prevail. Summoning reinforcements seemed impractical at this moment. What does it matter? If we encounter them, we will fire a signal flare and delay until our teammates arrive. I refuse to believe that with so many of us, we cannot subdue one Han Mu. Ideally, they would first encounter Han Mu and Amp, Oppos, as other 2 isolated companions. Lin Qing wandered carelessly through the woods, and just as he spoke, a bullet whizzed past his ear. Damn it, we have trouble. The 2 were startled and quickly sought cover nearby. Yet, after a prolonged period of concealment and scanning their surroundings, they failed to identify the source of the gunfire. Lin Qing crouched behind a large rock, ready to take a step forward when another shot rang out, a paintball splattering at his feet. He instinctively recoiled. At this point, he could no longer deny that the adversary was merely toying with him, likely the 2 sharpshooters who had scored perfectly in the previous round. Unfortunately, he found himself unable to pinpoint their location. Amin, stationed elsewhere, gestured for him, inquiring whether they should fire the signal flare and confront the foes directly. Lin Qing hesitated, apprehensive that should they release the flare, the opponents might flee, thus wasting a flare and potentially exposing the positions of their other teammates. Hence, he resolved to wait a little longer, hoping for Han Mu to reveal himself first. Noticing that Lin Qing and Amin remained inactive, the hidden adversaries grew impatient, firing several warning shots in succession. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, weaving through the branches with a haunting whistle, sending shivers down their spines. Lin Qing finally discerned the general position of the enemy. He then decisively rolled out into the open, exposing himself to the enemy and Oppos as firearms. He was wagering that they would not eliminate him so swiftly. Otherwise, given the marksmanship of those 2, he would have been hit the moment they aimed at him. Indeed, upon seeing Lin Qing re-emerge, Han Mu could no longer restrain himself and revealed himself along with his 2 aides. Han Mu possessed unvaried confidence. He knew that Lin Qing's companions would not arrive in time, affording him ample opportunity to deal with him. Even if they did arrive, it was uncertain whether they could contend with the 2 individuals at his side.